Some things happen without explanation. Some experiences haunt people for a lifetime. This is where I tell those mysteries. And remember, not everything can be explained. Story. I'm a SWAT officer who was called to deal with an incident at a middle school, but for some reason, we can't enter room 203. I've seen a lot of really disturbing stuff throughout my life, but nothing from my past experiences could have stopped my hands from shaking so hard right now. I don't know what the hell is going on at this school, in that godforsaken room. I was never the type of guy who got excited for assignments. Whether it be hostages, bomb threats, shooters, the adrenaline rush only lasts for so long. The fear kicks in quickly after. Only got one life after all. The worst cases are the ones with kids involved. I have a niece who's innocent and carefree beyond comprehension. My skin crawls thinking about her being exposed to those kinds of situations. Safe to say, I wasn't looking forward to whatever task laid ahead of us when we were called in. When we arrived, there were already 6 or 7 police vehicles parked outside, with a massive crowd of evacuated students standing outside. A lot of them looked a combination of utterly shocked and terrified, like they'd just been chased through a cemetery by a machete-wielding demon. As we entered the building, we were getting caught up to date by one of the police officers, but he was hardly any help. We don't know what to do. They're in room 203, but we can't go in there. Can't go in there? What'd you mean? Dex, our unit leader, asked him. He stumbled out a mostly incoherent response, skin pale and eyes wide as he did so. From his expression, you'd assume that he'd been to hell, or something of a comparable nature. Obviously, we weren't taking this lightly. We tried getting more information out of him, but he was adamant that he didn't know anything beyond the fact that we couldn't go into the room under any circumstances. We'll figure it out. Dex ended up saying to him, realizing that trying to converse with the guy was getting nowhere. The officer simply nodded his head in response. Not confidently, though. We traversed into the school and up to the 2nd floor, all alert as hell. In the utter silence, the place was rather eerie. Not that I ever liked school regardless. Once we ascended the stairwell, room 203 was just to our right. It wasn't really what we expected. No blood, no signs of a struggle, just a room. However, it wasn't silent in there. We approached the door cautiously, listening intently to what was going on inside. It sounded like a teacher giving a standard lecture. But obviously, that wouldn't have warranted a school-wide evacuation and subsequent police backup. Jensen, another officer, tapped me on my shoulder, pointing to the crack underneath the door. I didn't see it at first, but a small stream of blood had begun oozing out from underneath. Ah, shit, I thought to myself. Even though I was expecting something like this sooner or later, it was still jarring to see. I wanted to bust down the door right then and there, unleashing a flurry of lead into the perpetrator's skull, but that was obviously impulsive. He might have had hostages, or wired the door to explode upon opening or something of that nature. The police officer's words also stuck to my brain. Sure, he seemed like a maniac, but people don't just become that way through arbitrary means. He'd definitely seen something bad lurking behind the door, and I wasn't eager to find out what. Still, we had to figure out a plan. I tried listening closer, in an attempt to discern what the person was saying. Now, I wasn't sure if they were speaking too quietly, or if they were using another language entirely, but I couldn't make out anything explicit. But the more I listened, the more obscure their tone and speech patterns appeared to be. It wasn't like somebody giving a lecture at all. It was more akin to somebody monotonously reciting a series of separate and unrelated passages in succession. Eventually, Dex stepped up, banging on the door. "What's your purpose here? You got any demands? At the moment, we're willing to cooperate. But we can't do that if you don't communicate with us." No response. We tried negotiating for 10 more minutes, but the speaker paid no attention to us, simply continuing their obscure diatribe to the audience of presumably captive and horrified students. "Fuck it," Dex said, frustrated. "Hate dealing with crazy fucks." He pulled out a radio and began talking to another unit. Soon enough, 2 more teams were on their way, one to monitor the windows from outside, and one to take a position in the room directly under 203. We were trying to consider every possible angle here. About 15 minutes later, the outside team showed up. Of course, there was nothing much to report on, given the fact that the windows were boarded up from the inside. Still, they had multiple snipers take vantage points. They were more or less there in case things went absolutely belly up. Where's Trent? You another one of his lackeys? I thought he only recruited the strong. Can't imagine he'd choose fodder like you. Yeah, the man smirked. Can't imagine it either. As soon as he finished the statement, thick veins beginning to bulging out of his neck, he stuck his arm out to the side, and before I could blink, it had morphed into a terrifyingly familiar sight. It was the same insect-like appendage that had grabbed Axwell earlier. I could see Calhoun's eyes beginning to widen upon realizing his misjudgment. He took a fighting stance, rushing the man faster and more ferociously than he did the female hunter. The man swung at him, but Calhoun was swift enough to dodge the strike, managing to punch a hole through the man's torso. But instead of reeling in pain, the man simply continued grinning. Tough guy, huh? Good for you. Still, with a gaping hole in his stomach, the man extended his other arm, transforming it into some kind of massive, fleshy, veiny axe. He swung it forward, managing to slice a portion of Calhoun's forearm off, who barely managed to dodge what would have been a fatal blow. Come on, the man said nonchalantly. Don't force my hand here. As he said this, I could see the hole in his stomach beginning to regenerate. It was a fucked up sight, to say the least. But it didn't end there. The man's legs seemed to revert back into his torso, with a collection of long, arachnid-esque legs quickly popping out in their place. This feels as gross as it looks, you know. At that point, he'd become far faster than Calhoun. He crawled onto the walls and ceiling, before splitting Calhoun's head down the middle with his hand axe. When he landed back on the floor, he'd returned to his normal human self once again, and then he turned to face me. Look at that. My jacket's ruined. I was running before he'd finished his sentence. However, he didn't seem to be putting much effort into the chase, whistling as he marched behind me, sustaining a moderate pace at best. I ran like hell for around 10 minutes, evading stray creatures in the process. At a point, I found an empty computer lab and barricaded myself in there. It didn't take long for the man to find me though, but for whatever reason, he didn't barge in immediately. Instead, he's talking to me through the door, telling me that no matter what I do, I'm going to be transformed into one of Trent's messengers, that he has a quota to fill. Fuck, he just broke in. The final stage of grief is acceptance. The obscure man was approaching me with a calm demeanor, which made him even more frightening. Can't we just skip the other 4? There's only 2 outcomes for you here. I didn't respond, causing him to sigh. It was less of an attempt at defiance, and more to do with me being at a loss for words. Okay, how about I introduce myself? Get us acquainted. I'm Shen. You? Pete. I told him. Okay, Pete. Believe me when I tell you that there will not be another chance like this for you. Right now, Trent's in a good mood. But once he finishes converting the rest of school children into cannon fodder for his army, he's gonna go on a fucking rampage. At that point, it'll be too late for you. He's not entirely there in the head, so you can't really try reasoning with him, you know? Besides, I'm trying to get on his good side by converting competent soldiers. If you're trying to recruit people, then why'd you kill Axwell? I asked him, feeling a momentary hint of anger amongst my general shock. He shook his head. Who? Look, if I killed one of your cop buddies, then boo-hoo. Like I'd even give a semblance of a fuck. I'm only after the strong anyway. I scoffed. Well, I don't know what the hell you want with me then. You should have tried recruiting that guy you just killed. He seemed strong. Shen stood up, letting out a sigh. Sure, that meathead had decent physical strength, but look where that got him. I chopped his head like a melon. And look at you, you're still alive. You could do the same to me, I responded. How am I different? Listen, you dense fucker. It's true that I could kill you right now, but I'm choosing not to. Fuck what you think being strong means. The stuff you've been fed by Hollywood and the media and shit. That's all nonsense. The strong are the ones that end up surviving. Self-preservation is the only thing that matters. If you can punch holes through buildings but end up getting taken out by a bigger fish right after, how are you anything but weak? He slammed his hand down on my shoulder in what I assume was supposed to be an encouraging pat. However, I could feel it dislocate from the impact. "You're still alive, huh? Have some confidence in yourself." I reeled from the pain, causing Shen to chuckle. "I can't lie though, you normal humans sure are fragile. This is some bullshit." "Axwell," another officer said, "if they end up never telling us anything, are we just gonna wait here forever? The kids might die of natural causes instead." I wasn't going to be the one to say it, but I sure was thinking it. There were no easy solutions for situations like these. Another 5 minutes elapsed before the ground team showed up, announcing to us over the radio that they were making their way over to the room underneath. The radio crackled once again. "Hey, Dex." Dex picked it up. "Yeah, something wrong?" I don't think we should go inside." What the fuck are you talking, Ab?" He was cut short by something rather jarring, not a noise, more so the absence of noise. Whoever was inside the room had stopped talking. Dex put the radio down, ready to negotiate once again. "You finished? Can we talk now?" he asked. Suddenly and wholly unexpectedly, the door opened just a crack. Thankfully, I was on the side closest to the doorknob, which meant I wasn't able to see anything inside. But as for the 3 officers who did, including Dex, well, I'm not quite sure what happened to them. I remember feeling a gust of boiling air seeping out and seeing some kind of deep purple glow emanating from within. At a point, I thought I could see Dex's eyes beginning to leak blood, but that may just have been my imagination. All I know is that I blinked a few times from the heat, and a few seconds later, 2 of the officers were gone, and the door was closed, leaving Jensen by himself, kneeling on the ground while covering both of his eyes with his hands. We tried getting him to talk, but he wouldn't budge. In fact, he wouldn't move an inch from his bizarre position. At that point, I was beginning to panic hard. This evidently wasn't a normal situation at all. Lee was also frustrated, banging on the door and barking out orders as if whatever fucked up entity lurking in the room cared at all about his grievances. And then he made a drastic mistake. He took his rifle and began breaking the door down with it. He managed to get about halfway through before succumbing to whatever fate Jensen had just before him. I turned around, seeing him also covering his eyes, frozen in the position on the ground. I tried not to look at the purple light flowing out from the holes in the door as I made eye contact with Axwell. We were both ready to get the fuck out of there. I took the lead, rushing towards the stairwell, but after about 2 seconds of running, I heard a scream from behind me. Some kind of large insect-like appendage shrouded in a dark violet smoke had burst through one of the holes, grabbing him by the waist. I reckon that if I were a single second later, it would have done the same to me as well. I tried shooting at the thing, but my bullets simply bounced off. It pulled Axwell in shortly after, demolishing the door with it. The room was completely open now, but I wasn't planning on investigating. Just like that, I was the last man standing. I bolted down the stairwell and through the first floor hall, only to find the path to the nearest exit blanketed in the same smoke that was coming off of the appendage. There was no way in hell I was going to try traversing through it. I picked up my radio, attempting to contact the floor unit instead. "Where are you guys? What's going on?" A shaky voice answered on the other end. You better hide." "Hide?" I questioned. "Why don't we get our asses out of here instead?" I'm looking outside the window right now. Something's happening out there." Given all the commotion, my mind had automatically filtered out the noise. I concentrated, hearing suppressed screams and sporadic gunshots emanating from beyond the walls of the school. "Oh, come on," I muttered. I did as I was told, stumbling into a stray classroom and barricading the door behind me. The room I'm in now doesn't have any windows, so I can't tell what's going on outside. I've been checking for news updates on my phone, but nothing. I'm also averse to using my radio to call for help, because it might give my position away. I don't know what the hell's lurking out there in the hallways, but I can certainly hear something moving around. Not sure how far it is, though. I guess I'll just have to wait here until somebody comes for me. Let me tell you something about myself. I'm not an incredibly smart guy. The fact that I've even made it this far is somewhat baffling to me. I mean, I've got endurance, I guess. Not a terrible shot either. But when it comes to decision-making and thinking before I act, well, there's something to be desired there. While waiting in the classroom, I thought I was hearing something in there with me. Of course, I was already on edge, so this pushed me over my limit. I stood still, anticipating absolutely anything, and then I heard it, a sneeze, but my brain didn't register it as a sneeze until afterwards. At the moment, my frenetic mind filtered it through as a threat. It had come from a closet in the corner of the room, so like the jumpy idiot I was, I fired off a reactionary shot, busting a hole in the wooden frame. "Yo, relax," whoever was inside shouted. They kicked the door open, hands up in a don't fucking shoot position. It was a kid, maybe around 15. "Oh, thank God," he exclaimed upon seeing me. "Cops are here." "First of all, I'm not a cop," I responded. "Second of all, get ready to run. We've made too much noise here." The kid was confused at first, but it didn't take long for him to realize what I'd meant. I could hear whatever atrocity that had been lurking in the halls now standing right outside, with nothing but a wooden slab separating us. I raised my rifle as it simultaneously busted down the door. It was an inexplicable entity. I'd always pictured what I believed, demons or aliens or whatever other extra-dimensional creature would look like in my head. An understanding cultivated through exposure to movies and video games. Still, seeing something like that existing right in front of your face was enough to make the idea of staying sedentary in a room cut off from the rest of the world for the rest of your life not so bad. I can't think of any pre-existing creature on Earth to compare this thing to, so I'll just try describing it. A mass of pulsating fleshy blue spheres joined together atop a mechanical arthropod-esque body, with two bulky robotic arms ending in large claws. Surely something's gone horribly awry. Not sure why it was here though. The kid behind me got a glimpse of it as well, rendering him utterly speechless. The robot centipede creature lurched forward, managing to slash open my protective vest like it was butter. Fortunately, the creature was also a glass cannon. I emptied about half my magazine into its bulbous head, busting open each one of its spheres. It reacted erratically, swinging wildly and undulating its body, destroying the room in the process. I'm pretty sure that I'd blinded it or something. "Come on, kid," I shouted at him. We ran out of the room as the creature continued its destruction. There were a ton of questions swirling around in my head, of course, the main one being where the hell we were heading next. I took out my radio and asked the officer on the other end if things had settled down outside. No response, but from what I could hear, it sure as hell didn't sound like it. "Where are we going?" the kid asked. "Beats me," I thought to myself. "What are you still doing here?" I asked him instead. "Well," he began, "I was in the bathroom when it happened." "Okay, still doesn't explain why you didn't evacuate with the rest of them." Look, I was watching YouTube in there with my headphones in and didn't hear anything, all right? When I came out, everybody was gone, and I was hearing weird shit coming from near the entrance, so I found a place and hid. It happens, you know?" "Does it really?" I thought. But I wasn't going to bother lecturing the kid about it. Not the right time or place. Also, I hardly cared, if I'm being honest. At the moment, we were stuck between a rock and a hard place. Inexplicable, unknown events were transpiring outside, while some kind of creature feature ritual fest was going on inside. I reckoned that we simply needed to find another place to hide, until everything blew over. If it was going to blow over at all. I did have my silent reservations about it. I didn't want to admit it either, but the kid being there made things so much more complicated for me. Yeah, not very heroic, I know. We turned a corner, almost running into somebody in the process. I had a mini heart attack as I began raising my rifle again, only to realize that it was another officer. I stopped in an attempt to talk to him, but the guy just ran right past us, with a near catatonic-like expression on his face. Of course, that could only mean one thing. Something was chasing him. Begrudgingly, I took a quick peek down the corridor he'd come from, seeing a 7-foot, impossibly muscular humanoid, covered in purple flames, slowly walking towards us. The ground beneath cracked with each one of its steps. "Where the hell are you going?" it cackled, deep and grating. "You're just getting a preview of the new empire." Jesus Christ. I didn't let the kid finish his statement, dragging him away and pushing in front of me as I ran. As we navigated through the halls, I was beginning to hear a chorus of voices from the floor above. They sounded like the kids, but obviously not the regular kind. More so ones that had been transformed through the means of otherworldly rituals. Truth be told, I was actually planning on quitting the force sooner or later. I had funds saved and a solid plan to go with it. I never wanted to be a career officer, but I just couldn't pull the trigger. And look where that reluctance got me. Right in the middle of who the fuck knows what. Eventually, we found ourselves in another classroom, once again barricading the door behind us. This one had windows, so I immediately ran over, trying to get a glimpse of what was going on outside. But I couldn't understand what I was seeing. It was pitch black. I checked the time. It was only 4:30 p.m. I assumed that the windows had been covered up, but that idea was quickly discarded when, through the apparent haze outside, a hand pressed up on the glass. A hand with a bloodshot eye at the center of the palm. It pressed harder, causing a web of cracks to form. At that moment, it seemed like there was nowhere safe to go, nowhere to hide. I dragged the kid out of the room once again, only to find the colossal fireman waiting for us there. He was grabbing the officer that had been running away earlier by the neck, choking the life out of him. I emptied the rest of my bullets into the blazing monstrosity, causing said monstrosity to flinch only slightly. He chuckled, low and throaty, as he dropped the officer's lifeless body to the ground. Guns or something, aren't they? A shitty remnant of the old world. He stepped forward, throwing a punch directly at me. Despite using both of my forearms in a cross-guard position to block, the impact still sent me flying into the lockers, rattling my bones and singing my uniform, along with the skin underneath. The kid screamed, darting away from the scene. A good decision at the moment, but at the same time, well, he was pretty much screwed. I wasn't in much of a better position myself, trying to find my feet after being staggered by a single punch. The fireman continued to approach me, eyes fanatic, with a grin that was beyond deranged as the flames roared across his body. I was still trying to pull myself together as he got within a few meters of me. But then, almost out of nowhere, his head was cranked to the side by a swift, blurry fist, sending him reeling. I looked over to the adjacent corridor, seeing a brawny figure wearing a suit of black body armor and a skull-like mask. He stood there, fist outstretched, with small purple embers resting atop his knuckles from the impact. "Hey there," he said through the holes in his mask. "I'm the backup." Did this guy just say backup? It was a bizarre thing to consider, since I thought we were supposed to be the backup. But then again, stranger things have happened. In fact, stranger things were actively happening. Backup? What backup? The armored beefcake ignored my question, putting his attention back on the fireman instead. Not that I minded that decision, to be fair. The fireman jolted back up, releasing a vortex of flames that nearly singed my eyebrows off. "Ah!" it screamed. "The new world will have no place for fodder like you. This is..." He was interrupted by another bulky fist being drilled into his jaw, rendering him immediately unconscious. The backup nonchalantly shook the flames off of his hand, dusting stray embers from his clothes in the process. Weird how the cool-looking ones usually end up being weak. Seemed like a level 3 threat. Level 3, what? What is this? Who are you? I launched a series of feverish questions at him. He scratched his face through an opening in his mask. If I tell you, I'm gonna have to brain wipe you." The response froze me for a second, and then he burst out laughing. "Nah, I'm kidding. I wouldn't be the one to do it. The suits would." "What? So who are you?" "I'm Kaz, U.S. Military, Holy, Soldier Division, Class 2. "What the hell did you even just say?" I responded, utterly baffled. He chuckled. "Wouldn't expect you to know about it. They brainwipe everybody who does, after all." "Okay," I said, trying to compose myself. "So what's going on here?" "Your guess is as good as mine, buddy. They call me up for these weird missions all the time. They've labeled them unique situations requiring divine intervention." "Divine? Holy? What's all that shit about?" "Well, they can't really explain our abilities, so they've put it on God." He made air quotes with his fingers as he said the G word. "Your abilities? Like what?" As I finished the question, a writhing, purple tentacle broke through the roof, dripping caustic liquid that dissolved the floor beneath. That looks like a level 6. He turned back to face me. You can stay and find out, but I wouldn't recommend that. It might get a bit hectic. I didn't take his advice at first, thinking that I'd die instantly if I tried going off by myself. I stayed and watched as the tentacle descended further, furiously wrapping itself around Kaz's torso. But instead of being dissolved, he began attempting to rip the appendage apart with his own bare hands. During the scuffle, a small drop of the liquid found its way onto my arm. It stung like hell as it seeped into my tissue, feeling like a boiling needle being drilled into your skin. As soon as that happened, I was out of there. But of course, I still had no idea where I was going. I could hear even more commotion going on outside, including some kind of booming robotic voice, followed by the sounds of rocket launchers. Eventually, I found what I believed to be another officer, standing at the end of a hallway with his back turned to me. "Hey," I called out, half whispering, hoping to draw zero attention. When he didn't turn around, I began walking towards him. About 3 steps in, the rational part of my brain began pulsating, causing me to stop and consider my situation. Yeah, there's no way this guy's gonna be normal, I thought. My conjecture was proved right when he turned around, revealing a mangled face resembling the rough design of a conventional jack-o'-lantern. He was also holding glowing, purple knife. The former cop let out a giggle so painfully unnatural to the point where it felt like fingers were running down my back. But I quickly realized that it wasn't the laugh that spurred that odd sensation. Somebody was literally touching my back. I whipped my head around, seeing a tall, pale man dressed in a charcoal black suit with violet swirling cyclones for eyes. "Does you understand now? Do you sense your ultimate duty?" he said to me, smiling like a lunatic. "You too could be a part of the new world as one of my messengers." Messengers for what?" I asked, trying to stall for time as I inched towards an adjacent hallway to run down. "For me, of course, the prophet, the new messiah." I don't know," I stammered out, trying to avoid his hair, raising glare. "Or I could just send you to hell right now. So turn into a demonic jack-o'-lantern or die. Both fantastic options, really." Luckily for me, a familiar figure staggered into view a few moments later. It was Kaz, looking like he'd been through a meat grinder. "Geez, that was a tough," he said, breathing heavy. He bent over for a moment before looking up at the pale man. "Oh shit, this fucker again," he muttered. The pale man's face devolved into an explicitly malicious grimace upon seeing Kaz. "A heretic calling himself holy. You dissidents should have killed me when you had the chance." Kaz sighed. "Nobody's calling themselves holy. For the last time, that's just the title they gave me, you fucking idiot." The pale man let out an ominous chuckle before levitating. "Do not take my name in vain, heretic." Kaz looked over at me. "Hey buddy, you better get out of here. I'm only going to be able to keep him occupied for a few minutes. This asshole's a level 10. I still had no idea what that meant, but it sure as hell didn't sound good. In any case, I ran away from the situation as the two clashed behind me. As much as I hated the situation, I hated my weakness even more. Despite my growing resentment for the job, one thing that kept me going was the general perception of the SWAT as some badass protectors of the public. But I hadn't saved anybody since entering the school. In fact, the kid. God damn it, the kid. I was gonna let him die here, wasn't I? Not that I could do much, though. I wasn't so safe myself, being chased by the blade-wielding officer. But what did I spend all those years training for? I'd been in life-or-death situations before. Did I run then? Fuck no. So why was I running now? Just because paranormal factors were being thrown into the mix? I laughed at myself, reflecting on my cowardice. I stopped running and drew my own knife. Time to deal with this myself, I thought. Time to become what the public thinks I am. I stepped forward as the demon officer rushed me. I managed to dodge his first swing, giving me an explosion in confidence. I capitalized on the adrenaline rush, slamming my knife into the back of his head. But then the knife shattered upon impact, and my heart subsequently dropped. The officer turned around, shoving me about 20 meters back. My whole body was stinging as I pushed myself back up. Yeah, never mind. Fuck it. I was still trying to find my balance as the officer continued striding towards me. Like I've said before, near-death experiences were hardly alien to me. But in every previous situation, my life still felt like it was in my own hands, as if I had at least a marginal degree of control over my fate. But at that moment, the prospect of death felt imminent, and it was the scariest moment of my life. As the distance between us continued closing, I spotted two figures turning the corner at the other end of the hall. I thought they were just more creatures at first, but then I realized they weren't moving like creatures, and they sure didn't look the part either. I picked up my pace, quickly stumbling to a stop right in front of them. It was a man and a woman, both appearing to be in their mid-20s. The man was tall and built, sporting what appeared to be a mechanical exoskeleton over a tank top and cargo pants, while the woman was of a more slender physique, wearing a thick jacket and tight black shorts. She also had a pair of large robotic goggles around her head. "Whoa there," the man said in a wholly unfamiliar accent. "You all right?" Out of breath, I replied mostly incoherently, simply pointing at the officer over my shoulder. The woman's expression remained stagnant as she drew a ridiculously large pistol from her jacket, firing off a round that caused my ears to ring for around half a minute. But when I turned around, the officer's entire upper body had been obliterated. "Well, that'll do it," she said, her accent being the same as the man's. "Now, maybe you can help us out and we'll call it even. You see, we're looking for a dickhead named Trent Risen. He also calls himself the Messiah or something. He's got a big bounty on his head that we'd really like to grab before anybody else does. Now, have you seen him around?" I had a decision to make here. I could have lied to the bounty hunters, claiming that I had no idea where Trent was, in order to avoid whatever hellish clash they would have engaged in. But at the same time, I was thinking that they'd actually be able to take him out, which would have meant at least one huge problem being solved. Also, it was pretty obvious that hiding by myself would only be a temporary reprieve. Something would find and kill me eventually. There was obviously no chance of me defeating the Messiah by myself. But the bounty hunters, well, I was hopeful. With that in mind, I began retracing my steps, leading the two towards the corridor where Trent and Kaz were about to throw down, hoping that the latter had at least managed to weaken the former. However, as soon as we turned our first corner, we came across 5 middle school-aged kids. They all had a faint, dark purple smoke rising up from their bodies, with blacked-out eyes and fang-like teeth. I suppose the assumption could be made that they might have been possessed. What made it even more complicated was the fact that they were kids. Could we really just kill them? "All right," I said. "Let's think of a way to incapacitate and restrain them." I acted first, attempting to grab one of the kids and put them in a chokehold. Like I said, I'm not the smartest guy. As soon as I got close, the kid grabbed me by the arm and swung me into the lockers with beast-like strength. The bounty hunter simply laughed in response. After wiping an amused tear from his eye, the man stepped forward, drawing an extremely large blade from his exoskeleton. He rushed forward at a dizzying speed, slicing each of their heads off in immediate succession. "All right," he said, completely unfazed by what he'd just done. "Let's go." "Why did you—" I began stammering out. "They were kids, we could have—" "Could have fucking what?" the woman said, stepping by me. "Gotten your ass ripped apart by them?" And then she scoffed. "Don't tell me you were thinking they could be changed back. It really doesn't work like that." I stood there for a second, horrified by their blatant cruelty. But the realization quickly dawned on me. What else could we have done? It wasn't so much that I was disturbed by what they'd done. That part seemed inevitable. It was more so the attitude they displayed whilst doing it. "Well?" the man asked me. "You coming or what? We'll ditch you right here if you don't move." I forced myself to get over it, under the reasoning that I was going to forget that any of this had happened. Well, try to forget. The idea of a brain wipe was sounding pretty good at that moment. When we got to the corridor where I'd seen Trent last, it was empty. No bodies even. Just a lot bloodstains on the ground. The male hunter sighed. "Well, damn. Really hope that fucker's still alive." As we were about to head off to keep searching, a voice called out from behind us. "What's going on over here?" It was deep and gravelly, in a tone that was both reserved and implicitly aggressive. We turned around, seeing an older man, maybe mid-40s, clad in dark green tactical gear. His hair was cut short, and one of his eyes had a gnarly scar running through it. He chewed on his cigar, seemingly analyzing the three of us. "Are you my targets?" he asked, probably not expecting an answer. The male hunter shook his head. "Don't think so. Who the fuck are you?" "Calhoun," the man responded. "Class 1 holy soldier." "Another one?" I thought to myself. "Let's see," he continued. "I'm sensing no power coming from him," he said, pointing towards me. "But you two, what's your business here?" He gestured towards the hunters. "Our business?" the woman spoke up. "Nothing to do with you." Calhoun sneered, before dropping his cigar and stomping on it. "You're impeding official U.S. military business. I fucking hate bounty hunters. Get a real job." The male hunter sneered back as he stepped forward. "What? Like yours? You're a real saint, you simpering puppet." Calhoun's lips curled into a really unpleasant smirk. "Good. Throw the first punch. Makes it even better for me." And then, before I could say anything at all, they were fighting. Each of their swings and kicks were devastating, shattering the ground and busting open metal lockers with each missed strike. It truly was a clash between titans, and it was infuriating to watch, given the situation. "What the hell are you guys doing?" I called out. "Can't this fucking wait?" I turned to the female hunter, expecting her to be some voice of reason. But of course, she was also insane, watching the fight with a huge smile plastered onto her face. "Oh God," was all I could mutter out. While the fight had started off pretty even, Calhoun was quickly gaining the upper hand. He stopped one of the male hunter's slashes by grabbing the blade. "You don't have any experience, do you, boy?" he said, before snapping it off and plunging it into one of the hunter's eyes. Despite the grievous injury, the hunter simply let out an exasperated grunt and persisted forward. He began swinging with his naked fists, managing to connect a few times with Calhoun's ribs. But the holy solider hardly seemed affected, grabbing the hunter by the head and drilling his knee upwards, shattering the jaw. Calhoun finished him off by pulling out an extremely sawed-off shotgun and blasting the hunter's torso to hell. I could only watch in abject shock as the inexplicable scene unfolded in front of me. But I'd be lying if I didn't admit to being somewhat astonished by the whole thing. I was nearly in a state of morbid awe. I looked at the female hunter, expecting her to be absolutely fuming. Instead, she just sighed, before drawing her own gun and immediately blasting a shot at Calhoun. Point blank, I thought. Asterisk, there's no way he... I looked up, seeing Calhoun with his fist outstretched, the veins on his hands pulsating. He opened his hand, dropping a massive, bloody bullet to the ground. "Fuck, that hurt," he remarked. The woman reholstered her weapon, appearing to be somewhat worried. "All right, you old bastard," she muttered, sounding increasingly unhinged. She removed her goggles, revealing a pair of large, bright red eyes underneath. She grunted, before releasing what could only be described as a beam of optic energy. The blast ripped through everything in its path, as she followed Calhoun with it. At a point, it was inches away from cutting me in half, had I not jumped, but no dice for her. The guy was just too fast on top of his overwhelming strength. He evaded her blasts with ease, before he rushed forward, decapitating her with one chop to the neck. Her head went flying, before landing at my feet. It was a sight that caused me to gag. I've seen my fair share of rough stuff, but the state I'm located in is one of the safest in America. Maybe if I was based in a rougher place, my resolve would have been higher, but that just wasn't the case here. Calhoun turned to look at me, wiping blood from his hands. "SWAT, huh? I can respect it. You're still getting brain wiped after everything's said and done, though." I opened my mouth, searching for a response, but there just wasn't anything I could force myself to say. "Count yourself lucky," he said, in response to my apparent apprehension. "It'd be easier for me to kill you on the spot. I'm letting you live out of the kindness of my heart." That seems like faulty logic, I thought to myself. But whatever. There was obviously no use arguing with the guy. "What hell's going on outside? Is it safe?" I asked him. Calhoun chuckled, somewhat condescendingly. "You don't want to see what's going on outside." Obviously, I wasn't terribly excited at the prospect of some state-ordained brain-wiping procedure. But at the moment, I was just trying to survive. I began following Calhoun as he began traversing through the corridors. "Where are we going?" I asked him. "Looking for the Messiah," he responded. "Once I get rid of him, we can go home." It was something that seemed far easier said than done, but I really had no other option than to follow the guy. He seemed strong enough, after all. He was shouting up a storm as he walked through the halls, in an attempt to provoke Trent to come out. It was something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. We were drawing too much damn attention. Although, it didn't seem to matter much, since Calhoun either punched or shot a hole through any creature that attacked us. After a few minutes of this, somebody took the bait and met us in a hallway. But it wasn't Trent. It was a tall, wiry man with dark, slicked back hair, wearing a leather jacket and tight jeans. What now? I thought to myself. Another government guy? More bounty hunters? "You're causing quite the ruckus out here," the man said, walking forward. "Looking for somebody?" "Yeah," Calhoun responded. "Don't think it's you, though. I can tell that you're no stronger than this guy," he said, gesturing towards me. The man smirked. "Cool ability. I can tell you're pretty strong as well." Calhoun scowled, already annoyed at the conversation. "Where's Trent? You another one of his lackeys? I thought he only recruited the strong. Can't imagine he'd choose fodder like you." "Yeah," the man smirked. "Can't imagine it either." As soon as he finished the statement, thick veins beginning to bulging out of his neck, he stuck his arm out to the side, and before I could blink, it had morphed into a terrifyingly familiar sight. It was the same insect-like appendage that had grabbed Axwell earlier. I could see Calhoun's eyes beginning to widen upon realizing his misjudgment. He took a fighting stance, rushing the man faster and more ferociously than he did the female hunter. The man swung at him, but Calhoun was swift enough to dodge the strike, managing to punch a hole through the man's torso. But instead of reeling in pain, the man simply continued grinning. "Tough guy, huh? Good for you." Still, with a gaping hole in his stomach, the man extended his other arm, transforming it into some kind of massive, fleshy, veiny axe. He swung it forward, managing to slice a portion of Calhoun's forearm off, who'd barely managed to dodge what would have been a fatal blow. "Come on," the man said nonchalantly. "Don't force my hand here." As he said this, I could see the hole in his stomach beginning to regenerate. It was a fucked up sight, to say the least. But it didn't end there. The man's legs seemed to revert back into his torso, with a collection of long, arachnid-esque legs quickly popping out in their place. This feels as gross as it looks, you know. At that point, he'd become far faster than Calhoun. He crawled onto the walls and ceiling, before splitting Calhoun's head down the middle with his hand axe. When he landed back on the floor, he'd returned to his normal human self once again, and then he turned to face me. "Look at that. My jacket's ruined." I was running before he'd finished his sentence. However, he didn't seem to be putting much effort into the chase, whistling as he marched behind me, sustaining a moderate pace at best. I ran like hell for around 10 minutes, evading stray creatures in the process. At a point, I found an empty computer lab and barricaded myself in there. It didn't take long for the man to find me though, but for whatever reason, he didn't barge in immediately. Instead, he's talking to me through the door, telling me that no matter what I do, I'm going to be transformed into one of Trent's messengers, that he has a quota to fill. Fuck, he just broke in. The final stage of grief is acceptance. The obscure man was approaching me with a calm demeanor, which made him even more frightening. "Can't we just skip the other 4? There's only 2 outcomes for you here." I didn't respond, causing him to sigh. It was less of an attempt at defiance, and more to do with me being at a loss for words. "Okay, how about I introduce myself? Get us acquainted. I'm Shen. You?" "Pete." I told him. "Okay, Pete. Believe me when I tell you that there will not be another chance like this for you. Right now, Trent's in a good mood. But once he finishes converting the rest of school children into cannon fodder for his army, he's gonna go on a fucking rampage. At that point, it'll be too late for you. He's not entirely there in the head, so you can't really try reasoning with him, you know? Besides, I'm trying to get on his good side by converting competent soldiers. If you're trying to recruit people, then why'd you kill Axwell?" I asked him, feeling a momentary hint of anger amongst my general shock. He shook his head. Who? Look, if I killed one of your cop buddies, then boo-hoo. Like I'd even give a semblance of a fuck. I'm only after the strong anyway. I scoffed. Well, I don't know what the hell you want with me then. You should have tried recruiting that guy you just killed. He seemed strong. Shen stood up, letting out a sigh. Sure, that meathead had decent physical strength, but look where that got him. I chopped his head like a melon. And look at you, you're still alive. You could do the same to me, I responded. How am I different? Listen, you dense fucker. It's true that I could kill you right now, but I'm choosing not to. Fuck what you think being strong means. The stuff you've been fed by Hollywood and the media and shit. That's all nonsense. The strong are the ones that end up surviving. Self-preservation is the only thing that matters. If you can punch holes through buildings but end up getting taken out by a bigger fish right after, how are you anything but weak? He slammed his hand down on my shoulder in what I assume was supposed to be an encouraging pat. However, I could feel it dislocate from the impact. You're still alive, huh? Have some confidence in yourself. I reeled from the pain, causing Shen to chuckle. I can't lie though, you normal humans sure are fragile. He put his hand back on my shoulder, softer this time, and I could feel my bones shifting back into place, with my pain being alleviated at the same time. I was stunned, hardly comprehending what had just happened. What the hell did you just do? I asked him. Not only does my own body regenerate, he responded, I can heal others as well. I'm basically Jesus, aren't I? Maybe I should be calling myself the Messiah instead. Is there a difference between the two? I don't know. But don't get too excited. I stand by what I said earlier. There's only two options for you. Either you willingly undergo the transformation right now, or I beat you down until you do. What do you? Before I could finish my question, he stomped down, effortlessly crushing my kneecap. I always thought I had a decent enough pain tolerance, but I never could have been prepared for something like this. Enough? You want to come with me now? But despite the excruciating, overwhelming pain, I didn't concede. For whatever esoteric reason, my mind was stubborn, barring me from giving in. Maybe I really just hated the idea of turning into some demon creature. Or maybe it was something else. Another driving force I couldn't explicitly identify. Well, shit, he chuckled. One leg is usually all it takes. But don't think I'm just gonna heal you up and let you go like that, eh? Why are you doing this? Why are you following that guy? I asked him through the pain, hoping to stall more than anything else. You really think that guy's some savior? Shen chuckled. I'm not a fucking idiot, so of course not. Trent's just an overpowered lunatic. Unlike him, I'm not some clown-tier cartoon villain. I'm just rational. But right now, I stand zero chance if I were to take him on. If you can't beat him, then join them until you can beat them. What's his goal? What's he even trying to do? I asked. Trent, I mean. Shen responded. Well, what happens when a really psychotic guy gains God? Like powers through an arcane ritual with roots dating back to the inception of mankind. One that involved killing over 250 people, each in an extremely obscure manner, over the course of 15 years? As you can see, shit hits the fan, and the rest of us end up scrambling. He squatted down, getting eye level with me. I told you, didn't I? When the storm hits, the strong always find a way to survive. It's a simple rule, do you understand? He smiled when I refused to respond. Let's see just how long this tenacity lasts. One of his arms abruptly transformed into a slimy, xenomorph-like mouth with rows upon rows of jagged teeth. Now this is going to hurt. A lot. But all you need to say is a few words to make it all stop. I can only remember the following half hour as a bloody blur. The pain was followed by moments of fleeting numbness, only to return with even more intensity. Shen must have dealt me 50 fatal blows, only to heal them up and repeat the process right after. He'd slice me in half at the torso, stomp on my ribs, crush my legs, etc. At a point, I lost consciousness after choking on my own blood, only to be awakened seconds later with my jaw dislocated. What's the principle behind this persistence? You got a chip on your shoulder or something? He asked me. I could only wheeze in response. Despite getting dangerously close to my breaking point, I was operating under the logic that there was no point in giving in if I'd already been pushed so far. Live on your feet, or just fucking die. My old man's words popped into my head. He'd always been kind of an asshole, but at the moment, I clung on to the advice. The whole situation was ridiculous. The torture was simply an attempt to get me to convert, and I couldn't fathom why the guy seemed so hung up on it. But the further he went, the more my mind was beginning to adapt. The pain was nearly impossible to endure for the first few minutes. After 10 minutes, it was only somewhat excruciating. After 20, I was beginning to get used to it. After 30, I was laughing. It was as if a switch had flipped in my brain. Maybe he really had driven me to some transitory state of madness. My rationality had faded, with the torture session suddenly seeming utterly absurd as opposed to anything else. Even Shen seemed surprised at my reaction. "Oh, come on," he sighed. "This is getting frustrating. Did I mess your brain up? I made sure not to touch it." He furrowed his brow. "Or is this just your inner willpower manifesting? Maybe you've got some shit going on that I'm not aware of." His arms reverted back to their normal form from the flesh saws he'd been using to hack me up with. Despite him fully healing me up, the pain still lingered throughout my entire body. Either way, this isn't gonna work. He stretched his arms out before fixing his blood-stained collar. My blood, mind you. Guess I'll just have to let you go. Those words were enough to snap me back into reality. In my excitement, I tried to stop myself from saying something stupid that might change his mind. But like I said, I'm an idiot. "Yeah, good," I stammered out. He gave me a confused squint before explaining his decision. "The transformation likely wouldn't have worked on you regardless. You could say I was testing you out there. Those with strong enough wills end up resisting it. No point in trying to convert somebody who can't be converted. Can't say you haven't earned my respect, though. Guess I'll leave it like this." He turned and began heading towards the door. "Shit's still pretty crazy out there. Let's see if you can survive this." He grinned at me once more. "If you manage to make it out of here alive, I might just have to admit that you're stronger than me. Also, don't tell Trent that I let you go. If you see him, of course." And with that, he was gone, leaving me with a faint, stinging sensation throughout my body. What a fucking weirdo, I thought to myself. But I was still alive, now more determined than ever to keep it that way. I stayed put until my senses had stabilized, only leaving when a veiny eye stalk burst through the ground in front of me. Shen was right. It was still as dangerous as ever. I traversed through the area, avoiding any potential conflicts, until I came across somebody familiar in one of the corridors. A large man wearing heavily damaged armor and a skull mask. "Kaz?" I called out to him. The bulky figure turned around. "Oh, it's you. What happened? Your clothes are all torn up." "Yeah, I began. "We need to get out of here." Kaz nodded, seemingly clutching his chest in pain. "Couldn't agree more." "What happened to you?" I asked, approaching him. "Did you beat Trent?" He shook his head. "Not even close. He ripped one of my hearts out a few seconds after you left." "Oh, that sucks." And then I thought about what he'd said. "Wait, one of them?" He nodded. "I had 4, 3 now. I just pretended to play dead." I nodded, not really needing or wanting a further explanation. "I already called it in," he continued. "We can't deal with this guy. Nobody in our division can except for one. They're sending in the big gun." "And who's that?" Kaz let out a big exhale. "Judas." The tone in his voice as he said it was rather alarming, almost as if he were naming the devil himself. "So, this Judas guy, he's gonna come and fix all this?" "Well, he'll probably be able to kill Trent. The problem is, he'll probably kill everybody else in the process. He's like a somewhat sentient natural disaster. Any place he gets to assign to usually ends up getting wiped off the face of the earth. In fact, there's a good chance that every single person in this town will die if the fight lasts long enough. The cover-up process gets complicated afterwards. Glad I'm not a desk guy. But yeah, you could say that he's quite the nuisance. And that's why we gotta get the hell out of here before he shows up. I used to have 6 hearts, you know. But then I got caught up in the aftermath of one of his little outings. Kaz started walking and I followed. Well, if this guy's so volatile, then why does the government let him out? Obviously, For situations like these, Kaz responded. They're willing to sacrifice a smaller town, as opposed to nuking the whole place or something. And honestly, I'm willing to bet that Trent could survive a nuke. He'll probably eventually wipe out a good portion of the Earth if we don't kill him now. Let's call Judas a necessary disaster. Jesus, I muttered. Also, he continued, the government has no way of controlling him regardless. At the moment, they've somewhat managed to brainwash him into embracing good old American ideals. But I reckon he could change his mind and snap at any moment. And then we're all done for. Better to get on his good side while we can. So what the hell is this guy then? I asked. Who knows, Kaz responded. Nobody but the top echelon of officials with the highest clearance have any info about him. Kinda scary to think about. Now, I'd never been a conspiracy theory buff, but I did my fair share of research into the matter. But even then, I never could have imagined something like this. After about 5 minutes of walking, Kaz said he needed to rest for a bit, given his injuries. We've taken refuge in another classroom ever since. There's a rotting corpse in here, but every other room we'd come across had been occupied by something far worse. Right now, we're trying to figure something out. A plan, so to speak. Kaz estimates that we have between 40 minutes to 2 hours before Judas arrives. This isn't even a matter of hiding until backup arrives anymore. The situation has become immeasurably fucked, and we need to find a way out of here. That's the new objective. But given the circumstances, that may be tough. I began wondering how a body would already be rotting if Trent had invaded only some hours prior, and then the corpse stood up. I'm not sure what I was even thinking. That thing hardly ever resembled a human to begin with. The entity that I thought had been a simple corpse began writhing its way up, its skin comparable in appearance to an amalgamation of thousands of tiny, shifting, brownish-gray cells, while its limbs were strung together by thick, pulsing veins. Its face began morphing, eventually taking on the appearance of a human. Not just a regular person, though, a really good-looking one. It was as if somebody stitched the head of a runway model onto a giant, deformed alien. What's the threat level on that thing? Pretty weak, right? I asked Kaz, hoping to hear 1 or 2. That might be a 5. Or 6. I cursed under my breath. Like moths drawn to a candle, the demon model began speaking. Humanity goes out of its way to seek pure beauty, disturbing my beautiful slumber in the process. But they don't deserve to bask in the presence of this beauty. The paragon of aesthetics, Kalos, will now exterminate you disgusting mongrels. We're the disgusting ones, I thought to myself. But before we could actually say anything, he rushed forward, a large, ghastly hand outstretched. One strike from him likely would have scrambled my organs. Luckily, Kaz intercepted him before that could happen, drilling his fist into Kalos's chest. The impact sent him flying into a wall, but also managed to tear apart the skin on Kaz's knuckles in the process. God damn it, he said, shaking his hand. What the hell is your body made out of? It doesn't end with you freaks, does it? Kalos chuckled as he dislodged himself from the wall. There was now a deep hole in his chest, but he didn't seem to mind it too much. Lucky you didn't aim for my face, he said. You scum would have been begging me for death. He was interrupted by another punch from Kaz, but managed to block it with both arms this time. That one was undoubtedly headed for his face. Pretty good reflexes, Kaz said. I love it when they start rambling. Kalos grimaced in anger. You're gonna regret being so smug. Subhumans should know their place. I could obliterate you fools right now, but I'll leave the dirty work to Trent. He spat on the ground in front of us before storming out of the room. I breathed a sigh of relief in response. Could you have taken him? I asked out of curiosity. Maybe, he responded. But let's not call that lucky. We might have to deal with him later. That whole situation had taken up about 5 minutes. We couldn't afford to waste any more time, immediately darting out of the room right after. What are we gonna do? I asked him as we ran. We're gonna brave it outside. When we get there, just close your eyes and keep running like hell. From beyond the walls of the school, I could hear a chorus of witch-like shrieks, along with bursts of high-pitched maniacal laughter. Safe to say, my options were pretty shitty. It was either face whatever the hell lay outside, or deal with the mysterious but apparently devastating Judas. I believe they call that going up shit creek without a paddle. except the water is acid, and the boat is just a rotting horse carcass. As we got closer to one of the exit doors, still blanketed in the purple smoke, mind you, the floors began rumbling below us. Kaz was right. There was no end to this incomprehensible nightmare. A shadow began casting itself from one of adjacent corridors ahead, getting exponentially larger with every second. We skidded to a stop before making contact with whatever the hell was coming. A monstrously sized canine scraped the walls and ceilings as it crashed into our path. I suppose canine would have been the best way to describe the thing. It hardly resembled any earthly creature at all, but it ran on 4 legs and stuck out its tongue a lot. A tongue, covered in additional mouths, lined with spike-like teeth. A tongue dripping fluid that dissolved the floor beneath. Charcoal black fur with red eyes blinking all over. Bones shaped like saws located at every joint. 4 larger eyes on its head that jutted outwards, twisting and turning to scope out the environment. I could hear Kaz chuckle in utter disbelief. "Huh, there boy," he muttered. There was also a person riding atop the bizarre beast. He was a pale, skinny, naked fellow with disheveled hair and wild eyes. "My boy's hungry, isn't he?" The psychopath talked to his apparent pet in a manner comparable to the way a suburban mom would talk to her cat. "Look, Brando," he said, pointing towards us with a bony, shaking finger. "Walking food." We didn't actually stick around to hear what he said at the end, but I imagine that it would have been something like that. If we were running hard before, we were pushing ourselves to the brink now. Kaz was faster than me, of course, but I didn't lag behind hard enough to warrant him carrying me or something. My daily 5-mile runs weren't for nothing. Eventually, we made it to a stairway, scrambling our way up with no room to spare. Brando's head got stuck in the doorway as it tried to swallow us. I nearly had a heart attack when I turned around, only to see its eyes following us up the stairs. Fortunately, Kaz punched it away. When we got up, we were drenched in cold sweat. Kaz took off his mask, which was half broken, revealing a blonde-haired, blue-eyed guy, likely in his late 20s underneath. Not really what I was expecting, to be honest. He let out what sounded like a frustrated exhale as he ran his hands through his hair. "We've made some mistakes in our lives, haven't we?" "What'd you mean?" I asked him. He looked up at me, eyes squinted in disbelief. "Look at where the fuck we are, where we voluntarily chose to be." At that moment, I had nothing to say in response. We rested for a few more moments before entering the corridor ahead of us. We couldn't go back down, after all. Brando was still stuck. As soon as I stepped into the hall, I was met with a familiar sight. Room 203. The door was now busted open, along with the surrounding walls. The purple light was as blinding as ever, and I tried my best not to stare too much. From inside, we could hear a cacophony of cries, mixed with a deeper, chanting voice. It took me a second to realize that the cries definitely belonged to the remaining school children, and one of them sounded awfully familiar. "All right," Kaz said. "Just run right past the door, no looking, full speed. We'll find another way out." "But," I began, "the kids there—" "Don't think about doing anything stupid," Kaz interrupted me. "There's no guarantee that we'll even get out of here alive. Don't make this shit even more complicated than it is." We were both given tasks that we had no chance of succeeding in. It's not our fault, but now we need to run. Obviously, he was right, but I didn't want him to be. I rarely tell anybody the true reason why I decided to join law enforcement. It really wasn't for any kind of recognition. Not so I could pretend to be some swashbuckling badass either, no matter how much I lied to myself about it. Certainly not for the pay. It was because I had a strong resolve, spurred on by one fateful incident. Back in my university days, I used to be part of a baseball club, one that held late matches that lasted well into the night. One of those nights, I was walking back to my apartment at around 1 a.m. when I heard a cry that was quickly muffled coming from a sedan parked on the side of the road. As soon as I heard it, I stopped. Now, I was no hero. I still don't think I am. Truly, nobody special. I was just a simple person with simple ideals. Ones that I never had a reason to act on until that night. Before that, I wouldn't have believed that I had it in me. We all fantasize about doing these things, but when the time comes to act, Our rationality and self-preservation instincts bar us from doing so. But sometimes, raw passion and idealism manages to override everything. Long story short, I shattered the sedan's tinted windows with my bat before nearly bludgeoning a human trafficker's head in. I'm sure it was something that the 13-year-old girl being bound and gagged in the back couldn't have forgotten, but hey, it was hard for me to stop myself. And she'd already seen far worse. Afterwards, the girl's parents hugged me whilst bawling their eyes out. That was the first time in my life I felt genuinely fulfilled with myself. It was a good thing that I didn't kill the guy as well. They managed to interrogate the names of other traffickers involved and locations where the kidnapped were being held out of him. I enrolled in the police academy a year later, after I'd graduated college. Those memories flooded back into my mind at a rapid pace, a reminder of my resolve, the real reason why I was in this situation in the first place. It was true that I'd lost my passion over the stagnant years, but all it took was one push to bring it all back. At that point, I was completely unarmed, save for 2 stun grenades and the taser on my belt. But that didn't stop me from rushing right in. Never said I was smart, did I? Kaz cursed at me from behind, running to catch up. Obviously, I had no idea what to expect upon entering that room. But there was only one detail that I needed to know. There were kids in need of help. My eyes stung as the purple light invaded my senses. But despite how much it hurt, I felt oddly drawn to them, as if whatever was emitting the glow was just begging me to look. But that was obviously a bad idea, so I forced myself to stare ahead, at the rows of blindfolded kids tied to their seats. There was also a person at the front of the room, where the teacher would have stood, whilst giving a lecture. They wearing a large, dark cloak and had bone-like fingers that were constantly twitching, forming consecutive obscure symbols. On top of that, they were chanting in a voice that was deep, fast, and gravelly, devoid of any emotion at all. Obviously the mastermind behind the whole ritual thing. I was on an adrenaline high, so I did the best thing I could think of at the moment. I clocked the person straight in the jaw. They slumped over and their hood came off, revealing a pale, borderline emaciated woman with symbols and scars etched throughout her face. I'd always told myself that I was going to be that guy who'd never hit a woman in his life, but fuck it. I turned around to face the kids. A few of them seemed aware of what was going on, but most of them seemed completely out of it. For whatever reason, I thought that taking off their blindfolds was going to be a good idea, but that couldn't have been farther from the truth. I ran to the kid nearest me and ripped off the thin piece of cloth wrapped around his head. For the first few seconds, his terrified eyes were on me, and then they drifted to the front of the room, fixating on the glow. In an instant, his eyes turned black, and his teeth grew sharp and large. He launched his head towards me, biting my forearm in the process. I reeled from the pain but managed to kick him off before he could go for a follow-up mouthful. But the possessed kid was relentless, as if his life had suddenly been reduced to serving a singular goal, to inflict as much carnage as possible. With his mouth agape, he scrammed towards me again, only to be knocked out by a single flick to the forehead by Kaz. "Smart move," he said, shaking his head. "At least they aren't nearly as strong as the fully transformed ones I came across earlier. Looks like you interrupted the process." "Did you kill him?" I asked, concerned at the prospect. 90% chance I didn't. "But what the fuck are you doing? I told you the plan. No detours." I gestured around the room. "We gotta save him." "How?" Kaz asked. "You want to march them all out into the hallways, single file, and just walk them out. What are you gonna do if we come across another creature? Or another freak? You think I'm gonna be able to protect them all?" "I'm not asking you to. I sighed in frustration because I knew he was right. Am I just selfish? I thought. I know there's no way we can save all of them, so why the hell am I forcing it? Why am I risking our only shot at getting out of here, just to make myself feel better? It was a rather annoying predicament. People always die, don't they? Not everything can be helped. But then there was something to consider. Could we really allow the kids to become possessed? Or was it better to commit the unthinkable right then and there? Maybe it wasn't so unthinkable, given the circumstances. But were there really fates worse than death? "I'm leaving in 10 seconds, Kaz said. "I'll help you out, but not if it's going to get me killed in the process. There was no time to balance the ethics here. Guess you can't save everybody, I thought. I got up, preparing to leave, when I heard something that stopped me in my tracks. "Cop dude, is that you?" That kid. I'd forgotten about him. The kid I'd encountered earlier. I turned, seeing him tied up in the back of the room. There were tears streaming down his face and his nostrils were spewing snot. An unsightly child, no doubt about it. "Oh, come on," Kaz said. "Don't tell me you know him." I took a deep exhale. Barely. But barely was enough. Maybe I couldn't save them all, but I could at least save one. I darted to the back of the room, untied the kid, and began dragging him towards the door, still averting my eyes from the glow. "Hopefully that wasn't a mistake," Kaz said, preparing to step out of the room. But before I could offer any words of reassurance, I could feel my feet sink into the floor, and then a pounding headache. Oh, great. The woman I'd knocked out moments prior was standing back up, her eyes glowing a menacing violet. "You interrupted me? What's wrong with you?" She extended a finger, and I was inexplicably launched into a wall. Kaz tried rushing her, but was buried into the ceiling. "Shit," he grunted out. "A fucking Esper?" "Esper?" She laughed. "You've got it all wrong." She formed a fist, and I could see Kaz's torso being punctured by a seemingly invisible force. Another one of his hearts began floating out of the wound, before being crushed in the air. "Damn it," he shouted. "Espers don't exist," the woman continued. "I'm controlling entities beyond your comprehension. Beings that have been in this room all along, waiting for my command. Your brains have filtered them out in an attempt to keep you sane. Good for you." All of a sudden, I could feel an invisible hand that was simultaneously rough and slimy, firmly grasping my neck, beginning to choke the life out of me. The woman then pointed at Kaz. "I'll have to deal with this one later. His will seems rather hard to break. One of the strong. But you," she turned to me, "you're nothing. The most glory you can hope to glean out of this world is existing as a disposable soldier in the Messiah's Legion. Just accept it." I felt my body get cranked to the side. I knew what was coming, so I closed my eyes. She simply laughed at this. Pathetic. I could feel another hand forcing my eyelids open, exposing me to whatever obscure force was waiting in front of me. And as expected, I couldn't begin to understand what I was looking at. The strange purple overwhelmed my field of vision, but it wasn't only an external stimulus. The light seeped deep into my senses, and into what I assumed to be my soul itself. I could feel it gnawing away at my lucidity, my humanity, my own sense of self. The light in front of me began to morph, showing me scenes of an utterly inconceivable nature. Maybe it was another planet, another realm, another level of consciousness entirely. Beings that didn't coincide with the current plane of existence, colors that I'd never seen before, nearly tearing my brain apart at the very implication of their existence. Eventually, an otherworldly appendage reached out to me, beckoning for me to follow. At the moment, I really did want to. It was something that seemed utterly out of my control. However, I was still clinging onto my own reality, forcing a motivating mantra to reverberate throughout my mind. 3 simple words. The strong survive. I'm not entirely sure what I was doing at that moment. Perhaps my will was functioning implicitly, without my brain really understanding what was happening. In any case, the enigmatic beings in front of me began dissolving back into the uniform light, and I was gaining back some control of my own consciousness. And that's when I told myself something that broke me out completely. Whatever's in front of me, it's just a damn light. When I came back to my senses, blood was dripping from my nose, and my head was pounding something fierce, but I was alive, and I was still myself. At that moment, I couldn't myself from letting out a boastful laugh. Fuck you. I fucking did it. The woman's face contorted into a furious glare. You can die instead then. It was a fatal mistake. In her rage, she'd focused all of her attention on me, leaving Kaz to his own devices. As he dropped down from the ceiling, he punched her head clean off, immediately grunting in pain afterwards. 2 hearts gone, what a shitty day. I expected him to be pissed at my rash decision when he turned to face me. But while he certainly wasn't happy about what had transpired, I could also sense a hint of something else in his eyes. Now, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but it might have been admiration. Grab that damn kid and let's get out of here. For a moment, I was still hung up on the idea of saving the rest of them, but I tossed that aside when spider-like legs spurted out of the woman's severed neck and began crawling back to her body. We ran the hell out of there. Now that I knew I was more or less capable of withstanding the purple light, I was also confident in traversing through the smoke and right out the exit. This is gonna work, I thought. Can I take my blindfold off now? The kid asked me. We ran. I'd completely forgotten about it. Oh shit, yeah, take it off. He did so, but nearly screamed when he caught a glimpse of the bloodied Kaz. I covered his mouth before he could attract any unwanted attention. That's Kaz, I told him. Don't worry about it. We descended down the stairwell at the opposite end of the floor, hoping not to run into Brando again, or any other of Trent's insane messengers. We were about 40 feet away from the exit when we heard gunshots coming from the corridor up to the left of us. Shit, Kaz said. Is that bad news? From what I'd seen, none of the messengers needed guns, and I assumed it wouldn't have been one of the creatures. By that logic, it must have been a friendly. Probably. But the question was, what were they firing at? We moved up a bit more, before a figure stumbled into our vision. A familiar one. Dex? He turned his head, eyes widening in surprise upon seeing me. Pete, you're still alive? Nice. Just give me a second. He darted back down the corridor at a speed that took me by surprise. He was like a blur. A few moments later, and after hearing what sounded like an intense struggle, he walked back out, accompanied by two more people. One was a woman with strawberry blonde hair tied back into a ponytail, wearing a torn-up jacket, khakis, and boots. One of her arms was mechanical, and portions of her neck also appeared to be robotic. Kaz seemed to recognize her. Cecile? He said, smiling. They roped you into this as well, huh? He turned to me. Another Holy Solider, Class 0, pretty tough. Also, the only one I don't mind looking at. She nodded, bent over in exhaustion, while stretching out her bloody robot fingers. Yeah, real happy to be here. She looked up. What the fuck happened to you? And where's that asshole Calhoun? I didn't say anything. The last person was rather unassuming. A middle-aged man of average build tinkering around with a small spherical device in his hands. He glanced up at us. I'm Joel. Good to meet you. And then he immediately went back to doing whatever he was before. Sure, it was strange behavior, but in the context of everything else that had happened, not so much. I was glad to see Dex, but it begged the question, how did he survive? What happened? He stepped forward, seemingly sensing what I was about to ask. They forced me to stare at the purple thing. Nearly got me as well. Then she saved me. He gestured towards Cecile. But, he continued, holding up his rifle, as you can see, I'm a bit wacky now. I didn't notice it at first. His arm and the gun had become fused together, connecting at the right elbow in a disturbing amalgamation of metal, plastic, and flesh. I was too late, Cecile chimed in. They got the transformation started. I walked up towards him, seeing abnormally large veins running up the right side of his neck to his chin. One of his irises had also turned into dark red. Yeah, it's pretty freaky, whatever this is. I must not have been hiding my shock too well, because he chuckled. If you're feeling bad for me right now, I'll knock you out. I survived, didn't I? I'm stronger now as well. I knew he wasn't the type to fish for sympathy. No matter how distraught he was about his current situation, he wasn't going to show it, nor did he want anybody else to dwell on it. So I obliged him. How do you reload that thing? I asked. Don't need to, he replied, holding it up. It's weird. I can still feel my hand inside of this thing. The trigger's in there as well. Every time I pull it, it shoots. No jams. No need to reload. Insane rate of fire. Not quite sure what the bullets are made out of, though. I'm thinking they may be bone fragments. Well, that's something, I stammered out. We can continue this little reunion outside, Kaz spoke up. He turned to face Cecile. Judas is inbound, you know? I figured, she responded. But we can't leave. Kaz raised an eyebrow. Why not? They've set up the dome. We're trapped. Kaz was silent for a moment, before staring at the ground. Shit, he spat in frustration. The dome? Like what, made out of glass or something? Just break through it, I said, confused at their sudden complacency with the situation. Cecile sighed. Look, the state has a lot of shit that you would never understand. Now, I don't know what this dome is made out of, but I can guarantee that none of us could even crack it. Except for Judas, that is. They're containing the whole area until he shows up, Kaz added. We're basically sitting ducks now. But they know you guys are in here, don't they? Kaz chuckled. What's a few expendable soldiers to the fate of the world at large? They always do this shit. Finding excuses and covering shit up. You ever wonder what happened to that airplane that went missing a few years ago? Judas is what happened. But, whatever. Nothing we can do about it. He was angry at first, but at that moment, he sounded more or less resigned to his fate. That's just like you, Kaz, Cecile said, giving up so quickly. She tapped Joel on the shoulder. How's that thing coming along? She asked him. Yeah, progress is being made. Give it about 20 or 30, he responded. Cecile turned back to face us. We found him lurking around in the halls. Thought he was a teacher at first, but he wasn't freaking out or anything. Said he came here to pick something up. Wouldn't elaborate. Not sure where he came from or what he's all about. All I care about is that he can apparently get us out. Get us out? The hell's that supposed to mean? Kaz asked. It means what it means, Joel said. You say this Judas guy's gonna come and muck everything up. You also say there's an unbreakable barrier outside. That the government's gone and left you for dead. He looked up for the first time in a while, grinning. How surprising. In that case, we just gotta find another way. But don't worry about those logistics. Just keep me alive a bit longer, yeah? Kaz hardly reacted to the proposition. I didn't blame him. The whole thing sounded wonky at best. But again, stranger things. I should have stopped being surprised. Well, Kaz finally said, after a few moments of contemplation. We got nothing better to do, I guess. Let's find somewhere to hide. No can do, Cecile said. Apparently, we need to be outside when this happens. The doors to the football field are still open. That's where we're heading next. Kaz let out a sigh and a chuckle at the same time. Nothing's easy today, huh? Nothing's ever easy. Should have stayed in school, I guess, Cecile said. By the way, who's the fucking kid? I looked over at him. It looked like he was about to shit himself as he hugged the lockers while simultaneously trembling. Oh, a straggler, but I'm not just gonna leave him here, I responded. Cecile rolled her eyes before walking up to him. You got a name, kid? Huh, Harris, he stammered out. Well, Harris, are you strong? Probably not. Cecile just shook her head, laughing. You remind me of my little brother. He's also a pussy. But I'll get you out of here alive. She raised a fist and pointed it towards him. But you'll have to promise me something as well. You may not be strong, but you're gonna have to try. Don't be an easy target, all right? Still shaking, Harris lifted his fist and connected it with hers. Yeah, she got too strong for her own good and gives terrible advice now, Kaz whispered to me. Afterwards, Cecile began heading towards the field entrance. The rest of us followed behind her, with Harris and Joel squished in between us, the latter still fiddling with the device. Here, Dex said, placing his pistol in my hand. You're looking a bit empty there. Not sure how much that'll help, though. I was a bit concerned about that as well. Still, it felt better having some kind of weapon in my hands. In retrospect, I should have picked up the bounty hunter's gun. Firing it once likely would have dislocated my arm, though. We made it to the field without much problem. We ran into a few creatures along the way, but they were taken care of rather easily. Once out on the field, we looked up, seeing the octagonal patterned barrier above and around us. It was rather hard to see through, but a few things were for sure. It'd become dark outside, and there were helicopters and vehicles surrounding the place. The area still within the barrier, but beyond the field was also littered with corpses, both human and creature alike. But our biggest problem was standing right in front of us. An extremely tall man, probably eclipsing 8 feet. His hair was long and red, seemingly floating atop his oversized shoulders. The top half of his head was covered by black cloth, obscuring his eyes. The rest of his body seemed to be covered in black bandages, wrapped tight so that his hulking physique bulged through. He was also holding a long, thin sword that emanated the same red glow as his hair. "I have to say," he began speaking, in a calm but explicitly hostile tone, "that's a tough barrier you've set up here. You're trying to keep us in, are you?" He lifted his sword, pointing it directly at us. "A pointless effort. The Messiah is going to burn this world down and create a superior one from the ashes." Kaz let out a bored grunt, interrupting the sword man's spiel. "Holy fuck, you people are lame. What's the point of any of this?" "Idiot," Cecile said under her breath. "Should have kept him talking. Buy us some time." The swordman let out a patronizing laugh. "Lucky I'm the one you're dealing with. Unlike those savages, I don't get offended so easy. But you lot must be confident. Better for me. Come and give me some stimulation before you die." "We got any time to come up with a plan?" My question fell on mostly deaf ears. The swordsman was already on the offensive. "Just stay out of his range," Cecile yelled at me. The man stepped forward before swinging his oversized blade at Kaz, missing his throat by inches. "Out of my range?" he said, smirking. "Good luck." He marched back a few steps before furiously slicing the empty space in front of him. I couldn't understand what he was doing until it hit me. My hand began stinging, and I looked down to see my left pinky finger severed. I could feel another sharp pain brush past my face, scraping the side of my ear. The phantom blade. "No mortal swordsman could ever hope to match divine techniques," the man said. "I wasn't even trying to kill you there." The swordsman looked directly at me. "Latent potential is the best kind. Can't squander it." "Well, you know how the saying goes," Dex said, raising his arm rifle. "Never bring a knife to a gunfight." He fired off a hailstorm spray of bullets, the recoil pushing his entire body back a few inches. I could see the metal flesh joint at his elbow pulsating with the barrage. But he ceased fire after only a few seconds. Where'd he go? I looked over to the spot where the swordsman had been standing. An empty space, as anticipated. In the absence of any kind of warning at all, he suddenly appeared behind Dex, already in the process of swinging, only to be intercepted by Cecile's metallic arm at the last moment. They clashed, seemingly matching each other's strength as they pushed with their respective weapons, the pressure destroying the turf beneath them. "That's a strong arm. You using all your strength there?" the swordsman nonchalantly said to Cecile. "Fuck, no," she grunted out in response. "Well, good," he grinned. "I haven't started trying yet." He pushed her back hard, launching her into the barrier above like a pinball, before she bounced back and crashed into the field, a crater forming upon her impact. It was a surreal sight watching her climb out mere moments later, with hardly a scratch on her. "How did she?" I began. "Barriers." Kaz interrupted my question with the answer. "With her arm, she can form protective barriers around her entire body. That's her specialty." Cecile had a worried look on her face as she stretched her shoulder out. "Yeah, but hard to use that for offense." She was obviously lying when she claimed that she wasn't using her full strength to hold the sword back. It seemed as if it nearly taken everything out of her. Yet, she was launched away like an afterthought. Safe to say, we were in the presence of a truly deadly enemy. I looked around, seeing Harris hiding by a tree, while Joel sat calmly in front of it, still fidgeting around with the device. Unfortunately, the swordsman followed my gaze over to them. "What have those two been doing?" he asked. "I mean, one's just a kid, but the other..." I could see Cecile's face drop. "They're not a part of this," Kaz responded. "You said you wanted a good fight, right?" The man turned to face him. "Yes, but I'm also here to eliminate anybody that stands in the way of the Messiah. Is he doing something important over there? Something I should be concerned about?" Kaz shook his head, ostensibly trying to remain stoic. "Well, if you don't want to tell me." He readied his blade, preparing to launch another set of phantom strikes right at them, but before he could, Kaz was on him. The swordsman blocked a punch with the hilt of the blade, before slashing Kaz across the chest, causing him to wince. Kaz pressed forward, relentlessly sending a barrage of fists the swordsman's way. However, just about all of them were blocked or parried by the man's one free hand. Soon enough, he sent Kaz reeling with a palm strike to the chin. Apparently, he didn't even need the sword. Decent enough strength, but your technique is basic, he said, twirling the blade in his hand. Disappointing performance out of you lot. Took care of you all in a matter of minutes. What do you mean took care of? Cecile said. I looked over, watching as the tips of her mechanical fingers transformed into long, whirling drills. I really do hope you keep underestimating us. Can you defend from 3 positions at once? It wasn't hard to figure out what she meant. They were all going to attack simultaneously. But the swordsman seemed to revel at the challenge, simply smirking as she said this. I've taken out entire armies, come at me. Cecile went first, darting erratically towards him, as to avoid any phantom slashes. At the same time, Kaz was pulling himself back up, flexing his knuckles. He clenched his fist before rushing at the man's back. Standing farther out was Dex, with his rifle trained directly towards the fray. The man was far too fast for him before, but with distractions in play, he saw a chance. The 3 converged their attacks all at once. Kaz threw a fist towards his back. Cecile swiped at him with her drill fingers from the front, and Dex sprayed like hell. But it didn't come close to working. The whole exchange was over in a mostly incomprehensible flash. Dex's rifle arm had been sliced in half, and Kaz's face was stomped into the dirt. Cecile managed to hang on for a bit longer, parrying a few of his swings with her fingers, before being forced to activate one of her protective barriers once she started being overwhelmed. But even that didn't hold up, as it was cut into smithereens shortly after. The swordsman then plunged the blade into her stomach, causing a spurt of blood to erupt from her mouth. At that moment, I realized the only thing I was good for was buying some time. I drew my pistol and fired off a few futile shots. He didn't even bother evading the bullets. They shattered upon impact with his bandaged skin. With the other 3 out cold, he turned his attention towards me. It's curious to me why Shen left you alive, he said. Are you strong? I blinked once, felt a rush of air nearly launch me backwards, and then opened my eyes to see the man standing right in front of me. His speed was beyond comprehension. He lifted a hand and gently swatted me backwards. Well, gently for him. The impact left me breathless as I was propelled about 15 feet into a chain-link fence. Doesn't seem like it, he said, still advancing towards me. But maybe there's something I'm not quite understanding here. I'll have to take it up with Shen later. In the meantime, he turned his gaze towards Joel and the kid. The latter was shitting himself, while the former hardly seemed to notice what was going on around him. I was still trying to find my lungs as the swordsman began approaching them, about to ruin what was apparently our only way out. I began crawling towards them, observing their interaction as I did. What have you been doing? The swordsman asked Joel while the kid remained frozen. Surprisingly, Joel remained absolutely calm. In fact, he didn't do as much as glance up. Are you just going to pretend I'm not here? The swordsman said, bending down so that their eye levels were more even. That's a valiant strategy. Is it going to work though? What if I just grab that thing out of your hands and crush it? Then what? Joel chuckled, still not looking up. Go ahead and do it then. They always make that mistake. What? The swordsman asked. I've been around. Don't want to facilitate any more destruction. Every night, I think about the countless worlds I visited that have been reduced to nothingness simply because one fool wanted to show me their bravado. The strong always end up being the instruments of their own demise. He held the device up, nearly shoving it into the swordsman's face, who backed up instinctively. I'm not doing anything for any particular person. It's true that overwhelming responsibility must come with overwhelming power. I'm doing this to ensure that you have a universe to live in. But at the end of the day, I'll spare you no pity if you try and stop me. If you decide to be the fool of your world. I could see the swordsman swallow as he backed up further. I didn't blame him. Joel said the words with such force and conviction that even I was beginning to believe him. Well, what is that thing? The swordsman asked. Joel looked up at him for the first time since he'd been approached. Something that you could never hope to understand. Okay, try me. Joel sighed, rubbing his eyes. You understand the concept of the multiverse, don't you? The swordsman tilted his head. What does that have to do with anything? Just hang on. Let me explain. Joel continued. It'd be ignorant and straight up arrogant to assume we'd be alone, not only in the universe, but in this entire plane of existence as well. Okay, the swordsman scratched his chin. Assuming that, we understand that there are additional realities not only parallel, but adjacent, above, below, and in any other conceivable direction from us, like a roadmap. The swordsman had stopped speaking entirely. Beyond that, there will be instances where sometimes different realities begin bleeding into each other, creating a... Okay, the swordsman stuck his arm out. I get it. Joel raised his eyebrow. You're trying to buy time. Joel chuckled. Well, not anymore. A robotic fist suddenly drove itself into the side of the swordsman's temple. The hit sent him crashing headfirst into another tree. I looked over to see Cecile with her arm outstretched and fist detached, smoke rising from the end of the wrist she'd shot at Form. How much more time? She asked Joel, wincing with every word as blood poured from her stomach. Joel sighed. About 5. 5 minutes? Kaz said, pulling himself out of the dirt. Do we have that kind of time? Joel shrugged. Look, I'll be honest, it'll more likely take 8. Dex ran over, clutching his severed rifle arm. This fucking hurts. I think the gun and my skin cells literally fused or something. Is the sword guy dead at least? Almost like a response, the swordsman bolted back up, clutching a bloody wound on the side of his head. Let my guard down. Got a fast talker on your side. Nice trick. He picked his weapon back up. I got a hand at you lot. Really didn't think you'd get one good hit in on me. Cecile's mouth was agape in disbelief. That fist is capable of tearing through ships, she said. The swordsman laughed. Well, then look who's stronger than a fucking ship. The situation became infinitely worse when Brando and its master busted through field entrance. They were followed by the lady who'd been conducting the rituals, along with Kalos and Shen. That bastard's expression was beyond smug as he strolled out towards me. It was almost the visual equivalent of a taunt, as if he were asking me the silent question, wonder how you're gonna make it out of this? What's up, Soze, you're already here? Shen said. These guys didn't give you any trouble, did they? That's not gonna down well with the boss. The swordsman, whose name was apparently Soze, scoffed in response. No trouble at all. And then, from above, the world's biggest asshole. The one who was apparently both the mastermind and muscle behind it all. The orchestrator of this whole shit show. The Messiah, Alaska Trent Risen, in his pale-skinned, black-suited, vortex-eyed glory. With a faint violet glow surrounding him, he descended, floating down at a calm, constant speed. All of my messengers are here, he said, his feet touching down on the turf. And you people are the only ones left. One last chance. Transform yourselves and become a part of my divine legion. The world's going to change, regardless of what you choose to do. The following few seconds were both silent and tense, only to be broken by Kaz, who began chuckling uneasily. Like somebody who'd found themselves in the most drastic of situations, forcing themselves to laugh in order to cope. You feel that? He asked Cecile. She simply nodded, a defeated expression on her face. It didn't take me long to figure out what they meant. It was like an overwhelming presence, slowly sinking your entire body into the ground. But not only that, there was also a more esoteric effect to it. Like your very soul was somehow being compressed. I was blinded by an extraordinary flash as the already overwhelming aura grew heavier. With my eyes still closed, I heard a piercing shatter from above. When my senses returned to me, I looked up to see that a portion of the dome had been smashed open. The culprit was standing right at the center of everybody else. It looked like a winged man made out of sheer golden light. Well, more like a titan. He towered over anybody else in the vicinity. All of Trent's messengers stepped back, likely feeling the dangerous pressure exuding off of the entity, but not Trent himself. His feet stayed firm. The golden man moved forward, leaving behind a trail of yellow fire wherever he stepped, before speaking in a voice so thunderous that it caused my insides to tremble. From the crossroads that connect heaven, earth, and hell, Judas has arrived. 8 minutes. It might as well have been an eternity. Judas versus the Messiah, Kaz muttered, as the two behemoths stared each other down. That's comical. Pretending to be a god. Truly despicable. The mere sound of Judas's voice was enough to induce a migraine, like being shouted at by a military drill instructor through a megaphone directly into your ear. Trent remained surprisingly composed. Who's the one acting like a false god? Judas? Is that what you call yourself? A treacherous snake? Judas took a deep breath before responding. I don't know if it was just my mind playing tricks, but I swore I could have felt the air pressure drop when he did so. I don't come from your world. My very name has been tainted by your deceitful scriptures. He began lifting into the air, his gigantic wings producing rough gusts of wind in the process. This world doesn't deserve a reprieve, but as the paragon of virtue, I'll grant light in the darkness, a gift to your miserable species, by killing you first. Not sure which one I hate more, Dex muttered under his breath. Trent laughed, sneered, before holding up his hand. My disciples, this is our first trial. Once we eliminate this degradation of a deity, we'll be on the path of solidifying ourselves as the legitimate ones. He looked at Judas, his eyes swirling like hell. You're strong, sure, but you never could have been an ally. Judas scoffed. Do you honestly believe I would ever ally myself with a mockery like you? You are to me what an ant is to a human, below nothing. Kalos stepped forward and cracked his knuckles, causing bits of the bizarre residue that constituted his skin to fly out. You're sure hard to look at, aren't you? He said before rushing towards Judas. His arms grew larger and larger as he ran, to the point where he began adopting ape-like movements. As he got within a few feet, he raised a fist, now the size of a boulder, and attempted to strike. A subtle smirk formed across Judas's lips before he casually flicked it away with a single finger, tearing the entire limb off in the process. Kalos was left speechless, hardly being able to comprehend what had just happened. What? It was the only word he was able to articulate before his head was disintegrated by a yellow beam that Judas shot out from his eyes. Judas remained still afterwards, silently beckoning for anybody else to try. Brando and his master took the challenge next, only to explode from a single punch, showering the area with dog creature guts. The ritual lady was third, attempting to bind Judas in place with her, not ESP powers. These beings exist in realms even you aren't familiar with, she said, her eyes fading into sheer white as she presumably exerted every ounce of her strength. However, it made no difference to Judas. He nonchalantly stepped forward as blood began leaking out of the lady's mouth, her eyes wide in utter disbelief. How are you? How? She rasped out. Not only am I familiar with these beings, Judas said, I conquered them centuries ago. He raised a hand, causing the woman to lift up with it. The crux of my power exists on a level you couldn't hope to comprehend. It's shameful that you even tried. He closed his fist, simultaneously squishing the lady into a bloody basketball-sized mass of flesh. She turned out to be wrong. Esper certainly did exist. Trent's messengers were suddenly down to 2. Well, Sozi said, turning to Shen. Guess you're up. Why don't you give it a shot instead, big guy? You know the pecking order, don't you? The strong go last. Right, Shen said, stepping forward. I could see him trying to hide a smirk. The strong... A pair of dark, bony wings suddenly popped out from his back. Looks like all of my problems solved themselves, he said, lifting up towards the hole in the barrier that Judas had created. I really do hope you all kill each other. Right before flying away, he turned his head towards me and winked. Another silent question. Are you gonna survive this? Sozi grimaced. He's trying to save his own ass. Unsurprising. I'll chase him down later. No need to worry about scum like him. He extended his blade, pointing it right at Judas. I hope you know that the powers you've seen so far pale in comparison to mine, and yet, mine pales in comparison to the Messiah. This is hopeless for you. Trent's expression remained stone-like as he said this. In response, Judas held out his hand. A colossal, blinding, golden blade materialized in front of him, with smoldering sparks shooting out from it in every direction as he grasped it. I was once a swordsman, back in my mortal days. You could have called me a prodigy. He pointed his own weapon at Soze. I haven't met another practitioner of the blade that could duel with me in over 2,000 years. Let's see if you can evoke a shred of fighting spirit out of me. A prodigy, huh? Soze responded, marching forward. Everybody's a prodigy these days. He reached up and removed the cover from the top half of his face, revealing 4 sharp, slanted, glowing crimson eyes, with a 5th, larger and circular, at the top. "I don't like doing this," he said, his voice growing more and more distorted. "I never feel like myself. It's like I go into a frenzy every time." The ensuing battle was completely incomprehensible to me, but one thing was for sure. Soz was definitely holding back when he fought against us. The two were respective red and gold blurs zooming through my field of view, absolutely overwhelming my human sense of vision and reality. I couldn't follow anything. After about 10 seconds, they stopped, sliding backwards in opposite directions on the field. Judas didn't seem to have a scratch on him, while Soze looked like he just swam through a sea of needles. He exhaled as blood dripped from cuts covering every inch of his body. "I'm impressed," Judas said. "You defended 830 out of 1,000 slashes, but still, you couldn't land one on me." Soz grunted, before chuckling something ominous. "Oh, you're gonna force it, aren't you?" He took his sword and ran it down his abdomen, shredding his bandages before ripping them off completely, revealing massacred skin beneath. "I'll have to resort to forbidden techniques." He took his sword again and lopped off his right forearm. A few seconds elapsed before a new arm grew in its place. It was dark and veiny all over, with a giant mouth at the center of the palm. The veins quickly expanded, enveloping the rest of his body, covering his wounds as they did so. He grasped the sword in his new hand, with the mouth biting the handle, keeping it in place. They rushed each other again. Or, I assumed they did. At that point, they must have been moving at beyond hypersonic speeds. I couldn't see anything at all, not even blurs. The gusts of wind being produced from their clash sent me flying backwards, and I could feel a sharp pain invading my eardrums. This time, they stopped after only 5 seconds. Once again, they both skidded in their respective directions. I looked over at Judas, who was still looking no worse for wear. Soze was unmoving, seemingly frozen in place. At first, I couldn't discern just how bad his injuries really were. "I am surprised," Judas said. He turned his head, revealing a small cut on the side of his neck. "Nobody's been able to draw blood from me in 1,500 years. And that took the entire military might of a Type 2 civilization." Soze remained still. "This time, you defended 14,000 out of 15,000. All of a sudden, Soze began falling apart 1 square inch at a time, before turning into a pile of cubed flesh on the ground. Still not enough to earn my respect. And with that, we were down to the final 2. "How much time has passed?" I asked, whispering. 2 minutes, Cecile muttered in response. I looked over to see Joel still picking away at the device. "Oh God," I thought. Trent stepped forward, facing Judas directly. He smiled. "I know what you are. And what is that?" "Just another trial." Judas scoffed. "Whatever you say." Trent began ascending upwards, the dark aura surrounding him growing in intensity. "You've shown me the light, Judas. What I need to do in order to reach ultimate divinity." 6 portals suddenly materialized around him. "I'll show you my true strength. I won't live in anybody's shadow, not yours, not even the existing gods themselves." From each portal, dark, armored dragon-esque creatures emerged, breathing black fire in their wake. Each one was about the size of a school bus. These beings are physical manifestations of my own aura, an extension of my deepest soul. Take them out, and then I'll fight you myself. In the meantime, he turned to look at us. "I'll have to eliminate the riffraff." Trent sent one of the creatures after us, while the other 5 rushed Judas. Kaz stepped forward, attempting to stop the dragon in its tracks. He managed to halt it for a few moments before getting launched backwards. The creature released a massive gust of flames from its oversized mouth, nearly scorching my skin right off. At that point, all I could do was evade. "Damn it! If Trent pushes Judas too far, we're fucked," Cecile shouted. Cecile struggled to block with her mechanical arm as the dragon swiped at her. I looked over to see Judas effortlessly cutting each of the dragons down as they attacked him, utterly unfazed as he was engulfed in their fire. However, the creatures remained relentless. At the same time, we were struggling immensely against just one. Kaz stood up, limping back into the fray, only to be blasted by flames as the dragon tossed Cecile aside. He grunted in pain as his skin was burnt to a crisp. Shit. Can't avoid it now, he muttered, plunging his arm into his chest. Before anybody could ask what he was doing, he'd pulled both of his remaining 2 hearts out. "Kaz, what the hell?" Cecile shouted. He just grinned. "You gotta keep your best tricks a secret till the last moment." He took both organs and slammed them together, causing them to inexplicably fuse into one. Against all logic, the new, larger heart began beating, and he inserted it back into his chest. As soon as he did this, the dragon charged at him again, with a fury of slashes and fire. I was almost certain he was done for. But then the smoke cleared. Kaz stood there, already in the process of healing from his burns, grabbing the dragon by the neck. He was also bigger. His already massive musculature seemed to have been augmented to ridiculous levels. He threw the dragon upwards, before taking its head off with an airborne roundhouse kick. "What the hell was that?" Cecile asked. "We don't need to dwell on it," Kaz responded. He looked over at Joel. "Please tell me you're fucking done now." Joel held up 4 fingers and Kaz cursed. We turned our attention to Judas, who'd cut the rest of the dragons into smithereens. "Are you going to keep wasting my time?" he bellowed. "If you're going to fight me, just do it." Trent lowered his head slightly. "You're still looking down on me, aren't you? They always do." His voice began to quiver, although he didn't sound scared. Just angry. Judas smirked. "Then give me a reason not to." "So be it." Trent closed the portals, before a thick, dark violet smoke immersed his entire body, eventually forming what appeared to be a massive dragon head atop a giant humanoid body. After years of exploitation, humiliation, and torment, this is what I've become, what they forced onto me, my true core. "Who pissed you so bad that it caused you to take on this ungodly form?" Judas asked. "Everybody." The dragon-head version of Trent charged towards Judas, roaring something fierce. Judas stepped back, readying his devastating blade. He dodged the attack and swung hard at the head. But his blade shattered upon impact. Visibly surprised, he left himself open for a 2-fisted strike that buried him into the dirt. But Trent didn't stop there, unleashing a frenzy of follow-up blows that shook the ground around us. Eventually, Judas caught one of his punches and retaliated with an I-beam blast. The force was enough to send Trent up and through the barrier, before he weaved away from the beam and dove right back down. Judas dodged the calamitous landing, the force of which reverberated underneath us, staggering everybody. They stood up, staring each other down once again. "I see," Judas said. "You're different from the rest. No normal willpower could have yielded something like this. You're motivated by something esoteric, aren't you? Experienced hardships incomprehensible to most others." "You wouldn't understand," Trent growled. "I'm sure I wouldn't. Which is why I'll take you fully seriously. Know that from this point on, I won't be looking down on you." "All right," I heard Kaz say from beside me. "I guess this is how it ends for us. Really wish I did something better with my life." I looked over at Joel, still feverishly doing something with the device. Before I could even ask, he held up 2 fingers. "But we don't have 2 minutes. "I appreciate it," Trent said. "But I still view you as nothing but a trial that needs to be overcome. An enemy, and nothing beyond that." "Of course," Judas replied. "I'd be insulted otherwise." The realization of impending doom was a hard one to swallow. We were about to be collateral damage from a clash between genuine titans. I was less than insignificant in that moment, an utterly irrelevant presence. Yet, my understanding was that if we were going to die anyway, I might as well try something. We were so close. Just stall, I thought to myself. Before the two could engage and simultaneously guarantee our deaths, I stepped in and began shouting. "Hey, wait. Just wait." For a second. Confused, they both turned to look at me. "Who the hell are you?" Judas asked. "You people are still alive?" Trent added. "Yeah, look. I just wanted to ask you a question." I turned to face Judas. "Why do you work for the US government? They got dirt on you or something?" "What?" he responded, sounding somewhat angry. Yeah, it just seems weird how you think I work for your species? It even pains me to speak in one of your pitiful languages. I could demolish this pathetic country considered some great empire by you people at any moment. So, why don't you? I was treading on dangerous waters here. Judas let out a short laugh. Why would I disclose that information to you? I have my own goals on this planet. I won't waste any more breath on you. I sneaked a glance over at Joel, who was now holding up only one finger. I turned back, this time addressing Trent. Look, man, what are you even trying to prove? His dragon head sneered at me. Are you mocking my resolve? A fucking pest like you wouldn't understand. I agree with Judas. The human species in its current state is worthless, cold, cruel. I'm going to rebuild it all from the ground up. Turn it into something worth respecting. I took a deep breath, calming my quaking nerves, speaking as slowly as possible. I mean, I get it. Some bad shit happened to you in the past, but bad shit happens to all of us. Why didn't you just cope for it in a normal way like everybody else? What? I could feel his bloodlust piercing my soul. I sounded calm on the outside, but my heart was about ready to collapse. Got it. Joel's voice came from behind me. He stood up, grasped the device, and shot some kind of beam onto the ground in front of him, opening up what looked like a blue, swirling vortex. Jump the fuck in now, he shouted. I didn't need to be told twice. Cecile, Kaz, Dex, Harris, and Joel himself began leaping in one by one as I frantically scrambled over, motivated by the sound of Trent barreling towards me from behind, ready to utterly wipe me off the face of the earth. He almost did so as well, scraping the back of my neck with one of his talons as I jumped through, being the last one to do so. However, I'd made it. Some way, somehow, I'd escaped that hellish school. The relief was euphoric. But now a new question presented itself. Where the hell were we going? I hardly understood the time I spent in that vortex. Whenever I opened my eyes, all I could see was a uniform blue around me. It felt like I was in a perpetual freefall, but utterly still at the same time. As if I were slowly descending within a space devoid of any matter, where the very concept of time was irrelevant. I remember the color fading and the weightlessness lifting as my feet hit solid ground. Still in a daze, I swiveled my head around, taking in the alien scenery. There were stone islands around me, floating in near darkness, illuminated only by an obscured sun above. I looked over the edge of my own island, seeing what appeared to be a vast ocean beneath. What the hell is this? You made it. I was worried there. I turned around to see Joel, along with everybody else, sitting about 20 feet away from me. Harris, the kid, was passed out next to them. Made it. I began to respond. Where? Joel chuckled. That'd be a long explanation. At least we're away from the school, right? At that moment, I was stunned. The environment around us, the weightlessness, my injures, every impulse culminated into a wholly indescribable state of mind. But one thing was for sure. I felt alive. More than I'd ever been before. It was a feeling comparable to the night I'd busted that car and rescued that girl, but just a tad more extreme. Well, Dex began. What now? How the hell are we getting back home? Home? Kaz smirked. I'm sorry, but... His eyes wandered over to Dex's rifle arm, which was slowly regenerating. How are you going to explain that away? A simple brain wipe won't do the trick there. We've seen too much. We'll never be able to rest if we go back. Well then, what the hell are we supposed to do? Kaz shrugged, looking down at the water. I was getting kinda fed up with Earth anyway. Only got one heart left. Maybe I'll try seeing something new before I kick the bucket. Cecile sighed. So we're just gonna go dimension hopping or something for the rest of our lives? She paused, seeming to consider it. Eventually she smiled. Fuck it. I'm down. Like an extended vacation. She held up her mechanical arm, looking at the stump that resulted from her shooting her hand at Soze. This sucks though. We can get you a new hand, Joel said. It won't be a problem, especially once we get the bounty. The bounty? Cecile asked. Joel nodded. I think it's been enough time. He took the device and shot it at the ground, creating another vortex before subsequently disappearing into it. The bounty? I thought to myself. He can't mean. About 3 seconds later, he came back through, struggling to lug a bloodied, beaten and unconscious Trent. "This is some lucky shit," he exclaimed. "He's still alive, which means we're getting paid double." "He's still alive?" We all shouted simultaneously. "Relax." Joel held out his hand. "I know where we can cash it in. Quick units, and then we can go and explore whatever the hell we want." "So, you came just to get the bounty?" I asked him. He nodded. "Well, where the hell are you from?" "Earth, originally," he responded. "Bounced around a bit here and there, seen a lot of stuff, and I'm not ready to go back just yet." He walked over to the edge of the island, peering down. "If you had the option, why would you ever choose to stay in one place?" He smirked. "Makes no sense to me. I'd like to see what's out there during this little stint of consciousness I've been given. Not just desks and offices," he pointed down, and we followed his finger. "Things like that." In the ocean below, an utterly colossal creature surfaced. A skyscraper-sized, prehistoric-looking entity trudging through the cosmic watery expanse. I could see Joel's eyes widening at the sight of it, an expression of pure marvel. I hardly see the same thing twice these days. It never ceases to amaze me. "Anyway," he said, getting up, "that's what I'm after. And if any of you want to tag along, I'm not going to stop you. The company's good sometimes." It was a daunting proposition. I knew next to nothing about the guy. Nothing about what was to come if I were to accept. I was tired, both physically and mentally. After seeing what I already had, did I really want more? And yet, that feeling of adrenaline lingered, a spark in my veins confirming just how alive I truly was. "I suppose there's no choice for me here," Dex said, looking at his arm. "Seeing something new doesn't sound too bad anyway." "I've already made up my mind," Kaz chimed in. "Guess I'm in the same boat," Cecile added. All eyes then fell on me. "I'm not gonna survive out there," I responded. "I'm still just a regular guy. If we go through something like that again..." I paused for a moment, reflecting on the events that had transpired. "I'm still alive, aren't I? Did that mean anything? Was I just lucky?" Joel smirked. "I knew a guy once, human just like you, but he didn't hesitate to follow me into the unknown. Why were his ideals so different compared to yours?" I shook my head. "Couldn't tell you." "Well," Joel said, grasping the device in his hands, "I can see it on you. Something that tells me you'd appreciate unfamiliarity. Let me show you around a bit first. If you still want to go back to Earth and deal with the aftermath of everything that's happened, then more power to you. I'll take you." I didn't know what to say. Was I just supposed to agree to something like this? To go off with some seemingly crazy stranger into the great unknown? A voice in the back of my head prodded me towards a simple revelation. Why not? Was I really being fulfilled by everyday life? It'd be hard to argue that I was. I looked over at the kid who was still passed out. "What about him?" I asked. "Damn, guess he's our responsibility now," Joel responded. "We'll just drag him along till he wakes up." I didn't know what to expect from Joel's little interdimensional tour. More hostile creatures? More insanely powerful beings with god complexes? Anything seemed to be on the table. And anything was exactly what I got. We went to an assortment of varying worlds, realities, all immeasurably different than the last. We visited a tropical-like series of cliffs, where stone statues the size of mountains casually sauntered about. We went to a world comprised entirely of a molten ocean, where giant ships would fight off robotic squids, unending tundras with towns made out of ice. A giant arena where people in armor riding atop grotesque beasts would fight to the death. A sprawling, cyberpunk-esque megacity. This is also where Joel dropped Trent's body off. In return, he was given a neon stamp on his index finger that quickly faded into his skin. Anytime he wanted to purchase something, he'd simply pass the finger through a holographic screen presented by the seller. "Yeah, Earth's lacking behind," he said to us. "This is what you call high technology." At some point during all of this, the kid woke up, presumably nursing a nasty headache. At the exact moment he did so, we were paddling across an underground lake surrounded by subterranean settlements populated by mole-like humanoids. He looked absolutely horrified as he took in the scenery. "Where the fuck are we?" he asked, his voice cracking in the midst of the sentence. After explaining the situation, more or less, he could only sit and stare at the boat floor. "Just let me go back. Go home," he said, addressing nobody in particular. "I'm sorry, kid, but that's a bad idea." As Kaz went on to explain, his absence from the evacuated crowd was a problem. If the government presumed him to be dead and his body was never found, it'd be a simple matter. However, if he were to suddenly come back, hours after the incident, things would become exponentially more complicated. "They won't only keep pestering you," Kaz told him. "They'll also be bothering the people closest to you, like your family. And trust me, maintaining confidentiality is something that they don't take chances on." "But it's unfair," the kid whimpered. "Yeah, well," Kaz began to respond, before being cut off by Cecile. "Everything's unfair," she said to him. "You need to remember that you can't control everything that happens to you. When shit goes south, you just have to be strong. Don't expect a savior. Become your own." That little pep talk rendered the kid speechless as he stared back at the floor. Seeing this, she patted his back for a brief moment. "But for now," she continued, "we'll help you through it." Eventually, Joel transported us to a more peaceful location. It was a seemingly perpetual field of tall grass and magnificently colored flowers, bathed in the light of multiple suns shining above. "I come here when I need to relax. You gotta let your adrenaline shoot down every once in a while. Makes it feel even better when it spikes back up," Joel said. He turned towards both the kid and I. "So, you've got a decision to make. I won't try convincing you to come more than I already have. It's up to you, really." "A decision." I weighed my options carefully. If I went back, my best outcome would be getting brainwiped and then shoved back into my SWAT unit. But Kaz had explained the wiping procedure, and it did not sound fun. Apparently, the more classified information you were aware of, the more wipes it took, each one being a more dreadful experience than the last. On top of that, there was no guarantee that the procedure would work 100%. In that case, they'd just hit you with a lethal injection. No chances on confidentiality, after all. On the other hand, if I were to go off with Joel and do who the hell knows what in who the hell knows where, my future was an absolute mystery. Maybe I'd have decades of fantastic stories to tell. Maybe I'd die in a week. But Joel sure seemed fulfilled with what he's been doing. A sensation I hadn't felt much in years. I looked down at the kid, whose face was still sullen. It was funny. I used to fantasize about being in his position when I was younger, to be put into extraordinary circumstances, escaping the mundanity of school life. Maybe that fantasy was better off as just that, make-believe. But then again, we were already here, and going back didn't seem to be an option. "You know what, Joel?" I smiled at him. "Let's go see what's out there." He smirked back. "Good choice." He threw the device onto a small clearing in the grass. "Let's get something to eat first. I'm starving here." Before he summoned the portal, he turned back to face all of us. "By the way, my friends call me Rust." Story: Here Comes the Child Bride. When people talk about child marriages, most of the time they aren't thinking of America, as though America is some kind of utopia where things like that just don't happen. It's not true though, is it? Child marriage may not be as common here, sure, but it does happen. In fact, only 10 states actually have laws against it. Guess what? I didn't grow up in one of those 10 states. Even better, I grew up in a cult. Our leaders really emphasize the idea of pure brides and virginity and virility. I was taught as a child that only a young woman embodied these traits. Young woman does not mean a 20-year-old, by the way, or even an 18-year-old. That would make it almost understandable, wouldn't it? I was sold into marriage when I was 14. In a way, I was one of the lucky ones. See, in our cult, a girl came of marriageable age when she had her first period. My older sister got hers at 9 years old. I still remember her screaming in the bathroom when it happened. My mother hadn't told us anything about periods, or our bodies. My sister saw all that blood and really thought she was dying. Maybe that is what it meant for her, because only a few months later she was married off. Her husband was in his mid-20s. She cried herself to sleep every night until her wedding. I never saw her again. Since the day I turned 9, I lived in mortal fear of ending up like my sister. I prayed and hoped to our version of God that I would never come of age. It was like a curse to me, to meet the same fate she did. For a while, it seemed that something had answered my prayers, because year after year passed and it didn't come. My parents grew restless. When I was 12, my father checked my panties every night to make sure I wasn't hiding anything from him. But then, halfway through my 14th year, it came. It came during the night and stained my sheets, and there was no hiding it. My parents were so relieved. I was so upset I actually vomited when I saw the proof, those stained sheets that I couldn't pray away. The man they gave me to was 43 years old. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine your own parents just giving you away to someone like that? Even though I always knew it would happen to me, it still hurt. It still poisoned something deep inside me. They didn't wait as long for my wedding as they did with my sister. Apparently, my soon-to-be husband was in a rush because we were married only a month later. I won't bore you with details about my wedding, or the first time meeting my husband, or the ride to our new home. I had to be dragged into the car, kicking and screaming. Instead, I'll tell you this. Everything changed on the balcony. Once he brought me home, he ushered me into the master bedroom, and thankfully, left me there on my own for several hours. He told me he wanted nothing more than to attend to me the way a proper husband should, and we all know what that means, don't we? But that he had to take care of some business first. Before leaving the room, and locking it for good measure, he told me to dress in the lingerie that he had left for me on the bed. I eyed it with disgust before throwing it on the floor and stalking out to the balcony that I discovered behind some thick floor-to-ceiling curtains. My parents must have been proud to marry me off to someone so rich. The night was freezing cold, and there was a light snow falling, slowly covering the ground below. Briefly, I considered throwing myself off the ledge, but I was too afraid. I thought that there was a small chance I might survive, and I didn't want to think about what might happen to me if I did. I'd made up my mind to go back inside and was halfway to the door when I heard something behind me. Curious, and not a little afraid, I turned back around. The thing that sat on the balcony railing was strange. It was perched there on its hind legs like an animal. Its arms trailed down to the balcony floor. They were so long I thought they might be able to reach me across the balcony where I stood. Each arm ended in a claw that looked sharp enough to cut leather. Its body was skinny, so much so that I wondered how it didn't simply fall apart. It swayed in the breeze, and its feet, well, its other set of claws, I guess, tightened their grip on the balcony. The skin on its face was dried and wrinkled. In fact, it looked almost decayed, like it was some sort of mummy. Its mouth was nothing more than a gathering of bunched-up flesh that pulled and tugged every time it stretched its jaw. Its eyes were huge, the size of baseballs, and totally white. It stared vacantly at me, and I stared back at it. The last thing I noticed was its throat. There wasn't much to notice there, really, except that it had a small slit that pulsed with every breath it took. I wondered what it was for. The thing stretched open its mouth and left it open wide for a second, giving me the chance to count its tiny, sharp shards of teeth. It tilted its head to the side and it asked me, "Why are you crying?" I lifted my fingertips to my cheek in surprise. I didn't realize I'd started crying again. Because my parents made me marry someone I don't want to, and I'm scared, and I want to go home. My voice broke at that last bit. To be truthful, I wasn't really sure I wanted to go home after all, but I knew that at least I didn't want to be here anymore, in an unknown house with an unknown man who had anything but unknown intentions. The creature blinked in surprise. "Marriage? You are but a child. How can this be?" I buried my face in my hands at that and cried harder. Hearing it said aloud like that somehow made everything worse. It made everything more real. I heard a scraping sound and looked up to see the creature hunched in front of me. Even squatting on its hind legs, it was taller than me. It reached out and ran a tip of its claw down my cheek very, very gently. "Do not cry, little one," it said. I stopped crying. more out of shock than anything else. For a second, I wondered if I should be afraid of it. It didn't give me enough time to make a decision. "What is your name?" it asked. Mary. That's right, like the Virgin Mother. Hilarious, right? Like a joke, I wasn't let it on until it was too late. Mary. It nodded to itself and retracted its hand. Its claw had drawn a bit of blood from my cheek. I hadn't noticed. "Mary, do not cry anymore. I will help you." "You will?" I cried. A burst of joy flooded my chest. It quickly turned to ice when the creature turned to go. It climbed up on the balcony railing and I ran after it. "Hey, wait, where are you going? Aren't you going to help me?" It looked back at me and its eyes looked almost sad. "In time. I need something from you first." "What do you want?" "I'll give you anything." I was breathless with fear. I didn't want it to leave, not yet. "I need your hate. When you have enough of it, I can help you." I felt my heart sink right through the floorboards. I hated very much. I hated my parents and the man in the other room and everyone else who watched my sham of a marriage and did nothing to stop it. I had so much hate, and yet it wasn't enough. I was so sure at that moment that it would never be enough. "What do I call you?" I asked. It blinked slowly, then said, "Yours. You may call me yours, because that is what I am." With that, it crawled down the balcony and disappeared into the night and the snow and the quiet. And I was once again left utterly alone. I was sitting on the floor of the balcony, half covered in snow when he returned. He dragged me back inside in disgust, furious that I'd refused to wear the lingerie he had picked out for me. He beat me, ripped off my clothes, and forced me to put it on in front of him while I sobbed. You and I both know what happened next. It's a story many women have told throughout history, and they've all told it better than I could. So you'll forgive me, I hope, for skipping the details of the next part. The next day, I woke up covered in blood and bruises. He sent me downstairs to make his breakfast. I could barely walk. In that moment, I hated him. But I guess I didn't hate him enough, because yours didn't come back. He didn't come back until a month later. My husband treated me like a slave, having me do all the chores and cooking during the day. And then he'd rape and beat me during the night until there was blood in my urine and it hurt to sit down. One night, I accidentally overcooked her. Not burned, just left it on the stove for a few seconds too long. He beat me until I threw up, which he made me clean it up. He locked me on the balcony and made me sleep outside in the snow. And I hated him. Oh, I hated him so much. Yours came to me that night on the balcony. If it hadn't, I probably would have died from the cold. It curled around my body and kept me warm. It was surprisingly warm, for whatever it was. It whispered assurances to me and held me close while I slept. I didn't see yours for another few months after that. The days went by with relative monotony. It wasn't until about 6 months after we were married that I realized something was wrong. It's funny in a grim sort of way. He was the one who figured it out. I was throwing up one morning and he walked into the bathroom. "When was the last time you had your period?" he asked. It hadn't been for over 2 months, and I told him as much. Stupid as I was, I didn't even realize you should have one every month. I knew it. His eyes were practically glowing with excitement as he moved behind me and snaked his arms around my belly, caressing it on the way. I suppressed the urge to vomit again. "You're with child. You are going to have my baby." He was absolutely elated. I was shaking with terror. A baby? Me? I didn't know much about having babies, but I knew it wasn't pleasant. It hurt, and it made you sick. And at the end, you had to take care of the thing, and how was I going to do all that? When he left for work, I sank to the floor and cried my eyes out. I cried for a full hour before managing to get up and do my chores. That night, I waited on the balcony. That night, yours came. He sat there from his perch on the balcony staring at me. My eyes and chest were hollow. "I hate him. I truly hate him," I said. "Do you?" said yours. I nodded. It beckoned to me. "Come closer." It reached out and trailed a claw down my cheek, staring at me. Its eyes held mine for a long minute before it shook its head. No, it isn't enough." I cried out as its claw fell away. "When will it be enough? I can't hate anymore. I can't." I hate him as much as I've ever hated anything. What am I supposed to do? Yours leaned towards me and pressed its mouth to my forehead in a strange imitation of a kiss. In time, it said. That was all the comfort it gave before it scuttled down the balcony and left me to my darkness. In the months that followed, my stomach grew bigger. My worries ballooned at about the same pace. My husband wouldn't take me to see a doctor. He told me that I would have a home birth. He wouldn't get me any medicine. He wouldn't tell me what I was supposed to do to keep the baby healthy. I didn't know anything about my own pregnancy. Worse still, I kept worrying about what would come after the birth. What if it was a girl? See, if it was a boy, I wouldn't have to be so worried. Boys were allowed to go to school. They were allowed to choose their wives. They were allowed to come and go as they please. But not girls. What if I had a daughter? I wondered what my husband would do to her, how he would look at her, if he would touch her. I thought about marrying her off to someone twice her age. I thought about never seeing her again, just like I'd never see my sister again. I thought an awful lot about that. So I suppose you might say what happened was a blessing, although at the time, it certainly didn't feel that way. My husband came home drunk one night, angry, looking for a fight. Something had gone wrong at work, I suppose. He had some nights like that, but I foolishly thought he'd leave me alone this time. After all, I was several months along at that point. I don't know how many, but my stomach was protruding rather obviously from my skinny frame. He didn't much care about me other than as a sex doll, but I knew he cared about the child. Apparently he didn't care enough. That night when he beat me, I begged him to stop. I told him he would hurt the baby. Somehow that made him even more angry. And when he punched me hard in the stomach, I knew he felt no remorse for what he did. I fell to the floor, holding my belly, clutching at it while I screamed. He screamed at me in turn, blaming me, of course, blaming me for losing the baby, because we both knew it was dead. It couldn't sustain a blow like that and live. An hour later, the blood started. I hadn't particularly wanted that child, but I still cried. I cried for it and for myself and for what had become of my life. I cried even as he screamed at me through the bathroom door for being a stupid slut, a whore, a Babylonian skank, a devil's curse. Once he was done with his screaming, he stumbled to his bed and collapsed into a drunken slumber. I waited until I was sure he was out cold before unlocking the door. I dragged myself out onto the balcony, a trail of blood following in my wake. I collapsed on the balcony floor, looking up at the moon, wanting to curse it like I had been cursed. I sat there on my knees and screamed at the sky, trying to pour out all the hate and rage and anger. Instead, I made it grow bigger and bigger and bigger. Yours appeared over the balcony railing. It knew something was different this time. It came and sat next to me, running its claw through my hair. It was trying to soothe me. There was nothing left to soothe. I could tell it was waiting, so I spoke. I hate him, I said. I was calm. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't cry. I simply spoke from somewhere in my chest that had been locked until that very moment. I hate him for what he has done to me, and to the baby. I hate my parents for giving me to him. I hate the people who looked on and who did nothing. I hate them all, and I want them to suffer. I don't know what I expected from yours just then. If I thought it'd be triumphant or sadistic or happy, all I know is that I didn't expect the way it looked at me. Sad, compassionate, resigned. It is time then, for me. It sighed, its voice a rasp on the wind that I could barely hear. If I do this, a piece of you will come away with me forever. Do you understand? I nodded at it. There was so little of me left, but if it wanted me, it could have me. It could have all the pieces. I didn't want them. It moved to a crouch then, just low enough that it could slip its claw into mine. It held my hand as it brought me into the room where my husband slept. It looked at me with its blank eyes and said, "Watch." I did. Yours straightened its spine. As it did so, its neck became longer and longer and longer. I could hear its spine cracking and creaking as its neck unfurled. The slit in its neck began to widen until it gaped open, exposing the darkness of its innards. From inside the slit, two muscles darted out. They were long and firm, resembling spider legs, but for the fact that they had no fur on them, they didn't even seem to have skin. It was just red, pulsing flesh crawling out from somewhere inside it. A deep hacking sound emanated from inside its chest as they continued to grow until they reached maximum extension. Tipped with a sharp, bony point, the two appendages rested on the floor, tapping impatiently against the floorboards. Yours shifted until it was on all fours, its body about the height of my head. It moved forward at a painfully slow pace, approaching the bed where my husband slumbered. I noticed its eyes were closed, and it used its throat appendages to feel around the bed until it found his flesh. Once it had a sense for where my husband lay, its claws came forward. One grasped my husband near his collarbone, the other grabbed his pelvis. Yours leaned forward, and all was still for a moment. Then, it pulled. It yanked its claws apart hard, so hard that my husband's body ripped in half. By the time he awoke and began to scream, he was already in two separate parts, his internal organs spilling out between them. His agonized screams were soon drowned out by the blood filling his throat. As he sped towards death, the strange muscles extending from Yours' throat began to comb through his organs, picking them apart and bringing them back to the maw in its neck. It swallowed my husband down piece by piece, while its claws raked along his body, flaying him open. By the time Yours had eaten its fill, he was half consumed, a mess of blood and flesh that was unrecognizable as human. He twitched for a long time after he died. Eventually, the appendages retracted back into Yours' throat. The process took several minutes, during which time I stared at the bloody mess on the bed. I wondered if I'd always remember that, if maybe, one day, images of his face would be replaced with this image of my triumph. I could only hope. When Yours was finished, it crawled back to me. "What happens now?" I asked. "I am yours," it replied. "You must choose." A kind old man in a pickup truck brought me into the hospital several hours later. He'd found me walking on the side of the road, covered in blood, most of it mine, and had offered me a ride, no questions asked. I wasn't afraid. I knew that I had a protector watching over me, a guardian angel missing its wings. The police came, of course. I told them every detail of what happened. At first, they were appalled, then bewildered. By the time I finished, they were convinced I was crazy. They were a little less convinced after they found my husband's body, or what was left of it. I was surprised how little I had to deal with the police, actually. I thought maybe they'd lock me up, or open some big investigation or something. Instead, they informed me that my husband had been a very powerful man, that if they made his marriage to me known, I might become a target. I would be blamed for his death. I would be treated like a whore who had him killed. After all, among rich men, such things as what he did to me can be overlooked. The official news story said that he died of a heart attack. The police knew that I didn't kill him. There's no way I physically could have done something like that, especially to someone more than twice my size. They probably thought that I had somebody kill him. I suppose they aren't wrong. They wanted to put me in foster care. I didn't entertain that thought for even a second. As soon as I was able to, I left the hospital and never looked back. They didn't look very hard for me. The next visit I paid was to my parents. It took me a while to find them. I'd barely ever left my house growing up, and I didn't even know my own address, but I found them. They were surprised to see me, and uneasy. I wonder if they ever felt guilty for what they did. Either way, it didn't matter. I asked them what happened to my sister. They told me they didn't know, but I could tell they were lying. Yours helped me take care of them. It held them down and skinned them slowly, keeping them alive for hours as they screamed and begged for mercy. Finally, they told me the truth. My sister had been murdered by her husband 2 years after she'd been married off. I let Yours kill them then. I didn't have any more use for them. As he finished them off, I searched the house and stole as much cash as I could find. I drifted for the next few years. I used the money I took from my parents to forge some documents so I could get work. They were obvious fakes, but some employers don't really care. A lot of them gave me work out of pity, I think. They thought I was alone in the world. But I was never alone. I always had Yours to comfort me. I still don't know much about Yours. I don't know what it is or where it comes from. Of the few people I've told, most seem to think it's some kind of a demon. I know that's not true. Nobody can live through what I've lived and still believe in God. People like me don't have the luxury of that kind of fantasy. No, I think Yours is just another creature, like you or me. trying to make its way in the world, and it has grown quite fond of me, I can tell. I know now what it meant when it told me that I had to give it a piece of myself. Each time I command it, you see, it takes away a little piece of my humanity. I couldn't feel it at first. After all, I didn't think I had any humanity left. But after it took both my parents, I could feel that something in me was changing. It happens just a little at a time, but it happens nonetheless. It didn't want to do that. It didn't want to take anything away from me. But it was the only way to save me. It's what must be the consequences of our deal. It mourns for me. It mourns for the humanity I've lost, and for the childhood that I never had. It mourns because I cannot love. Well, that's not true. I love yours. I don't love anything else. I don't think I ever will. Each day when I look in the mirror, I see something that's a little less than human. Maybe that is its doing. Or maybe a substantial part of my humanity died when I was forced into that marriage. I'll never know. What's more, I don't particularly care. Lately, I've been thinking about all the other little girls trapped in these marriages all across the US. The ones who think they've been abandoned, forgotten about. The ones who are waiting for someone to come save them because they cannot save themselves. But I could save them. I could do it. I don't know how much humanity I have left to give, how much until I no longer even remotely resemble a person, but I think that it's worth it. If I can save even one child from the fate I was given, from the choices I had to make, it will be worth it. It mourns for me now, too, that I've made my decision. But I won't regret it. I won't regret giving my life and my humanity for something bigger than myself. Perhaps in time, I too will be like yours, or yours will be like me. I only hope it stays with me so I don't have to go it alone. Yes, that's what I must do. I'm ready now. Are you? Story. My son's camera monitor alerted in the middle of the night. I checked it and saw my wife and son sitting on the bed. They weren't my wife and son. I'm a nurse, and I currently work nights. It's a total drag, but I'm hopeful I can go to days soon since some coworkers are planning retirements. Anyway, I was working one night when just after 3 a.m., my son's monitor alerted me to sound and movement. No big deal at all. He probably coughed loudly or sneezed or something. He's 3 now, so he generally sleeps all night. I bring it up on my phone and I see him and my wife sitting on the bed. Again, no big deal. He might have cried out or gotten scared or something. I was about to close the app when I noticed they were acting strange, almost creepy. And when I say almost creepy, I mean creepy as balls. They were sitting on the bed together, both of them just staring up at the camera with blank, emotionless stares. The night vision is black and white, so they had white, eerie-looking eyes. They didn't move at all, aside from their visible breathing. They just sat there staring at the camera. I close the app and give my wife a call to make sure everything is okay. I never get to call home on lunch, so in a way this is kind of nice to get to talk to my family while at work. It rings a couple times before she answers with a very groggy, "Hello?" It was like she was dead asleep when I called, and she looked wide awake when on the camera. "Hey, you guys okay?" "Huh? Yeah. Buddy," my son's nickname, came in like 15 minutes ago. Seemed scared, so I said he could sleep with Mama. I'm confused here since I saw them in his room a minute ago. Literally 60 seconds had passed since I closed the app and made the call. Wait, so you guys are in bed? Yeah, I fell back asleep right away. Everything okay? Everybody keeps waking me up. She's kind of annoyed. Hang on a sec. I put her on speaker and bring up the app, hoping I don't see it. When the app loads, I get that pang of intense nervousness in my stomach that I haven't had in a long time. Since I was a kid in school, and realized while I was eating breakfast, a paper or something was due that day, and I hadn't done it. My heart leaps into my throat. My wife and son are sitting on his bed looking up at the camera, same emotionless stares. "Hello? You guys are in bed, right?" "Yeah, we're trying to sleep." "Well, I'm looking at his camera, and I see you two sitting on his bed." "Huh? Number, we're in our bed." "I know that's what you mean, but I'm looking at his bed, and you two are in there." "Hang on," she says. She's quiet for a sec while she brings up the camera on her phone. I hear this guttural, terrified gasp. like she had sucked all the air in the room into her lungs, filling them to capacity. I don't hear this kind of gasp from my wife often, usually only when she's truly afraid, like during a jump scare in a movie or one time when we turned her back on our son for literally a second, and he was down by the mailbox inches from the road. I hear rustling of sheets, and the line goes dead. Of course, now I'm absolutely terrified myself, so I immediately call back. It goes to voicemail, so I call again. I call again and again with no answer. Finally, after about 4 minutes, she calls me. I tell you that 4 minutes felt like 40 years. Hey, what's happening? I ask. She's absolutely hysterical and crying. I can't understand a word she says. Stop, slow down for just a second, I say. She slows down enough to explain they are in the car and driving to her parents. She looked at the camera, and when she saw what was on it, she got up and grabbed our son and rushed downstairs and out the door. Didn't even close the garage. Don't worry about it, I said. I'll drive by when I get off and close it. We live in a generally safe neighborhood, so I'm not too concerned the door is up. You will not go in there, she says. Hell no, I return. Why are we on the camera? She asked. Is it a recording? I don't know, I return. I'm gonna keep watching it and see if there's anything I can tell. Do our code words with Buddy. We have code words because we're nerds. We've seen too many pod people and imposter movies, so we decided a long time ago to make code words with each other to be able to tell if one of us was an imposter. We have a couple code words, but we also have a 3-sentence story we recite together, each saying a different part alternately of each other. I hear her on the phone saying the things we taught our son. He giggles as he says them. He does every time we practice, since he thinks they're a joke and doesn't have any idea of the real meaning. We're both convinced he's our son. My wife then says our part, and I'm convinced she's her. We made up these words as a complete joke to ourselves. I never once in my life ever imagined we'd actually need them. Unreal. She got to her parents safely, and it was hard to hang up. I told her we'll figure it out in the morning, hopefully just a glitch. She said she didn't think it was a glitch. When she was running out, she had to run by our son's room and the door was open. There's a little flashing light on the back of the camera that indicates it's connected to the internet. It gives off just enough light that when she ran by, she thought she saw, out of the corner of her eye, a shadowy outline of what could have been an adult sitting on our son's bed. It sends chills down my spine to think about. Knowing they were safe and out of the house is the only thing that kept me at work that night. It was a long 4 hours, but I kept checking the camera every chance I got. Sure enough, they were still sitting on the bed, staring up at the camera with emotionless gazes. I studied them to see if I could see any pattern, from their breathing to their blinking. Their breathing was steady and looked normal. It was their blinking that would tell me if this was just some kind of bizarre, time-looped freak accident video or not. I intently stare at my phone and count the seconds between each blink, telling myself if this is a loop, then their blinks should be even and occur at the same time each time. There was no pattern to their blinking. It was erratic and random, just as a person blinking should be. The passing hours are what finally sealed the deal, that this was not a weird looped video of some kind. My son's window is visible on camera, and I can see on camera that it is getting lighter outside his room. His curtains keep out just enough light to prevent the camera from exiting night vision, but lets in just enough to be able to tell the sun is rising. I try to figure out what the hell I'm going to do before I leave work. Calling the police comes to mind, but I talk myself out of it. First of all, what am I supposed to say? Someone is in my house that looks like my wife but isn't? Worse yet, what if they are entities of some kind, and the police do go over and it kills them or something? I decide to tell coworker about it. He's a firm believer in the paranormal and might have a suggestion. I show him the video and tell him the story. His initial response of, "That's creepy as fuck," doesn't help much, but he says he wants to go over and check it out. He says we both should to see if not my wife will try and act like my wife. I tell him absolutely not, and he says we should at least go to the house even if we don't go in. I agree on that since I wanted to close the garage. We got to my house and walked around the perimeter first. Not sure what we wanted to accomplish by that, but it felt like something we should do. The curtains were all drawn since nobody was there to open them in the morning, so we couldn't see anything. I went to close the garage and suddenly had this overwhelming urge to go inside and investigate. It was like I just had to know what was going on. So in we went. We walked through the kitchen towards the foyer where the stairs are. It's so quiet in our house right now you could hear a feather drop, forget the pin. We stop at the bottom of the stairs and wait a few seconds. I look at the camera again and they are still sitting there. I've never been so scared in my life. My coworker puts his foot on the first step and I suddenly say stop, loudly. Forget this, we're out of here, I tell him. Come on. I start making my way back to the kitchen. We hear a loud creak in the floor from upstairs. It's my son's room. He has a very loud, creaky board right in the middle of his floor that's almost impossible not to step on. My wife and are still deciding if we ever want to fix it because it will alert us if he's ever up to no good when he gets older trying to sneak out or something. Come on, Colorado, me on. I yell as I motion for him to move his ass. We're out of the house in about 2 seconds. Out on the street, I check my phone. Now only not my son was sitting on the bed. Same blank stare. Not my wife was gone. Holy shit, my coworker says. That was stupid as fuck of us. Do not tell my wife we went inside. She would be so ungodly mad if she found out what we just did. I use my garage door opener in my car to close the door. Before we leave, I look at the camera again. Not my wife is back on the bed with not my son, both staring blankly up at the camera, blinking every few seconds. That was all about 4 days ago now. Not my wife and not my son are still sitting on the bed staring up at the camera. They haven't moved a millimeter. We obviously haven't gone back to our house. What do we do? I'm sorry it's taken so long. It's been an emotional month. I felt like I'm losing my mind, or already lost it. I've been in the hospital for 3 weeks. You'll remember I left off at my wife's parents' house, not sure what the hell to do. My wife and I argued about it. My in-laws said call the priest. I told my wife we're calling the cops and that's it. The day we finally called the cops would be day 6. Not my family was still sitting on the goddamn bed, staring at the camera. I told the dispatcher there were intruders in my house, leaving out the part where they looked exactly like my family. I told her we were out of the house, but I would meet the police there. She dispatched 2 units. My wife begged me not to go. I told her I had to be there. I had a foolproof plan. I would take her mom's iPhone and FaceTime with my wife while showing the police the camera on my phone. They would see this is a fucked up situation and hopefully proceed with caution. My coworker friend said he would come with me as well. My friend and I beat the cops to my house. Like most of you mentioned in the comments previously, I was packing heat. I have a concealed carry, so I had my 1911.45 on me. I was not concerned this would bother the cops, as I was going to inform them of my permit and that I was currently carrying. What I wasn't going to tell them was that I had my father-in-law's AR-15 in my trunk. It's almost funny how many of you mentioned that was the way to go in my previous entry. I didn't plan on telling the cops about it because I was not planning on needing it. They would come armed and prepared. They showed up and I let them know I was armed and then enacted my plan. I initially told them the story. They looked at each other like I was crazy and they didn't believe me. I FaceTimed my wife so they could see she was in fact not in the house despite what our camera was showing. They still didn't seem to believe me, but this did pique their interest. I hung up with my wife and told her I'd call her back as soon as we knew something. So now we're sure this isn't a recording, an officer stated, repeating what I said. It's not. The day-night cycle has changed every day. Their blinking is erratic and not cyclical like it was a repeat, I said. I know it's a stupid question, but your wife isn't a twin? The other officer asked. I told him no. My friend spoke up. I have an idea. Turn the volume up, I'll go throw a pebble at the window. He went around back while I turned up the volume to the max. Okay, I'm tossing. We heard the light tick sound from outside, but the 1-second delay on the camera came in loud and clear through my phone. Not my wife moved at the sound of the pebble hitting the window, the first time I'd actually seen her move, aside from the time she wasn't on screen when I initially went inside our house the first day. She turned her head towards the window just slightly, before turning back to the camera. Okay, so this is live, an officer said. Okay, sir, I need you and your friend to stay outside here. We're going to go in and find out what's going on here. Should you ask for more units? I asked hopefully. Not at this time. We're going to assess the situation first. They don't appear to be armed, but we're going to be cautious. I opened the garage for them, and they made their way in towards my kitchen door. They radioed dispatch that they were headed in and to stand by. They disappeared into my house. A few seconds after they went in, the camera went out. I wanted to vomit, and I felt like if I put my fingers in my mouth, I'd be able to feel my heart since it had leapt so far up into my throat. "Shit!" I yelled to my friend. I immediately popped the trunk and got my rifle out and ran into the garage, my friend right behind me. We got inside just in time to hear a low, guttural howl from upstairs, demonic sounding almost, along with raised voices from the police. There were several shots. "Need backup. Shots fire." He was cut off. "Oh my God," my friend howled. He was scared shitless, but so was I. "God fucking damn it, I knew it," I said, running up the stairs. My son's room is the first one you come to after getting upstairs, so his wall is also what you see as you walk up the stairs. As I reached the top, I laid into the wall with my rifle. It has a 30-round magazine, but I felt like I fired 100 shots. I fired all over the place, knowing full well the ammo would go through the wall like it was paper, concentrating on where my son's bed would be, but also near the door and towards the floor as well, in case whatever these things were thought to duck. We heard shrieks of pain coming from the room, then nothing. My friend and I paused for a minute before deciding to go in, because the camera was still out. We heard a whimpering coming from the room. There was a dead cop in the hallway we had to step over. It was awful, and I'll never be able to unsee it. His head was several feet away from his body in the threshold to our guest room. We found the other cop in my son's room right inside the doorway. He had several large holes in his torso as if he'd been impaled. Exactly what I was afraid would happen had happened. I called the cops, and whatever these things were killed them. When we entered the room, we found the source of the whimpering was not my wife. She was laying on her back on the floor, holding her torso that was bullet-ridden and breathing heavy. The scene was awful. I can hardly put into words how awful it was. I know now, just like I did then, they weren't my family. It shouldn't have been hard. I should have been able to just go in and finish it. But instead, I fell to my knees. Not my wife begged for her life. "I don't want to die, honey," she whimpered. "I wanted to have more kids. I can't die now." I looked over at not my son, who had to be dead. He'd taken 2 shots at least to the head, or what was left of it. He had several more in his torso, and 1 or 2 on his legs and arms. If you have kids, seeing their lifeless, bullet-ridden body is a special kind of hell. Again, I knew it wasn't my son, but it was. I was going to be sick. I'd killed my family. I turned back to not my wife. She was acting just like my wife. It even mimicked her anxiety about death that she has had in the past year or so. It's not her, man. I forgot my friend was even there. It's not her, shoot it. I know what you guys are thinking. How many times has this happened in the movies and you scream at your television for the main character to just shoot the imposter because it's not their loved one? I guess movies get it right somehow. I'll never roll my eyes at the character who can't kill an imposter again. "Please don't shoot me," it begged. My hands were shaking as I aimed at it. Why couldn't I do it? I knew, this wasn't my wife. "Listen, man," my friend began calmly. "Look at it, its blood is yellow. It's not your family." Was it yellow? It was. Seeing my family slain was so traumatic, I hadn't even noticed their blood wasn't red. I steadied my aim, and not my wife suddenly stopped begging. She began that guttural, terrifying shriek, and something black or gray started to protrude from her mouth, like a tentacle or something, and I fired. At that range, her head more or less exploded. Whatever these things were, they appeared to be mortal. I was still on my knees, and my friend was out in the hallway just outside the door. We heard the sounds of approaching police sirens. I'd forgotten one of the cops had gotten a shots-fired call over the radio before being killed. It seemed like it had been hours, but it had only been about 5 minutes since the police had gone in. My friend went downstairs to let the police know what to expect. I stood up and slowly made my way into the hallway. I was lightheaded and felt like I was going to be sick. My bedroom is adjacent to my son's, so the doorway is about a foot to the right of my son's doorway. My door was closed, but as I exited my son's room, my door opened. Not Me walked out into the hallway, wearing exactly the same thing I was at that time. I was shocked in place. I couldn't move, but it did. It walked towards me, and its right arm turned black and morphed into what appeared to be a tentacle. It was wiggling around like a squid or octopus appendage. When he thrust his arm at me, it solidified and impaled me through my abdomen. It then stabbed me in the left leg just above the kneecap. I fell to the ground in pain. Its tentacle arm was wiggling again. "Why did you kill my family?" it asked. When it spoke, its voice changed pitch several times. It was my voice, then much deeper, then normal again. It alternated several times saying that one sentence. It moved in closer. The rifle was gone by. I still had my .45. I pulled it out and got a shot off in its right knee. It howled. As Not Me fell to his knee, I fired a couple more shots, getting 2 into its abdomen and left side of its ribs. It breathed heavily for a few seconds before I used the last of my strength to aim proper and shot Not Me in the face. Its blood was also yellow. I lay there bleeding out, thinking this was it for sure. I still had some strength from adrenaline kicking in, so I took my belt off and tried to make a tourniquet for my leg. With my stomach wound, it was hard to give it a good yank to tighten it. I then took my shirt off and balled it up and packed my stomach wound and applied as much pressure as I could. Being a nurse probably saved my life. I passed out, but the measures I took must have kept me alive long enough for EMS to arrive. I heard raised voices and the sound of pounding coming up the stairs before I went out. It was probably a cop, but I felt pressure from somebody trying to keep my wound packed before I went out. I was in and out of consciousness as EMS arrived, along with probably every cop in the city. I was wheeled downstairs and put in an ambulance, but while I was being loaded onto the gurney upstairs, I heard cops freaking out, and rightfully so. They'd lost 2 brothers, and there were 3 other bodies. Did he kill his brother? Are they twins? Probably referring to Not Me's dead body. Or his whole family? Put him on armed guard while at the hospital. He'll probably be getting charged. As I was getting placed into the ambulance, I saw my friend talking to a group of about 10 cops, all listening very intently to what he was saying. I went out again in the ambulance. I woke up in the ER. My wounds had been treated. The tentacle hadn't been more than a few inches wide, so it was just slightly larger than a large knife. They'd sewn me up, and I found that I was currently receiving a blood transfusion due to blood loss at my home. My wife had authorized them to do whatever they had needed while I was unconscious. She was also extremely pissed that I went in the house. We're okay now, but that's a story for another day. I was in the hospital for 3 weeks since I ended up getting an infection and almost went septic. I needed quite a few antibiotics. For the entire 3 weeks, I had cops in my room with questions. After about a week, they released me and no longer had me under armed guard. I told them absolutely everything, not caring if it made sense or not, and thank God my friend had come with me since he was able to corroborate this weird story. Midway through my hospital stay, men with suits came to pay me a visit. They were government, I knew right away. They said they were FBI, but I don't know if I believe that. They wanted to talk about Not My Family. The police chief and the coroner were involved, and it was very hush-hush. They made it clear this was not to get out to the public. This is where I have to apologize, probably for an anticlimactic ending to this ordeal. I don't know what Not Me and my family were, neither do they. The only thing we know is that they were sentient creatures that looked like us and had yellow blood. I begged the coroner to tell me about their autopsies, but he said he wasn't allowed to say. He must have felt bad for me, since I received a bouquet of flowers a couple days later. The card inside the envelope read, "We don't know what they are. They have the same organs we do, but in different parts of their body, aside from their brain. But what's red and pink inside us is green and yellow inside them. They're humanoid creatures, but whatever they aren't human. The government thinks they may be extraterrestrial. Destroy this letter as soon as possible." We had our house professionally cleaned. It was almost surely a government team since they contacted us on behalf of the police. We could not find any Google reviews or website for the company online. My wife and I are not going to go back to our house. We would love to burn it down, but there's no way to do that and avoid suspicion of arson at this point. We'll end up taking a huge loss on the property since everyone in our neighborhood knows there was an incident involving multiple deaths in the house, but don't know what actually happened. It'll be hard to sell, but eventually it will. We're gonna move on from here, I told everyone at work it was a home invasion, and they bought it. I'll go back to work in a couple weeks and we'll start looking for a new house. Again, I'm sorry. I know everyone wanted a concrete ending and to know exactly what the fuck those things were, but we just don't know. Alien sounds good to me. I've been thinking if they were supernatural or actual demons, gunfire wouldn't have been able to kill them. It's just hard to say. If they were aliens, why did they just sit there and creep in our house for a week? They didn't even try to take over our lives. It's hard to wrap my head around. If it is aliens, keep your eyes peeled out there. There could be more of them. Story: All 18 Lives of Omen. The Cat. 1. It was a shock when our family cat Nancy passed away whilst giving birth to a litter of only one kitten. And an even further shock when we noticed that this particular kitten, wrinkled and pink, had 2 heads. Pa said it was an omen. An omen of what? The kitten made a noise, halfway between a squeak and a cough. Pa paused. I don't know. We were silent for a bit whilst we thought on this. We didn't know either, but no one could doubt that it had to mean something. It made for a good name though, Omen, and so it stuck. The vet told us Omen didn't have long for this world, said that animals with mutations like this rarely lasted more than a few weeks at best. He suggested we make a quick bit of cash and find a museum or lab nearby to sell them to. 2 heads, 2 sets of genitals, he said. Omen was a 5-figure paycheck waiting to happen. We refused. Omen was ours. In the end, Omen would end up outliving that vet, and part of me, although I know it can't be true, believes that Omen always held a grudge against him for what he told us that morning. The vet made a joke in poor taste as we left. Might last a little longer, you never know, 9 lives in all. I remember our whole family watching the way Pa looked to Omen's 2 heads, and then back to the vet. 18, he corrected. 18 lives. 2. We spent the next few months hand-feeding Omen, both of their heads desperately hungry. Ma would often joke that it was like they had 2 stomachs, with the amount of milk they'd get through. We'd take turns to feed in the night, and even though I was much too young to be staying up that late, they could see how much this cat meant to me, and they'd give me an hour or 2 after dark. Omen had the most beautiful black coat, with sleek white socks, and a small cream spot, like a monk, on the top of their left head. The heads would sometimes chatter to each other, in meek little mews when they were alone, as if comparing notes on their new body. Omen always ate better if they could sit in your lap, nestling their body in the fold of your legs, whilst both your hands would hold 2 small bottles for them to suckle from. Sometimes I'd sneak out of bed and sleep on the floor in Omen's room, only to be found and scolded by my parents when the morning came. But they didn't mind, really. Omen was our favorite. 3. On the morning before his first birthday, Omen brought in a 2-headed mouse, clamped in the right head's jaws. The thing was limp, and made a soft pat when they dropped it onto the floor. I must have been 12 at the time, but I remember poking the mouse with a brush, turning it over to have a better look at each head. I was so absorbed in the rodent's strange biology, I completely ignored the sound of my ma and pa coming to stand behind me, hands on hips, watching me watch it. I think it's a message, Pa said. Ma made a noise. He's right. I think they're telling us they're not alone. Both of Omen's heads mewed in sync as if to agree. 4. We went on holiday as a family, and as much as it pained us, were unable to bring Omen. Omen knew something was up when they saw us putting our clothes in bags, and when we all left at once, and they tried to sink their claws into our shoes to beg us not to go. But we had to, and we did. When we returned, sunburnt and at ease, we found that Omen had taken the time to smash every single clock in the house. 5. Omen would bring in all sorts of creatures, rodents, small birds, beetles it found interesting, frogs, toads, even fish every now and again. One evening in particular, the family were gathered around the television, watching, I can't remember what, when Omen strolled in, sat straight in front of the screen, attention please, and dropped the bottom half of a squirrel at its feet. The organs and intestines were hanging out, putrid and red, and we could see the way Omen's fur was matted around the mouth. He thinks we're hungry, trying to feed us, Pa said. Disgusting. Doesn't look half bad. If you're so hungry, you can clean it up. Omen watched with disappointment as Pa dropped the offering into the bin, though I didn't miss the whisper that followed. Sorry, Omen. 6. We lived in a big house, and family and friends would often cycle through, staying in various rooms when they encountered problems of their own, or just needed a roof over their head for a while. Our uncle came to stay with us during the last days of his life. There was no more modern medicine could do for him, and he told everyone he wanted to die with dignity. We obliged him. And so, for the last week of his life, Uncle lived as normal a life as he could, told stories until he grew too tired, never complained, and despite our protests, slipped Omen meat and fish under the dinner table. Around 24 hours before he died, Omen took up a vigil by his bedside. We'd been advised by the nurses that we should keep Omen away, that having a cat that close would only cause trouble, that you never knew where your pet had been. But that day, Omen wouldn't budge. They hissed and bared their teeth whenever anybody made a motion to pick them up, and the whole thing quickly became more hassle than it was worth. It was clear Uncle was deteriorating, and we didn't want to disturb what could be his final moments. Omen lay on his stomach without moving for water or food all day. Both of their heads stood watch, making periodical sweeps of the room, examining the doorway. About an hour before he passed, Omen watched something, invisible to the rest of us, enter through the door and come to stand by Uncle's bed. Omen mewed softly, pleadingly. The sound grew and grew until eventually, Omen was silent. 5 minutes later, whilst holding Ma's hand, Uncle nodded, as if greeting an old friend, and took his last breath. 7. Ma told us she was pregnant. In response, Omen sneezed twice, one for each head. 8. Ma had twins. And, God, Omen loved the twins. From the moment they came home, Omen was all over them, transfixed by their angelic little faces, their impossibly thin wisps of hair, their laughs and their cries. I could almost hear Omen's thought process as both heads stared up at the newcomers. 2 of them, just like us. 2 of them, 9. A local kid, who must have been roughly the same age as the twins at that point, say around 4, fell from the top of their garden wall and broke their skull on the concrete below. Our neighbors told us that they found Omen at the scene, lapping at the pool of blood as if it was cream in a saucer. The broken child was taken to intensive care immediately. Despite the doctor's best efforts, the child didn't make it. Omen came home with blood matted in the fur around their mouths and turned their noses up at the dinner we'd prepared. They were full. 10. An old woman with matted hair and yellow teeth came to the door. She said that she'd seen our cat, and she would pay good money to take them off our hands. She looked like a ghost dragged through a swamp. Her skin was so pale you could see the massive veins underneath contracting like small worms, and when she spoke it made my skin hurt. Cats like that are bad luck, she said. Touched by the devil, she said. We told her that they were ours, that they were family. She snarled and spat on our front door. I'll see you soon, she said. 11. One night I heard a noise from the kitchen. Upon investigating, I found that someone was banging against the door. I recognized the voice, the woman from the week before. She was hammering the door now with her fist, frantically. Let me in, let me in, let me in, she said, over and over and over again. I stood, paralyzed by fear. There was something about her that I didn't trust, that I couldn't trust. I'd seen the way she'd looked at Omen, like she wanted them for something. Then the noise spread out over the house, and I was aware of the windows on 3 separate sides of the room, and that through each window, as I turned, I could make out the same dark figure, pounding against the glass, screeching. It was as if there were several of her, all silhouettes, all at once, begging and pleading to be let in. And the voice cracked and changed, grew hoarser and harsher. And before long she didn't sound much like a woman at all, but something hungry and vicious. Pa eventually came down and found me hiding under the table. Omen was sat, facing the door, tail flicking from side to side. Pa said that in the following silence, he could hear their heads chattering away to one another. He said they sounded serious, concerned. 12. I was brushing my teeth the following week, just after my shower, when I heard some scratching at the door. I tried to ignore it. Sometimes Omen would do this, beg to be let in after you'd had a shower so they could drink the water around the drain. But Ma had said we had to stop Omen from their more unsavory habits in case we had guests. I kept the door firmly shut. Omen grew more and more persistent, raking their claws down the wood and mewing as if there was a fire. I could have sworn the door was shut, but in my reflection, behind me I could make out the door start to open, slowly, fraction by fraction, and my hand stopped moving the brush, leaving it stuck in my mouth like a cocktail stick, when I saw a hand slowly emerge from the door in the reflection. A hand, and then a face I recognized. A gnarled and ancient face, all gums and loose skin, and I could see the woman slowly force her way into the room in the mirror, and, falling backwards, it was all I could do to try and grab the door, slipping on the handle. The door flew open, in both real life and the reflection, and as I staggered back I could see the women now dead on, smiling, reaching out towards the surface, towards me, and my hand found something hard and heavy, and it was all I could do to throw it at the mirror. There was a crash, the sound of falling glass, and the silence. It took me a while to absorb my surroundings, for the adrenaline to wear off. I had thrown my alarm clock, a heavy brass thing that was so loud it was impossible not to wake up. Omen was sat by the shattered clock, their two faces reflected endlessly in the dozens of mirror shards that covered the floor, blinking and preening themselves, before stepping closer and pushing their forehead against mine. Just for a moment, I felt as if I'd touched something old and dark and so hot, and then Omen pulled away and left me to clean up the mess. 13. The twins were followed home by a strange man in a long coat, with thin blonde hair that he'd very carefully slicked back over his otherwise bald head. He made lewd gestures at them, which they could repeat but not understand, and said words that made Ma blush. Ma said she'd found the man by our gate, staring into Omen's eyes, all four of them, without blinking. Said that she told the man she'd called the police, and that he should get off our property this instant, but the man stayed still, wouldn't take his eyes off Omen, spoke strange words to himself under his breath, prayed. When the police came, sometime later, the man was gone. 14. The strange man made local headlines, filling his pockets with rocks and throwing himself into the river. They said he'd finally lost it, that the weight of whatever he'd done had finally caught up to him. But I knew something had happened that day. Omen had shown the man something in that moment, shown the man something so real and terrifying he'd had no choice but to drown himself. And, as if to confirm my suspicions, Omen coughed up a wet, blonde hairball. 15. Omen discovered catnip and spent 3 days in a daze, like some sort of feline junkie, until Ma caught them staring at their own reflection. Embarrassed, Omen quit their newfound habit there and then. And 16. Omen brought in the top half of a squirrel whilst we were watching television. The twins laughed. Pa said, "Looks familiar." Ma said she felt something a little like deja vu. Try as we might, we couldn't place it. 17. Omen was sick in the night, and when we took them to the vet, she showed us her tattoo of a two-headed cat. "It's just like yours. I've never seen a real one," she said, feigning surprise. But the looks she shared with Omen made me think otherwise. 18. Omen spent their last 5 nights with each one of us. First Pa, then Ma, then the twins for 1 night each, and last of all, me. They slept by my side, purring like kindling whenever I'd tickle one of their chins. We both knew that their time was nearly up. They were growing old, and what had once been muscle and fat had quickly become skin and bone. Their eyes were not as sharp, and had developed a thin, milky membrane. Sometimes one head would wake the other, and they'd spend a while bickering before they realized they were talking to themselves. Before they passed, they made one last slow circuit of the house, checking behind each door and under each bed, as if to say, to us and to the twins, "See, you're safe now." We buried Omen under their favorite tree, in a little wooden box we filled with shredded newspaper. Just above the box, to commemorate Omen, we planted a single orchid. We thought that every time we looked out and saw the flower, we'd be reminded of our friend and protector. And it was a surprise to none of us when, a month later, we saw 2 green buds rising from the soil. Story: my husband has taken our role-playing too far. When he told me he wanted to play pretend, I thought it was something to do with sex. And the funny thing is, if he'd whipped out a Wonder Woman costume, I would have gone along with it. Things had been cold between us for years. One-word replies and tense conversations had become the norm. I was prepared to do what was necessary to try and patch things up. When he clarified he wanted to pretend to be young, I felt a lot more hesitation. If this was a sex thing, I thought, it could get pretty weird. Even as he explained it all, I just kept waiting for it to turn in that direction. I figured that's what it had to be, right? But he said it wasn't like that at all. He just wanted some time, now and again, when he could behave like a child. Nothing too weird, just sort of therapeutic roleplay. I'll admit, it wasn't what I thought. He wanted me to pack his lunches and kiss his cheek before going to work, he said. He wanted me to give him the kind of things you'd give a kid, so I packed him a yogurt, a ham sandwich, and an apple. There was also a small carton of juice, all tucked neatly into a brown paper bag. His whole face lit up with joy when he saw it. I came up with the brown bag myself, and he told me it was a nice touch. I remember thinking it was the first sincere compliment he'd paid me in years. I felt a rare pang of pride at that. After that, I got the gist pretty quickly. He wanted me to run him baths and sit there beside him while he played with toys. He wanted to ask me for permission before going out to play in the yard. He wanted spaghetti and hot dog for dinner, and jelly and ice cream for dessert. I did it all with a smile. He never really looked me all that much as a wife. But as a caregiver, it was like every little gesture was the greatest thing to him. I thought it was messed up, sure. But I don't know, those first few weeks were actually quite nice. One day he came home, and I had the telly set to old cartoons from his childhood, and he just burst out into tears. I'd bought the DVDs as a little surprise, but didn't expect that kind of reaction. I ran over and held him, and we stayed like that, huddled on the sofa, for hours. I'd never felt that kind of closeness or vulnerability from him, or, well, anyone else I'd ever met. It was confusing, but I liked it. We'd always been each other's closest friends, and now he was spending more time with me than ever before, and he cared about what I had to say and genuinely paid attention to me. I once baked him a cake, and he sat on the counter, kicking his legs, asking me questions the whole time. I told him about the recipe, about how my grandmother had brought it over with her when she emigrated, about how it had been passed down for generations, and I could see that he wasn't play acting. He really was blown away by the whole story. But the requests just kept coming, as did the amount of time he spent role-playing. It started out as something before and after work, but he soon quit his job, and without notice, it became an all-day activity. Like I said, it was part of the fun, and I didn't put any limits on it. He did what I imagine most kids do all day long. He watched television, played with toys and video games, ran around making silly noises. He also wanted to the less fun stuff, so I had to set him chores, bathe him, brush, and cut his hair, make him eat vegetables. He even asked me to start organizing him homework, so I bought some old exercise books for low-level maths and English. He was never a naughty, but he did like to make a fuss when I told him to do these things. But sometimes I'd catch a sly smile or a twinkle in his eye, and I knew he really liked it. There was something inherently bizarre and actually kind of funny about watching an accountant sit there and struggle when carrying the one. Still, it was a far cry from the very guarded and deeply arrogant man I'd married. I guess I'm just trying to put it all in order for you, but I'm not sure I can. There were times it felt wrong, I suppose. All my attraction to him went right out the window, but I didn't care because we didn't have sex that much as husband and wife, and even when we did, it wasn't very good. Maybe if you understood that I'm not a social person, you could see why I let this all happen. I don't have friends, never have, not even when I was in university. His company, his placid, warm, and adoring company, it worked a kind of magic on me. I think also that I actually quite liked looking after someone. In hindsight, I probably should have just got a cat. At the time, I just liked the change of pace, and I always suspected there was some dark secret lurking beneath him. My mother had warned me about this with Manand, I was just glad he didn't like killing hookers. This seemed safe, harmless, at least at first. As we settled further into a routine, I started to feel lonely again, only it was different. This wasn't the bored listlessness of a day spent at home trying to look busy. It was more like standing over an ocean and looking down. I think it was the way he started to change, physically. I thought they were all deliberate changes, things he did to look less like an adult. Sometimes he looked at me, and I didn't like it. It was a hungry look. I met a boy once when I was younger, and he looked at me like that, and I liked it. But coming from my husband in blue pajamas, with a pacifier in his mouth and a rattle in one hand, God, I could have been sick. And come nighttime, the house started to feel different, larger and colder than usual. I started drinking for some reason. I think partly just to unwind. When things broke, it was up to me to fix them, or to answer the phone, or deal with bills. We had plenty saved up, so don't get me wrong, it wasn't like we were in dire circumstances. But there was no one else to share the endless responsibilities with, and I felt it like a weight on my shoulders. Come morning, I'd have to go through the motions with a pounding headache, and I found that the days started to blur. Months passed, maybe even a whole year. It's hard for me to remember any of these events in a straight line, and that's not all my fault. I remember thinking that he was a growing boy, but that wasn't true at all. We ordered new shoes for him online, and they were a different size to the usual, smaller. He'd said it was because he wanted the light-up ones, but he'd been a size 11 as an adult, and the ones we bought were for a young boy. I don't know how, but he wore those new shoes just fine. I pinched the toe and told him he'd grow into them. I have vivid memories of watching him struggle to put a stuffed toy on the top shelf, but he'd always towered over me at 6'3". Even now, I'm putting it all back together in my head and finding little surprises. There was always the sense that if I stopped too long to think, then everything would rush past me and I'd miss it. Even trying my best to just go with it, I found myself feeling like a stranger in my own house. Things moved, rooms were rearranged, and new toys just appeared, all without me knowing how. A whole swing set was installed in the garden without me remembering, but when I checked, my signature was on the invoice. At one point, he began wearing diapers, and I didn't even notice until days passed. It just kind of made sense somehow. In the moment, it had felt so natural, and looking back, I seemed to remember my husband as a child, not a fully grown man. I'd been feeding a toddler, hugging a toddler, watching a toddler play games. But at the same time, it wasn't any of that. It was my husband sitting there with his long legs crossed and crumbs in his beard. One morning I woke up to a dog, and the next day, it was gone. I searched for hours, feeling like I was going insane, but sure enough, there was a bowl and dog food right by the kitchen door, so it wasn't like I'd imagined it. There was no dog in the house though, nor in the garden. Exhausted and beaten, I went into my husband's room for a final check when, at the sight of him, this strange apprehension came over me. I couldn't get the thought out of my head that he'd done something. After all, if he was a child, he was a bit odd, wasn't he? He didn't play with other children, he didn't misbehave, he barely spoke. He was a good little boy, sure, but not necessarily all that normal. And of course he wasn't a child. He was something else. Standing there, I appreciated just how odd he had started to look. His hair was thinning, not just falling out, mind you. It felt downy to the touch, soft, like a newborn's peachy fuzz, and good God, the smell. It was like a baby's smell, but foul like sour milk. And it clung to him no matter how much I bathed him and washed his clothes. There were days when it felt like I could choke to death on it, and I learned to breathe carefully through my mouth whenever we were together. His pupils were huge, too large for those small sockets. His eyes had always been spaced far apart, but placed on a child-shaped head, he looked like he was wearing a bad Halloween mask with doll's eyes instead of his own. Sometimes I'd catch him staring at me from around a corner, or at the bottom of a long corridor. Sometimes that meant him standing there in the dark, audibly breathing as his shoulders rose and fell, while some unseen thought excited him. Other times it meant glimpsing his gray head disappearing behind a wall or door the second I turned. He drooled almost constantly and wiped the excess on his sleeve, but a lot of it landed on the floor anyway. There were times I'd find small puddles of spit in locked rooms, often just behind where I'd been standing. Other times, I could hear his difficult breathing inches from my back. But he was never actually there when I turned around. I was afraid of him, I realized, and I nearly cried out when, standing in that dark and quiet room, he rolled onto his back as he slept in the crib. He opened a gummy smile, and I saw that all his teeth had fallen out, barring just a few. And the closer I looked, the more certain I became that even those were not his original ones. They were too white, too small, too peg-like to be an adult's incisors. I secretly hoped I was going insane. The alternative was somehow even worse. I was on the toilet when the doorbell rang. It was a shrill screech that grated, and I jumped so badly I dropped my phone. I quickly finished up and waddled over to the window with my pants still down. There was a van just outside the front gates, which were open, but there was no sign of anyone walking around down there. Normally, this kind of problem would just go away, and they'd leave the package on the doorstep, but something felt wrong. I couldn't hear my husband anywhere in the house. No footsteps, no babbling, no clacking toys or rolling wheels. That van looked strange. The driver's side door was still open, the engine still running. I tried to digest what it all meant while running downstairs, stopping only when I saw the front door open. A gust of wind blew through the main house, drawing out all the homely warmth. I had images of our roleplay being found out, and fears of humiliation and embarrassment filled my head. There was something else muddled in with all the thoughts as well. We'd spent so long locked up together, my husband and I, safe and far away from the rest of the world. How would he react to this intrusion? As if in answer, someone cried out from the living room. I ran down the last few stairs and pushed open the door to find a small man shaking where he stood, brown cardboard box clutched to his chest for protection. "What?" he stuttered. I put my arm around his shoulder and started to move him towards the door. I couldn't see my husband, but he was never too far away from me, and I couldn't help but notice one of his favorite toys lying on the floor. "He let me in," the man continued. Looked just like a... Suddenly he turned to me and gripped both my arms. "What's wrong with him?" he asked. I've never seen anything like that before. I don't remember what I said, but I kept pushing him towards the front door, out of the living room, and into the kitchen. A quick turn of my head and I saw my husband ducking back down beneath the sofa. He was the wrong size to be so quick and sneaky, but he had a way of hiding and moving around the house so that you almost never saw him unless he wanted you to. "Come on," I muttered. But the delivery man's feet were slow and cumbersome. It was like his head was all muddled up. "It was just a child," he cried like it had just dawned on him. "Oh no, I frightened him, didn't I?" He tried turning back, but I stopped him. "No, I didn't mean to scare him. I just, his face." He stopped resisting and his shoulders slumped back down. "What's wrong with him?" he asked. "Why do my eyes hurt?" "He's sick," I answered, finally pulling him the last few feet to the door. I shoved him back past the threshold and stood, panting, to catch my breath. "He's just very unwell," I said, stifling a sob. Part lie, part truth. "It's a condition." The delivery man looked as if he still was trying to sort his own head out, but it seemed like he bought it. He went to leave, putting one foot down on the porch steps, before suddenly deciding that he needed to make amends. "Please don't report me," he cried, and I jumped a little. I didn't mean to come off as rude. My heart started to race. I could smell my husband, the stench nearly overpowering. He was so close I could practically feel him, but where he was, I couldn't say. I just needed to get this man away before something terrible happened. He was babbling endlessly about offending me. "Please," I said, on the verge of tears, "please leave." Did he understand? I wonder. Sometimes, when I think back, I see a flickering of understanding in his eyes. It looked like empathy. I can't be sure because it all kind of just blurs together. The shock in his eyes as my husband's arm grabbed his ankle cannot be understated. Neither of us expected him to be down there. I still don't know how he did it. But he was down there, giggling in an unhealthy falsetto rasp. Before anyone could speak, he yanked so hard the delivery man fell down backwards and his leg disappeared into shadow. With one hand, the crying man clamped down on the thigh as if to soothe some unseen pain. and with the other hand he tried to push himself back out from between the wooden slats. But my husband was always a big man, and now he had a strange sort of air about him, a quiet, crackling power that followed him from room to room. The struggle was one-sided, and the deliveryman screamed and howled. He gave up holding the one leg and tried using both hands to pull or push or drag himself away. I didn't know what was happening out of sight, but his face drained of blood and his screams just kept getting worse. I've never heard a man make a sound like that before, not an adult man. It was scary in a way I wasn't prepared for. I think he asked me to help at one point. I contemplated calling the police but never did. I was so terrified, I couldn't even bring myself to move. Occasionally, one of my husband's thick-knuckled hands could be glimpsed as he pulled more of the man inside. Those hands looked so large, so pale, so deeply unhealthy. I could hear what he was doing, but that didn't really come to my attention until I unpacked it all mentally long after it was over. But yes, I could hear bone crack and something like paper being torn. Was it an hour or just a few minutes? I don't know. The man just kept crying and pleading, and my husband just kept pulling. And pulling. And pulling. The stairs started to buckle, but the wood was thick and strong. The final question came down to what would break first, a pelvis or a post. The delivery man's cries told me what he thought would happen. He was right. With a tremendous yell of joy, just like a child on their birthday, my husband latched another fist around the man's other leg and pulled so hard there was a sudden crack, and his victim fell limp like a toy losing power. What followed was a silence so heavy it hurt my ears, broken only by the faint wet sound of my husband dragging the rest of the man into the dark. The space between each step couldn't have been more than 6 inches, but brute force won out. The last I remember of the man's face, he was pale with bulging eyes. The arrangement of his arms and legs didn't even make sense anymore. He looked like a spider after you step on it. I stayed there for a while longer, hoping to hell and back I'd hear an ambulance or police siren. But like I said, we lived far out of town. By the time it occurred to me that no one would rescue the manor, Meath blood on the steps was congealing. My husband was still just out of sight, giggling and clapping like a kid making mud pies. "Come on," I finally managed to say, speaking like the doting mother I was. "Put your new toy away. I'll make you some lunch." I was washing dishes and staring into the yard. It resembled somewhere I'd seen before, but I couldn't remember where or why. My husband was somewhere upstairs, and I was alone. I'd often hear him thunder around up there, doing God knows what, his bare feet slapping on hardwood floors he'd once picked out in a turtleneck and chinos. That seemed like a different person's life now. Hard to believe it was the same man who brought me something just days before that made me sick. He'd made it himself, and it had hung on the fridge for a whole afternoon like just another piece of macaroni art. Was that thing where the dog ended up? I wondered, running a dishcloth over the same plate for the second hour in a row. Movement caught my eye. Out in the garden, something floated down past the tall hedges that walled in our yard and landed plainly on the overgrown grass. It was a bright, luminous yellow that glowed like a safety vest. For some reason, I held up the plate in my hand, looked between the two. God, I was so out of it. It was like a worm in my head. I could feel it, maybe even reach out and grab it if I could just focus on it for long enough. But each time I closed my mind around it, each time I started to feel out the shape of this intrusion, this rewriting of my own brain, it slithered away. "Frisbee," I muttered. And then just like that, she was there. She was maybe 9 or 10. How had she wound up here? I wondered. Maybe she was lost. She was looking around like she didn't know where she was. I could see she was scared, and my heart sank as I realized how awful our home must have looked to her. There was a time I was house proud, but now we lived in decrepit filth. Of course, the little girl looked scared, I thought. This was the scary house every child feared, with broken windows and overgrown bushes that choked a yard filled with rusted swings and abandoned toys. And this poor girl had lost her frisbee and... "No," I said, first to myself and then once again to the room. "No." But it was too late. I could hear him scuttle around before the house fell into quiet. From outside, the girl started to say something. A greeting, perhaps? There was a knife in my hand that I didn't remember taking, and I was outside before I had time to even think. The little girl looked to me, and instantly burst into tears. I was sprinting towards her with a knife in one hand and a murderous look straight out of a horror film. But before she'd seen me, she'd been looking towards a thicket of grass with disgust on her face. "No," I screamed, not at her, but at him. I picked her up in my arms, even as she batted me away. I didn't care if this girl thought I was Satan himself. If she ran back home and told her parents about the mean, creepy lady, and they called the police, and this all ended with me safe and warm behind bars, I didn't care. I clutched my arm around her waist and willed it into a band of steel to keep her safe. She squirmed but could not break free, and I ran towards the gate as fast as I could carry her. "It's okay," I cooed. "He won't get you." I was halfway there when her screaming and wriggling stopped. Her head was over my shoulder, and all of a sudden, she gripped me like I was a life raft. The change was instant, and it made me falter. For a brief moment, I heard his feet pulsing towards me. I turned, brandishing the knife like a torch against the darkness, but nothing was there. The girl started screaming again, the sight of my husband sinking, and she held onto me with dear life. "Not the baby," she screamed. "No, no, no, not the baby." "Not the baby," I repeated. "I won't let him." I backed up to the gate carefully and began to wonder what next when, out of nowhere, he leaped into sight and grabbed the girl's hair, yanking her head back while she screamed so hard her face turned beetroot red. He jumped up and down, hollering and crying like a giddy toddler with a Christmas present. His misshapen face was grinning, his gums black and bloody, but his hands threatened to tear the girl's scalp right off. I started to feel nauseous at the sight of him. His size seemed to change with every glance. I couldn't make sense of it, and I felt that worm inside my mind wriggle and dislodge more of my thoughts. Sometimes he was waist-high, sometimes a full-grown man. But always those hands were too large for his frame, and the brown flakes of blood still trapped beneath his chipped nails reminded me exactly what he wanted. "No!" I screamed and lashed out with the knife. The motion that came to me in the moment was a downward thrust, and the knife was left embedded in my husband's right shoulder. He let go immediately and started to howl and sob. He seemed to shrink before my very eyes, and I quickly set the girl down and pushed her through the gate. I pulled the bars shut, screamed at her to run, then quickly turned back to my husband, who was sucking his thumb and trying to pull the knife out with his remaining hand. After some awkward fumbling, he grabbed the handle and threw the knife to the ground. It clattered to the floor, blood glistening in the sun. "You're just like her," he said, his voice breaking and returning to the calm, authoritative man I'd once known. His beady eyes bored into me, and I could have collapsed under that stare. The change in cadence was as sudden as a sheer drop off a cliff. "I just wanted what she never gave me, but you're all the same." Suddenly his whole face bunched up into a twisted infantile smile, and he declared with joy and delight in a voice identical to a child's, "I'm going to crawl inside you." Dinner was cold. It was the first meal I'd made him after our little fight. I'd fidgeted over it for hours, filled with doubts and fears, but it all came to naught. He was too smart to fall for that, whether he'd seen the rat poison or not. He hadn't come for dinner. Now I was left with a problem. I'd stayed fixed to the spot in the kitchen, working away with endless looks over my shoulder, and night had fallen. The only light was in the kitchen, and it was a big house filled with inky black shadows that swallowed entire rooms and corridors. Often, I would glimpse a sliver of movement. Like a shark's fin cresting a wave, I might see a blue piece of fabric catch the moonlight before disappearing back into the dark. He was out there. I had a new knife, at least. And something about the adrenaline in my veins helped me think more clearly. When I looked back in my thoughts, I no longer saw a child, but something twisted and deformed with delusion and malice. A disease had festered not only in our heads, but the space we shared and the world we lived in, spilling out into reality like a migraine aura made real. I didn't know if it was an intruder or just something dark that had spread from within, but it belonged to me one way or another. I couldn't let it live. "Dinner's ready," I cried. "Come on." There was a shuffling somewhere out front, by the stairs. I don't know why I bothered saying anything. He must have seen me. I cried out again, my voice faltering from fear and exhaustion. I picked the plate up and put it by the threshold of the kitchen, its edge just inches from the darkness. "You must be hungry," I said. doing my best to smile. "Please eat it," I added. "For me?" A single, chubby finger peeked through the doorway and slid the plate across. It was so loud in the silence, grating across tile. Something felt wrong, but in the moment, I just hoped it was the sheer panic trapped deep within my chest. The plate whipped out of the darkness and struck me in the face. My nose cracked and my head snapped backwards, and before I knew it, I was on the floor, the plate rolling to a noisy stop a few feet away. It was whole, but one edge was coated in blood. I became aware of a coppery taste in my mouth and realized it was mine all over that plate. It felt like I was lying there for a good few seconds, agony ringing in my ears while I opened and closed my jaw in disconcerted shock. Slowly, layer by layer, things started to right themselves. There was a sharp pain in the back of my head, and I realized I must have hit it when I fell over, and there was a weight on top of me, pressing down, making it hard to breathe. Had I broken a rib? I wondered. But it didn't feel much like that. It felt like something was moving around, something sharp and painful. I looked down and saw husband's cabbage-shaped head bobbing away at my breast. I screamed and pushed him away, but he clamped down hard, those nasty little peg teeth burying themselves into my flesh and refusing to dislodge. I was overcome with disgust and started beating away at him, scratching deep gouges in his scalp and shoulders. Only when I buried a thumb in his nasty little eye did he relent and let go. He sat up and my thumb slid out of the socket with a pop. And for a moment he looked overcome with naive sadness. But then hatred washed over his face and his remaining eye glared at me with murder. He started to choke me, those terrible fists clasping around my throat like bands of iron. I struggled, lashing my hands out at the floor and furniture, desperate for something, anything that might help. Thankfully, my hands alighted on the knife, and I drove it hard into the soft flesh of his armpit. For a moment, he carried on as normal, but by the time I drove the blade between his ribs, once, then twice, the blood had already drained from his face. It soaked us both, and to my horror it stank of sour milk and talcum powder. I watched the realization of his wounds dull the fire in his eyes. He stumbled backwards, his face scrunching up as he let out a horrific bawl. Pink foam seeped from his mouth, and he gasped and choked. His lungs were filling with blood, and I watched him die slowly before me. By the time it was done, he was a man again. A strangely dressed, emaciated wretch of a man, but nothing more. I touched my throat, and it felt sore, and my chest was a ragged mess. "Was it good for you?" I asked, a laugh rising unbidden from my lips. The sound of my own voice scared me. I sounded deranged. But I couldn't stop laughing at the joke I'd made, and before long my breath became short, and consciousness slipped away in its entirety. It's been some time. How long? I don't know, and I still wonder whether he was ever real. I burned the house down and I finally got to hear the sound of sirens coming to take me away. It was a weird problem to explain to the police. They had evidence of a child living in the home, but no body. They thought I'd offed a kid and burned the house to hide the evidence. Later on, they found one adult body, but it was the deliveryman's, not my husband's, and I was arrested just a few short weeks later. Of course, I told them the truth, just barring a few of the weirder details. My husband had gone insane, I said. He'd snapped, started acting like a child, killed one man, then tried to kill me. Unfortunately, there are no records of my husband, nor our marriage, nor our life together. I lived alone, unemployed, because of a wealthy trust granted to me by family. The mortgage was not paid by my husband, but rather the trust. All of this was news to me. He was real, I know that much. I still have the wounds to prove it, and they found that little girl who testified, somewhat, in my defense. She really had seen a man dressed as a baby, she said. Although when asked to give a description of what he looked like, she broke down screaming and had to be sedated. I knew what that felt like. I couldn't tell you my husband's age, his eye color, his birthday, or even his name. It's all worked against me. I think I'm on my second appeal, but my lawyer told me to lower my expectations. No marriage certificate, no wedding invitations, no relationship status on Facebook, no photos, no plane tickets for the honeymoon, no official documentation. Every conceivable trace of this man's life simply doesn't exist. I managed to get a brain scan, and they say my brain should belong to a dementia patient, except I'm just 36. It's all full of holes, lesions they call them. That's a good name for it. I said there was a worm, didn't I? It was eating through my head like an apple core, not a literal worm, of course. Well, I don't know that for sure. But still, I think he did something to my head because even now just the thought of him can give me a nosebleed. I don't remember much of my life before. He wrote over it like a computer file and deliberately blotted out whatever didn't suit his purpose. And of course, they never did find his body, did they? Bit of a cliche, I know. I think it was childish of me to ever believe that a few holes in the torso would kill him. I should say. After all, he was playing pretend at being human just as much as being a child. Story, room 733. The suicide room. That's what they called room 733, as if I didn't have enough to worry about on my first day as a freshman. We had assigned to dorm room 734, which, it turns out, wasn't one of the nice add-on rooms in the South Hall. No, we found ourselves in the older wing of the building on the 7th floor. I wasn't too bummed out though. At least they'd honored my request to room with my best friend. Lydia and I spent most of the morning moving ourselves in. By the time our resident advisor came by, I was taping up posters and Lydia was reading. "Hi girls, I'm Beth," chirped the bubbly blonde girl as she bounded into our room. "I'll be your RA this year." "Hi." I nodded at her. "Wow, you girls really work fast," she said, taking in our made beds and hung up clothes. Beth picked up a drawing of Cthulhu that Lydia had done over the summer. She turned it sideways, studying it. "Is this the Kraken from Pirates of the Caribbean?" Lydia glared at her over the top of her book. "So anyway," the RA continued, "I know our hall isn't as new as the South Hall, but trust me, there's a lot of history here. This building is almost 60 years old." "Yes, I can see that," I said, looking around. "The rooms are pretty small." "Well, people were smaller in the 50s, Beth shrugged. "Really?" Lydia said flatly. "Yep, really." Beth pursed her lips and just continued to stand there, while the room filled with awkward silence. "So," I said, "the corner room next to us, 733, is it? It looks a lot bigger than our room. Is anyone assigned to that room, or could we maybe—" "Oh, you don't want that room," Beth interrupted. "There were a couple suicides in there, a hanging and a jumper if I remember right. They're not assigning anyone to that room. Anyway, I'd just like to remind you that this is an all-girls floor, and guys are not allowed up here after 11. Before we could reply to her, Beth clapped her hands, and with a quick, "Well, nice meeting you," she skipped out of the room. Lydia dropped her book on the bed and stared out into the hall. "I hate her." "Did you hear that bomb she fucking dropped?" "I'm going to call her dumb shit, Beth." "Lydia, seriously. Suicides?" "Oh, Becca, relax. Every college campus has a few suicides." "Yeah, but in the same room?" Lydia sighed. "Really, who cares? It's not our room." "Yeah, I guess." I turned to study the little window in our room. Can you imagine climbing out of that tiny window and jumping? You'd be alive for at least 5 seconds before you hit the ground. "Oh fuck, Becca, can you not?" Lydia glanced at the window and visibly shuddered. "You know I fucking hate heights, and just talking about that shit is raising my blood pressure." "We could always move into the suicide room," I teased her. "That one has a window on each wall." "Fuck you." Okay, but seriously, think about it. It would take a lot of commitment to squeeze out of that tiny window. "Yeah, well, remember, people were apparently smaller back then," Lydia mumbled as she pushed her bed further away from the window. Since Lydia was an outgoing and friendly person, we made friends at lightning speed. There were a lot of parties in those first few weeks, at one of which Lydia inevitably met a guy. I'd known the girl since we were in diapers, so I fully anticipated her having a boyfriend by the end of September. His name was Mike, and he wasn't anything special, just your standard frat pledge douche canoe. After about a month on campus, the novelty of college started wearing off. Lydia and I found our stride, and we spent more weekends studying than drinking. Midterms were coming up in a couple weeks, and I was determined to maintain a 4.0 GPA throughout my freshman year. One night in early October, I was woken up by a loud grinding sound. I sat up in bed and strained to hear it again. Lydia was also wide awake and listening. Slam. What the fuck, she mouthed to me. It wasn't unusual for there to be noise in the hallways since other people came in at all hours of the night. But this sound had definitely come from next door, the corner room. Grind. Is that... Yeah, Lydia whispered. That's the window next door. At Lydia's insistence, we kept our window closed at all times. However, there was no mistaking the sound of the window in room 733 being opened and closed again at regular intervals. Slam. Who's in there? Lydia shrugged. Is someone fucking with us? Is this like initiation? Lydia raised her eyebrow at me. Initiation to what? I don't know. College? Maybe they're hazing the freshmen? Grinned. It opened. Who is hazing freshmen? I shrugged. Slam. It shut. Becca, I love you, but that was fucking stupid. I threw a pillow at her. Well, whoever it is, go tell them to knock it the fuck off. Me? I'm not risking being thrown out a window. Grind. Well, I'm not doing it. I'm an art major. You're a political science major. You go lay down the law. Fuck that. Then call dumb shit Beth. Isn't this the kind of nonsense she should deal with? Slam. I'm not calling her. Don't you put that evil on me. Fine, Lydia whispered loudly. Then we'll just have to ignore it. I have class at 7:30, I whispered. Grind. Then do something. Ugh. I got out of bed and stomped to the door, threw it open dramatically, and went down the hall to pound on the door to room 733, which simply said, Supply room. People are trying to sleep. Please fucking stop, I said, when there was no answer. Slam. Dude, seriously. I sighed. I stepped back from the door and immediately noticed problem. Room 733 was padlocked shut from the outside. I hurried back to my room. What happened? Lydia asked. I'm not going anywhere near that fucking room again. It's locked from the outside. I don't know how anybody could get in there. So, you're saying it's a spooky ghost? She laughed. No, I'm saying there is creepy shit going on inside a room colloquially called the suicide room. Lydia scoffed and rolled over to go back to sleep. You should have been a drama major. We didn't hear the window next door again that night, but the next morning, you could clearly see from outside that both windows in the corner room were now wide open. I watched the windows on room 733 for an entire week, but they remained open. Occasionally at night, I thought I could hear a noise next door, like marbles dropping and rolling across the floor. Since it never woke Lydia up, I didn't bother to say anything. One afternoon, I was alone in the dorm editing notes on my laptop. I had my headphones in, but the music wasn't loud enough to cover the noise of someone knocking on the door. Come in, I said without looking up from the screen. A moment went by, and then I heard the knocking again. I jerked my earbuds out and slammed the laptop closed. I turned around. Come. What the fuck? The door to the hallway was wide open. I'd left it open on purpose, since Ian, a junior I was dating, was supposed to be stopping by. I heard the knocking again from behind me, and literally jumped out of my chair. It had come from the other side of the room, the closet door. It was the closet that shared a wall with room 733. Lydia, you're not fucking funny. Nothing. Lydia, I swear to God, I will punch you in your face. Silence. I walked over to the closet door and grasped the handle. Lydia, you're a fucking what? Her voice came from the doorway, behind me. I let go of the doorknob and stumbled back, wide-eyed. Lydia threw her stuff on the bed and turned to me, crossing her arms. I'm a fucking what? I thought you were hiding in the closet, I said lamely. What? Why? Because someone was knocking on the door. Jesus, Becca. Lydia rubbed her forehead and walked over to the closet, throwing open the door. There was nothing there but clothes and boxes. She made a swipe of her arm as if to say, What now? I swear. Becca, there's no one here. I know what I heard. We glared at each other until our little standoff was interrupted by the timely arrival of Ian. He immediately sensed the tension in the room. "Hi, ladies. What's new?" I gave my roommate a hostile look. There's strange shit is going on in that room next door, but that's not new. Which room? 735? Or the empty one? The empty one, Lydia emphasized. 733. Yeah, I'm not surprised. That's the suicide room. Right, we heard about the deaths. I sat down on my bed. Yeah, it's pretty fucked up. 3 suicides all in one dorm room. 3? Lydia raised her eyebrow. We were told there were 2. Well, there were a couple people in the 70s and then some guy about 10 years ago. He jumped out the window. Lydia and I both shuddered. Although she was much worse, we were both terrified of heights. A falling death was about the worst thing I could think of. I will admit that 3 suicides in the same dorm room is fucking disturbing, Lydia said in an apologetic tone. Yeah, I heard there's something in that room, Ian said. Like what? No one knows, but every year someone has a new theory. Usually right around Halloween something gets published in the campus paper. Whatever's in there though, it ain't friendly. So, has anyone ever killed themselves in the neighboring rooms? Like this one? Nah, just 733. Honestly, I was surprised when I heard they were opening the North Hall this year. They told us we were the biggest incoming freshman class in 20 years. I said absent-mindedly. Yeah, I heard that too. You know you could request a room change. Ian sat down on the bed next to me and I leaned against his shoulder. Yeah, but they wouldn't keep us together. Lydia cut in. Becca and I have been best friends for 15 years. We can't room with other people. So should we just keep living here, next to Satan? I glanced at the closet door again. Lydia shrugged. At least we'll have some stories to tell after graduation. These aren't the kind of stories I want to tell. A few days later, Lydia began to believe my closet story. I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of someone whispering. I looked over at Lydia, who was already staring at me with wide eyes. She slowly brought a finger to her lips. I listened intently, trying to hear what the voice was saying and where it was coming from, but I couldn't understand even one word. I got out of my bed and tiptoed over to Lydia's. The whispering was definitely louder over there, but then she shared a wall with room 733. I listened harder. Never. Taken. Mouths. Of fools. What the hell? Lydia leaned over and put her ear up to the wall. The whispers suddenly stopped and I leaned closer. Suddenly there was a loud bang from the other side. Lydia immediately recoiled and clutched her ear in pain. Someone was in there. Suddenly more angry than scared, I again threw open our door and stomped over to the supposedly empty supply room. I banged on the door loudly, not caring who else I woke up at this point. Are you fucking kidding me? I yelled at the door. This shit isn't funny anymore. Come out of that fucking room, you asshole. Silence. And then the doorknob started to turn. I don't know what I'd expected to happen, but it wasn't that. I backed up so far from the door that I ran into the opposite wall. When the handle had turned all the way down, something started to push from the other side. The door groaned loudly, but the locks held. I held my breath until the pressure on the door subsided, and the handle slowly returned to its normal position. I noticed Lydia peeking her head out of our room. She held up her hands as if to say what happened. Someone thinks they're funny. I answered her out loud. She shook her head and disappeared back into our room. I knelt down on the floor and brought my head down to the carpet, peering under the door crack. It was the first time I had seen into the corner room. Room 733 was definitely a supply closet. There were chairs stacked along one wall and bed frames along the other. A few rotting mattresses were piled under one of the windows and a thick layer of dust covered everything in the room. The windows were absolutely huge, which was something you couldn't really tell by looking up at the building. They were open as always, and I could definitely see how someone could easily climb through them to the outside ledge. The room didn't look like it had been disturbed in a couple of decades, which sent a shudder racking through my body. The moonlight, which had been providing enough light to see into the room, suddenly vanished, and I saw only pitch black inside. I blinked rapidly, trying to adjust my night vision. I squeezed my eyes shut, and when I opened them, a large yellow eye was looking back at me. only a few inches away from my face on the other side of the door. I screamed and woke up half the dorm. There was no denying that things were escalating. The next morning, Lydia and I put in dorm change requests with resident services and hoped for the best. In the meantime, we agreed to never be alone in our dorm room at night. Either we both spent the night at home, or neither of us did. We started spending most nights with our respective boyfriends. I told Ian everything that had happened, and he suggested I maybe talk to the campus paranormal society. I hesitantly made an appointment, and Lydia and I met with a small, cleanly dressed kid named Craig, and 4 of his colleagues the following Tuesday. We told them everything we could remember, every incident, no matter how small. Craig and the 4 other members of the paranormal society sat quietly and took notes for half an hour. It wasn't until we finished that anyone spoke. "Is that all?" Craig asked. "Yes," I said slowly. "Would you mind waiting out in the hall for a few minutes so that I may confer with my colleagues?" "Sure." Lydia smiled indulgently and stood up. "Whatever you need." The door had barely shut behind us when Lydia snorted and rolled her eyes. "Let's go." "Go where?" I asked. "Are you serious?" "Lydia, come on, we need help. I am freaking out. We haven't stayed one night in our dorm since Thursday, so this isn't something we can just brush off." "Okay." She threw her hands up. "Let's hear what they have to say, and then we can go over to resident services and check on our move requests." We loitered out in the hallway for another 15 minutes before Craig came out and asked us to come back and take a seat. With all the pomp and circumstance of a meeting of Parliament, Craig cleared his throat and made his diagnosis. "What you're dealing with, ladies, is a very angry ghost." "Is that your professional opinion, Craig?" Lydia said. I shot her a look. "Yes," he stuttered. "A vengeful spirit." "A spirit?" I asked. I very much doubted that that's what we were dealing with. "Yes," answered one of the not Craigs. "That's ghost to the layperson." "Jesus Christ." Lydia groaned and rubbed her temples. Mistaking Lydia's frustration with despair, Craig rushed right into his speech. "Don't be afraid, ladies. We're going to take care of you. It's true that spirits can be quite a headache if you don't know how to exorcise them, which is why it's good you came to us. Suicides almost always result in angry ghosts. They need revenge." "Revenge on whom?" I asked. "On other students. Perhaps this particular spirit was bullied into taking his own life, and now seeks to torment others." "Ah, listen. We can take care of this for you right away. All we ask is a small donation to the society," Craig continued. "We honestly didn't realize that room was having this much activity. It's really very exciting." "Great, well, thank you for your time," Lydia said as she grabbed my hand and pulled me out of my chair. "Do you want to set something up for this weekend?" Craig asked. "Tell you what, we'll call you." Lydia hurried me out of the room wearing a weary look, and we didn't speak again until we were almost to the admin building. "That was a waste of time," she said. "Look, I'm not disagreeing with you, but Becca, tell me you didn't honestly buy into that? So you don't think it's I was having trouble even saying the word. It sounded so ridiculous. Ghost? Well, I don't fucking know, but neither do they. That guy had no idea what the fuck he was talking about." I pulled my hood lower over my eyes as we stepped into line at the resident services desk. "Let me put it this way," Lydia continued. "They're playing Ghostbusters and we're asterisk living, the fucking exorcist." "Fine," I sighed. "Then what do you want to do? Just keep sleeping at Mike and Ian's until we get reassigned?" "I just want this to end." Lydia crossed her arms and stared straight ahead. We all wanted this to end. Even if living next to that fucking room wasn't scary, it was sure as hell distracting. "All right, well, I mean we're probably safe during daylight hours, so as long as we don't spend nights there, we should be okay. Our room is only ghost adjacent after all, and our new assignments will come through soon." I checked my watch. Fuck, it's almost 2. "Shit, really? I gotta go. Mike got accepted to Sigma Chi and he's getting initiated today." "Oh yeah, I forgot he rushed." The girl at the desk waved us forward. I hadn't even realized we'd reached the front of the line. "Let me know what they say," Lydia said as she ran out the door. The girl at the desk eyed me suspiciously as I approached. "Hi, You're the girl trying to move out of 734 in Riley, aren't you?" She'd caught me off guard. Yeah, one of them. How'd you know? Sorry, I overheard you. I also saw your file cross my desk a few days ago, and I gotta ask, why are you looking to transfer rooms exactly? I was tired. I was beaten down. I didn't have the energy to think of a lie. Because shit is going on in the empty room next door, and it's really freaking us out. Noises, whispers, knocking. The other night I saw someone. You saw someone? Yeah. In room 733? Yeah, I looked under the door. There was definitely someone in there. The girl narrowed her eyes at me for a moment, and then nodded for no particular reason. Well, your rooms aren't ready yet, but I've pushed them through as a priority. For right now, you're stuck though. There just isn't anywhere else to put you. I sighed. I'd figured as much. I'm Alice, she continued. And look, I've actually done a lot of research on the Riley suicides, and I think I can help you. Or at the very least, offer some insight. Really? I asked hesitantly. Absolutely. I'm in Taylor Hall, room 310. I'll be back to my dorm by 4 today. Thanks. We just came from the Paranormal Society on campus. Say no more. Alice rolled her eyes. Yeah, so I'll definitely see you at 4. Great, Alice said and smiled. I was early to Taylor, but then so was she. I told our story for the second time that day, and Alice wasn't afraid to interrupt with questions, though her queries didn't betray her thoughts. When I was finished, she leaned back in her chair and sighed deeply. I can't believe it, she shook her head. I'd always heard rumors, but I honestly doubted any of it was true. I can assure you, everything I've told you is absolutely true. And how is it now, when you're there? We aren't ever there at night, but during the day we've heard scratching on the wall, really quiet, whispering, and sometimes we still hear the window opening and closing, in broad fucking daylight. However, every time I look up from the street, the windows to 733 are open. Alice nodded. Well, for the record, I don't think you're in any danger. As much as it sucks, you guys are simply a casualty. You just need to stay out of room 733. I snorted. Are you kidding? I would never go in there. I believe that you believe that. But this thing, whatever it is, it's tricky, manipulative, a liar, and it's smarter than you. I'll try not to be offended by that. You shouldn't be. What do you think it is? Something very old and very evil. I regarded her skeptically, and then let my eyes wander around the room. I hadn't really noticed the decor before, but to say Alice had an interest in the occult was an understatement. I can't see any situation where I would be compelled to enter that room. I know, but you have to be prepared that there may come a time when you have to make a decision about entering that room, because what you're dealing with, it's already killed 5 people. 5? I thought it was 3. Yeah, well, not everyone is inclined to do the level of research that I do. Let's see, there was Ellen Burnham in 1961. She jumped out the window. She was the very first. And then Tad Collinsworth in 1968. He jumped, too. Marissa Grigg in 1975. She hung herself. Erin Murphy in 1979. She jumped. And then Eric Dowston in 1992. He hung himself. 5 suicides. How could the university still let people live in there? They don't, apparently. That's why it's a supply room. And back then? Well, every few years, once everyone who would remember had graduated, the room would be reassigned. This was before the internet, you know, and the incoming freshmen were clueless. But after that last one, Eric Dowston, they closed the entire north hall of the 7th floor and built more rooms onto the south hall. So, what does it want? Alice shrugged. Chaos, death, souls. Who knows? No one even knows what it is. Okay, so what do we know? We know that it's somehow bound to that room, though it seems to have minimal influence just outside of it. We know that everyone who ever died was alone at the time, and we know that it's a trickster. That's what we know. It wasn't enough. Why do you think they do it? I asked quietly. The victims? I nodded. All I know is what's rumored to be in the evidence files. All the suicides were found with pictures or writings that were considered unspeakable at the time. They contained horrible, evil things that would make you physically sick to read or see, they say. And these people, they drew them, they wrote that stuff? Yep, Whatever is in that room drove them mad. That's fucking terrifying. Have you guys considered getting somebody to bless the room? Jesus. Well, you'll have a hard time getting him, but perhaps some other sort of holy person. No, I mean Jesus. You're talking about an exorcism. Alice shrugged. Maybe. The rumor in the 70s was that this all started with a Ouija board game gone wrong in 1961. Really? That shit's made by Hasbro. Not in the 60s, it wasn't. Anyway, it's just a rumor. The only person on campus who would know is Tom Moen in admin. I've tried to talk to him before, but he refuses to see me. Did he go here in 1961? Yes, and he was staying in Riley. We need to talk to him. I need to know what the fuck is happening, or I won't be able to live the rest of my life as a well-adjusted person. I suppose we can try to chase him down on campus. Can we talk to him tomorrow? We can try. Mr. Moen wouldn't see us that day or the next. We tried to catch him on his lunch hour, and then again while he was leaving work, but he got around us every time. It was soon clear that the old man was actively avoiding us. Lydia and I had seen little of each other since we'd continued to sleep in other dorms. I went back to our room twice a day, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. Usually the other room was silent, but that didn't make me feel better. I could always sense something on the other side of the wall, somehow watching me. It felt like the calm before the storm. The Thursday before Halloween, I came back to the dorm to shower in the evening, much later than usual. I'd seen Lydia that afternoon, and she'd informed me that she had enough clothes stored at Mike's to last until graduation, so I knew I'd be there alone. I showered down the hall in the safety of the bathrooms, and then walked back to my room to change. I was supposed to meet Ian in half an hour to head out to a party, and I wanted to get out of here as quick as possible. Since the silence was unnerving me, I threw my iPod on the docking station and turned up AC, DC. I got dressed and then stood in front of the mirror to dry my hair. I flipped my head over and blow-dried upside down to try and give my hair some volume. When I flipped my head back up and shut off the blow-dryer, I immediately noticed the silence in the room. But that wasn't all I noticed. I wasn't in my dorm anymore. Behind me was reflected the dusty bed frames and large open windows of room 733. I spun around in a panic to find that I was actually standing in my own room. I looked back at the mirror to see that 733 still reflected there. A slight movement behind me was all it took to make me run. I grabbed my purse and phone and I fled from my room, slamming the door behind me. On the elevator ride down, I called Alice. I can't do it anymore, I said when she picked up. I can't go back in that room again. I can't ever go back. What happened? I told her. Jesus, what do you want to do? She asked. I need to talk to someone who knows what the fuck is going on. Is Tom Moen the only person we know was here in 1961? The only one I know of. Maybe we can get him on his way in tomorrow morning? We'll just corner him and refuse to move until he tells us something. He comes in at 6:30 according to the schedule I have. Do you want to meet me outside the Starbucks in the atrium? Fuck yeah, I do. I have a class at 7:30, but I'll blow it off. Okay. See you then. I wasn't usually much for parties, but I was glad I was going to one that night. As soon as we got there, I asked Ian to get me a drink. Since I wasn't usually much of a drinker, he gave me a raised eyebrow. I gave him a brief synopsis of what had happened earlier, hoping he wouldn't think I was crazy. Ian made me a scotch and coke. It was the first of many. Around midnight, I went to have a cigarette and checked my phone. I had a voicemail from Lydia left at 11:04 p.m. Hey Becca, listen, I just had a huge fucking fight with Mike. I guess his frat decided that for Halloween this year, all the new brothers have to spend the night in the suicide room in our dorm. I can't fucking take it. He knows what's been going on with us, and he still agreed to do this. He's now trying to convince me that Sigma Chi is behind all of the stuff going on in room 733 because they've been trying to drum up buzz for their Halloween deal. I can't. I hit end and threw my phone in my bag. No wonder Lydia was pissed. This was not good. Not good at all. I found Ian inside and asked him to take me home. I was suddenly very stressed, very tired, and very drunk. When the alarm went off at 6 a.m., it took everything I had to pull myself out of bed. I got dressed in the clothes I'd worn the night before and shuffled my way across campus to the atrium. Alice was already there with a black coffee in hand. I figured you'd need this, she laughed. How'd you know? Your texts. I texted you last night? Yeah, at about 1. You told me about Sigma Chi. Oh God, yeah. I pushed my sunglasses higher up my nose and pulled my hood lower over my eyes. Those guys are idiots. Remember how I told you that it's crafty? Well, what if the point of messing with you was to make 733 provocative, to seduce people into going inside? No one has been in that room for years. Can you imagine how hungry that thing is? Do you think they're really at risk? I asked as I sat down on the steps to the admin building. Yeah. In fact, the only thing they have going for them is that all those suicide victims were alone at the time of their deaths. So, it'll be less powerful with all of them there? Theoretically. We would know a lot more if we knew what it was. And we can't know what it is without knowing how it got here. And that is why we need Moen. What time is he supposed to get here? Actually, 20 minutes ago, Alice said grimly. It was another half an hour before we resigned ourselves to the fact that Mr. Moen had snuck around us as usual. We went to the front office hoping to beg again for an appointment with him anyway. The woman at the admin desk regarded us coldly. Tom isn't coming in today, or any other day for that matter. He quit yesterday. Looks like you won't be harassing him anymore. We weren't harassing him, I said. We just desperately needed to talk to him. We still do, added Alice. Well, you won't get any of his personal information from me, she said snidely and walked away. What the fuck do we do now? I asked Alice. Without Tom Moen, there's nothing left to do. Alice, fuck. I can't go back into that room. Well, then I guess it's good your transfers came through. They did? Yep. I got the notice when I checked my work email this morning. You're going to Morton, and Lydia is going to Tinsley. Oh, thank God. I thought you'd be happy about that. I also convinced my boss not to assign anyone else to room 734. Thank fuck. The only thing is you won't be able to move until Monday. I can last through the weekend, especially now that the end is in sight. I have to tell Lydia. I opened my phone to pull up Lydia's number, but my attention was caught by the red one badge over the voicemail logo. I hit play. It was the rest of the message from last night. Even look at his dumb fucking face anymore, so I'm going to head home. Don't worry about me, I'll be okay. I'm drunk enough to sleep through any bullshit from next door. I'm just so fucking pissed off right now. I would honestly rather deal with dumb shit Beth than Michael my parents must be siblings. Because I'm that fucking retarded Benson. Let's hang out tomorrow. Love ya. The message ended. God damn it. Alice gave me a questioning look. Lydia spent the night in our dorm. Alice cringed. She's safe though, right? As long as she doesn't go into 733. She won't. I thought of the always open large windows of the corner room. If nothing else, the mere thought of those would keep Lydia the hell out of that room. Good. Well, since we have nothing else to do you want to go look for theology books in the library? It's pretty much the only thing open right now. Sure. I shrugged. I didn't have another class until 10. The little old lady who sat behind the library's checkout desk must have been 1,000 years old. Miss Stapley's eyes were small and watery, and her skin looked like it was melting off of her skull. Still, she was nice and knowledgeable, and she sent us in the right direction for books on demonology, though she gave us a curious look as she did. There wasn't much. We read everything we could, but it either wasn't relevant or wasn't in English. We returned to her desk 30 minutes later. Do you have anything on the occult? The occult? Her voice trailed off. Yes, I do. Over there to the left of the reference section. Okay, thanks. Sorry, I'm too hungover to use the Dewey Decimal System, I said. I don't think she likes the look of us, Alice whispered as we walked away. Our look or our subject matter? Probably neither. Within the hour, we were back up at her desk, having struck out again. We could tell she was getting annoyed as her eyes narrowed suspiciously at us as we approached. Sorry. Do you know where we could find something on seances or Ouija boards or... Now listen, girls. Miss Stapley stood up from her desk and looked over her glasses at us. I really hope this is for class. It is, I said. It's not, Alice answered simultaneously. It's personal research. Research? What kind of research? Look, we're not going to mess with a Ouija board or anything, I said. Good. Miss Stapley smoothed her pleated pants and sat back down. Because I can't have that sort of thing going on here again. Again? Alice latched on. The older woman suddenly looked very uncomfortable and started fidgeting with a stack of books on her desk. We may have something on seances in. Miss Stapley, we're researching what happened in Riley in 1961, Alice interrupted. And also what's been happening there ever since. Well, it's no secret, is it? A student committed suicide in that room. Dreadful but not unheard of on a university campus. 5 students, I corrected her. But you know that, right? Alice was suddenly talking very fast. Because you sound like you're well versed in this story. Please, tell us how this started, and we might be able to end it. End it? Miss Stapley's voice became quieter but more concentrated. Don't be so arrogant, young lady. You can't end it. People have always died in that room, and they always will. There is no end to it, so you'd best stay far away from it. But maybe if we knew how this all started. It started just as you think it did. But everyone that was involved is either very old or very dead by now. Just stay away from that room. Concentrate on your studies. I leaned over her desk. Well, I'd love to, but they assigned my friend and me to the room next door. Maybe you can forget about all the suicides, but we can't. It won't fucking let us. Young lady, I never forget. Miss Stapley's voice was even quieter now. My friend Ellen was the very first to be killed in that room. She was my very best friend, and not a night goes by that I don't imagine her wiggling out of that tiny window, standing upon the cold ledge in her bare feet, and jumping off the 7th floor of that building. Alice sighed. I'm really sorry. I didn't know. Yes, well, these are old wounds, my dear. Now girls, I suggest you request a room reassignment immediately. No one should be living on the 7th floor of that building. And that's all I'm going to tell you about it. Alice sighed but resigned herself to a nod. We wouldn't learn anything more here. Still, it was quite a breakthrough. At least we had some information now. Alice walked away, and I made to follow her, but my feet wouldn't move. Something was bothering me. A small yet poignant word had been buried in Miss Stapley's story. A word that suddenly seemed very important. Hey, Miss Stapley, I asked the tired old woman at the desk. Why did you refer to the windows in 733 tiny? Because I've seen those windows and they're huge, like 5 feet tall. Dear, you're thinking of the corner room. That's the supply closet. Room 733 is next door to that. No, I stuttered. That's room 734. Yes, well, it is now. When they built the additional rooms onto the South Hall, they moved all the room numbers down. Oh my God. I suddenly felt very hot and very dizzy. That sneaky fucker, Alice whispered next to me, her skin paling. Lydia. We took off across the campus at a dead run, witnessed only by the few bleary-eyed students on their way to morning classes. When Riley finally came into view, I stumbled on the pavement as my blood turned to ice. From our vantage point, we could clearly see the windows of the corner room were closed, the first and only time I had ever seen that way, and the window to my room was open. We ran into the lobby, pushing past several latte-sipping, Ugg boot-wearing freshmen who had just gotten off the elevator. I hit 7 and watched the doors close more slowly than they ever had before. I leaned against the wall, trying to steady my breathing. Alice, how the fuck did this happen? I don't know. I don't fucking know. She's been in there all night, Alice. In our room, alone. Alice shook her head but had nothing to say. When the doors finally opened on floor 7, we saw a quiet, deserted hallway. I ran toward my room with Alice right behind me. Rounding the corner, I threw open my door, hoping it wasn't locked. And it wasn't Dalcy. Lydia looked back at me, and for one breathless moment, cruel glimmer of hope crossed over her tear-streaked face. But it was too late. The next second, she leaned forward so slightly, and she was gone. She screamed the entire way down. Alice ran to the ledge where Lydia had just been while I stood motionless. She stuck her head out the window and looked down just as a different kind of screaming started from the bottom floor. Alice closed her hand over her mouth and pulled her head back into the room as tears of shock ran down her ghost, white face. The screaming from outside got louder, as more people saw what remained of my best friend on the cold pavement. I leaned back against the dresser and slumped to the floor, a falling death. Lydia never wanted a falling death. I absent-mindedly picked up one of the pictures that were strewn all over the floor. It was a picture of Lydia's mother. She was dead. I picked up another picture. It was Lydia's baby sister. She was dead too. There were dozens of pictures just like it all over the floor. Lydia has been busy last night. As for the things depicted in them, I cannot tell you. Lydia was a talented artist, and I only saw a few before I got sick on the floor next to me. Alice was standing in the doorway yelling something down the hall. I don't know what she was saying because all I could hear was a high-pitched whine in the room. Suddenly, a piece of paper slid out from under the crack in the closet door and glided across the floor toward me. I picked it up and studied it for a moment. This was drawn by Lydia too, but it wasn't like the others. It was a picture of the closet from my exact vantage point. In the drawing, the door was cracked, and there was something looking back from the darkness. I put the paper down and studied the closet. The door was cracked open just like the picture. I squinted my eyes and tried to see inside. Just as I started to distinguish the defined lines of a long face looking back at me, Alice pulled me to my feet. "We need to get out of here," I thought I heard her say. I never went back into that room. My parents moved my things and I spent the rest of the semester in an apartment off campus. I transferred to an out-of-state school for my spring semester and finished my degree there. Every night I dream of Lydia pulling herself through the tiny window, shimmying out onto the cold ledge, standing up and knowing there's nothing between her body and the terrifying abyss in front of her. I watch her look down 7 stories to the black pavement below and realize, though not accept, her terrible fate. I see the blind horror cross her familiar features. I hear her wildly pounding heart, desperately trying to race through every beat of the life she should have lived, and knowing it has only mere seconds. I watch her look back at me, and I watch her fall. It's been 9 years since that night, and every fall semester for 9 years, I've called resident services to see which dorms are open for new student assignments. Riley is always open. The 7th floor is closed. This year, life and work got in the way, and I called much later than usual. I was put on hold immediately. "Resident services," a man finally answered. "Were you the one asking about open rooms, Illy?" "Yes, that's me. We're entirely filled up, and there's a waiting list for Riley. But, as it happens, you actually have great timing. I make no promises, but we may be able to get you in. We just got approval this morning." "Approval for what?" I said slowly. "We're opening up the 7th floor." Story. I dared my best friend to ruin my life. He's succeeding. My name is Xander, and my best friend is trying to ruin my life. It started out very small, but has quickly grown out of control. I'm currently sitting inside a church, using their Wi-Fi to post this story, and taking advantage of their air conditioning. I'm posting this story in case he finds me and kills me soon. It's only a matter of time now, and I want someone to know what happened before I die. 2 years ago, my friend David and I were sitting on the couch at my house, thoroughly bored. It wasn't a temporary boredom either. It was a resounding boredom with life. We both worked full-time at the local movie theater, making minimum wage and cleaning up after idiots who couldn't keep popcorn and soda in their mouths. We had graduated high school 2 years prior and had no plans to attend college. Life looked bleak for us. College didn't sound appealing, work was annoying, and the little free time we had was blown on video games and YouTube. We both still lived with our parents too, which made dating somewhat embarrassing. Looking back, I'm sure we were suffering from mild depression on top of everything else. These life circumstances blended together to create the perfect storm for what I now have to call my reality. As we sat on the couch at my parents' house, channel surfing the television, David asked me if I was bored with life. I responded in the positive, and he sighed. High school was so easy because we knew our purpose and our goals were set for us. Outline the English essay, finish the math homework, get decent grades, pass the driving exam, be home by curfew, find a girlfriend. Now that we're out of high school, there's no structure. Our lives have become meaningless and we are just floating through space with no aim or purpose. Would you go back to high school then? I asked. He shook his head. In the moment, high school was annoying. It's only after looking back that I see how much better it was than I realized. What's the solution then? I asked. Either go somewhere that has structure and can deliver what high school gave us, or create our own structure, David replied. Well, I don't want to go to college or the military, I said, and I can't think of anywhere else that provides the same structure. Guess I have to make my own, but I have no idea where to start. The thing about high school was that it required a minimum effort. If you didn't give that minimum effort, you would face the consequences. The consequences were bad enough that you and I would put effort into school. When high school ended, that minimum effort level decreased. Now our minimum effort is not enough to improve ourselves. Whatever structure we build has to have those consequences built in, and a minimum effort that forces us to improve constantly. David was, and is, a very intellectual person. He thinks about everything, if you can't already tell. I was pretty dumb compared to him, but I stuck around because he always had interesting things to say. This conversation definitely counted as interesting. I won't bore you with the entire conversation that we had, but it lasted an hour where we discussed how to build structure into our lives. I want to emphasize here that boredom is dangerous. Well, it's not dangerous by itself, but it can quickly lead to dangerous things. Boredom can lead to pain, accidental children, technology that disrupts a monopoly, and even death. Our boredom led to a dare. I dare you to try and ruin my life, David said. What does that mean? I asked. It's a way to build structure into my life. If I know that you are always trying to ruin my life and actively trying to make me fail, then I am driven to fight back and act on initiative. But how could I ruin your life? I asked. You could ruin anyone's life if you gave it enough thought, planning, and action, David said with a smirk. I'm not going to give you any ideas. I just want you to try and ruin my life. I remember sitting back and thinking about what he meant. The first thoughts that came to mind were about tripping him occasionally, or hiding his toothbrush every time I went to his house. My young mind didn't fully understand how serious David was being. His mind was running 3 tracks above mine, so I didn't know what I was getting into when I said, "Okay, I'll try to ruin your life, but I dare you to try and ruin my life as well." He smiled with a newfound enthusiasm, and I smiled back. I had hoped it would be a great way to relieve my boredom with life. David stood up and punched me in the leg as hard as he could. I shouted at him, mostly out of surprise. He just laughed. "The dare starts now," he said, grabbing his shoes. "We are no longer friends, we are nemesis." He opened my front door and looked over his shoulder. "Good luck," he said. "I hope you'll work half as hard as I will." Once he left, I just sat there rubbing my sore thigh. Okay, I thought, if he wants a war, he'll get a war. That night, I had laid awake trying to think of ways to make his life harder for him. My ideas were all so childish and useless compared to what he would later throw at me. I'm too embarrassed to list my ideas from back then. I wish I could say I remembered the day David turned against me for real, but it was so subtle that I didn't notice right away. To my face, David acted completely normal. While we were at work, I would sprinkle popcorn over a section he had just cleaned and point it out to him. He would just laugh and say, "Is that supposed to ruin my life?" Then he would clean it up. I expected him to do the same to me, but he didn't. His lack of visible retaliation made me bored again, so I stopped. Looking back, I suspect that behind my back, he was sabotaging my image with our other coworkers and our boss. Out of the blue, my boss called me into his office and told me that I was fired because I wasn't doing a good enough job. David acted sorry I was leaving, and we promised to hang out again soon. I left, thinking I could make this something good and get a real job. That dream died, and I ended up at McDonald's instead. After I had been at McDonald's for a month or so, my parents confronted me. They asked me if I had been stealing cash from their wallets. I had never stolen a cent from them, and told them so. They backed off, but only for a week until my mom's debit card went missing. They confronted me again, this time very angry. They accused me of withdrawing several $100s using my mom's debit card. I have no siblings, so it wouldn't have been anyone else in the house. It turned into a screaming match, and they demanded that I move out as quickly as possible. With my small cache of savings, I found an apartment near the local community college that housed college students. The rent was affordable enough for me, so I moved out within the month. I moved in and became instant friends with two of my roommates, Clark and Ivan. Our other roommate, Isaac, kept to himself and stayed in his room playing video games 24/7. Life got good again because I hung out with Clark and Ivan frequently. David and I had stopped hanging out after I was fired from the movie theater. I hadn't forgotten about him, but I had forgotten about the dare. Every once in a while, I would message him on Facebook or shoot him a text to ask if he wanted to hang out, but my messages were always ignored. Eventually, I gave up. Within 6 months, I had a great life going. I was dating a girl named Katie. I had been promoted to crew trainer at McDonald's, which paid better, and my bank account was slowly growing. I only recognize this as David's doing when I look back, but an obscene amount of junk mail showed up with my name on it every single day. Magazines, credit card offers, vacation ads, and even physical letters from real people who claimed to be excited to be my new pen pal. I sorted through them every day trying to find some pattern. Clark and Ivan thought it was hilarious. When I came home late from work, they would sometimes toss the junk mail in the air like confetti as I walked through the door, cheering that the Mail King was home. One day, I remember feeling sick of getting all this junk mail and deciding to sit down, call every subscription to cancel. I recruited Clark and Ivan to help me, and we sat down with snacks one afternoon and started to crank through phone calls. In a few days, the tide of junk mail subsided, and we celebrated our efforts. That only lasted a week. The next week, it started coming back in full force. There was twice as much as before, and even some pornographic magazines in the mix. Not only did my physical junk mail increase, but my email became unnavigable through all the new spam messages. Google moved a lot of it to the spam filter, but there were still hundreds of emails that made it through. My email had been subscribed to websites I'd never even heard of. Clark and Ivan were blown away by the new tide of junk mail. The event was dubbed Return of the Junk and became a great icebreaker for Clark and Ivan to introduce me to other people at parties. One day, I was browsing Facebook's People You May Know section when I came across someone's profile that had my picture, but a different name. The account was open for anyone to view and had a lot of porn posts, status updates full of swearing, and praises to Hitler. I frowned when I clicked on their pictures. Most of the pictures were the same ones from my Facebook account, but there were some pictures of me that weren't on my account or anywhere else online. Keep in mind, I didn't remember my dare to David, so I was feeling pretty creeped out. I hit the report button and let Facebook know that the account was a fake and went on my way. I think 3 months or so later is when more stuff started to happen. Katie and I are getting very serious and discuss moving in together. The junk mail still rolls in, and I've started to just throw it away. Ivan has moved out to go to an actual university, so a new roommate Jackson has moved in. Clark and I attempted to befriend Jackson, but he's similar to Isaac and locked himself in his room most of the time. A new game became available for pre-order, so I submitted my email to reserve a copy. When I tried to log into my email to make sure the reserve code was there, I couldn't log in. I hit Forgot Password, and it asked if I wanted to use my phone number to reset the password. I pressed yes and waited for my phone to light up. It never did. I pressed the button 3 more times, but no text ever came. I tried old passwords I used to use, but none of them worked. I frowned, but eventually just walked away from my computer. I'd try again a different day. I sat down on the couch and pulled up Facebook on my phone. A pop-up appeared. "You've been signed out," it said. Then it jumped to the login screen. I thought I'd hit the logout button on accident, so I just typed in my email and password. It didn't work. I tried again, but it still told me the password was incorrect. My phone buzzed in my hand. Katie was calling me. I answered it and immediately became concerned. She was sobbing. "Katie?" I said. "You coward," she spat. "You don't get to just Facebook me that shit. No, you have to talk to me and tell me with your voice." "Katie, what are you talking about?" I asked. "Don't play stupid, asshole, say it." "Say what?" "You Facebook me and say we are through, but when I call, you deny everything? What the hell are you trying to pull, Xander?" Katie hissed. Katie, my Facebook got hacked. I was literally just trying to log in when you called. Are you at home? I'm coming over. We are not done. We are far from done, sweetheart. It took me some time to convince Katie that it hadn't been me, but she relented when I showed her that I couldn't log in. I Googled how to get my Facebook account back and contacted their help center. Thankfully, they were able to get me back into my account. Lots of links to porn sites had been posted all over my page by whoever jacked my account, so I spent time deleting all of those. I also spent time answering family members who asked about the strange content I had been posting. Awkward. Katie also found out through her feeds that my Twitter and Instagram had been hacked. The accounts were posting hundreds of crude messages and pictures. Those two sites took a little more effort, but eventually I regained control over those too. Fixing my email took a couple of days, but I got access again. Not wanting to repeat the experience, I made my passwords into really long strings of numbers, letters, and symbols. Each account had a different password. For anyone who has done this, you know how impossible it would be to memorize your passwords. I wrote them down on a sheet of paper and put it in my dresser drawer. I didn't intend to get hacked again. I'm telling you where I put the paper, so you'll know how freaked out I was when Facebook signed me out again the next week. I checked my other accounts. Locked out again. I shot Katie a text to warn her, and then called the Facebook help center again. They gave me access to Facebook and gave me the same warning about making a long password. When I told them the type of precautions I had taken last time, they suggested checking my computer for viruses in case there was a keyloggers collecting all the information I typed. I called a computer repair center and asked what I needed to do to get my computer scanned. They asked me to bring it down and they'd check it out. I had a desktop, so bringing it down required a lot of unplugging. When I got down behind the computer to unplug everything, I found a tiny USB stick that I'd never seen before. I frowned and tried to locate its contents on the computer. The computer said no USB was attached. The computer repair guy confirmed that the USB drive was a keylogger. He asked if my computer had ever been anywhere that anyone could walk up and use it. I told him no, and he said he had no idea how it could have gotten there. He didn't charge me anything, just warned me to keep an eye on my computer. I changed all my passwords again, going through the motions to get my accounts back. A few days later, I received three credit card bills in the mail. I still had the habit of skimming through the junk mail in case there ever was anything super important. I'm glad I did, because I might never have found out about the credit cards that were registered in my name. I called the credit card companies to inform them that they were mistaken. I had never signed up for a credit card. My parents had warned me about them so often that I'd been deterred from ever getting one. Before you comment and tell me I need them to build my credit, yes, I know that now. A quick Google search told me what to do next. I called Equifax, which is a company that calculates your credit score and tells creditors that it's okay for you to open a credit account. I placed a 90-day fraud alert on my credit. They said they would call me if anyone tried to open a credit account in my name. The dude at Equifax was kind enough to tell me what I needed to do next. He asked me to go online and view my credit report. If I saw any accounts I didn't recognize, I was to write them down and fill out a complaint to the Federal Trade Commission, FTC, explaining the situation. Once I had that submitted, I was to file a copy of it with the police and create a police report. Then I had to take those two reports and call each of the credit companies that had issued credit to my identity and start the dispute process. I instantly felt very discouraged at the amount of effort this would require. It felt utterly insane to be required to follow all these steps just because I was the victim of identity theft. God damn. Clark was horrified at what had happened and looked at his credit score. He was relieved when it came back clean. I made Katie check hers too, just in case. Also clean. I'll take a minute to tell everyone reading that you are entitled by law to one free credit report per year from each of the 3 credit score companies. That means you can and should check your credit 3 times a year. Clark and I set reminders on our phones to check the scores again in 4 months. I asked Katie to do the same. When I first found out about the accounts, I had called my parents to ask if they had opened any accounts in my name. If they had, I'd at least know who the culprit was. They told me they hadn't opened any accounts, and I warned them about my problems. They promised to check their credit score. 2 weeks after I had called them, My dad called. They found 15 fraudulent accounts between the two of them. What the hell? I told him the steps he needed to take, and he was grateful for my help and warning. I know this is boring to read, but I want you to realize how insanely painful it was to fix all of this shit. Seriously, watch your credit reports and nip identity theft in the bud before it happens to you. I had requested detailed bills from the credit card companies that had issued the fraudulent accounts, and they mailed them to me. The bills were full of online purchases. The accounts had been opened almost a year ago, and in that time, the thief had spent $62,000 between all the fraudulent accounts. I was pretty upset that in a full year, I'd only just found any credit card bills in the mail. I must have been tossing them with the mountains of junk mail. Now I know that the masses of junk mail were deliberate and calculated, so the bills would blend in and hopefully get thrown away. The first few transactions were from stores like Target, Walmart, etc. But the further down I went, the less I recognized. One word stuck out to me: Bitcoin. I had learned a little about it from my Facebook feed, as I had some friends from high school who touted it as the next real currency. According to the credit card statements, several $1,000s had been exchanged into Bitcoin. I started really researching Bitcoin and trying to figure out what it was and why an identity thief would want it. To make the explanation short, Bitcoin allowed my thief to make completely anonymous purchases online. It was as if he'd gone to an ATM and drained all the credit cards into cash. I didn't foresee the credit card companies ever getting their money back. David now had a hell of a lot of cash he could use to ruin my life. I didn't know it was him at the time, obviously, but now I do. Guys, identity theft is a serious crime and is very damaging to everyone in the economy. And while the theft had been bad, my life was about to get a whole lot worse. That's all I have time to write for now. I have to go and get some serious shit taken care of. I'll write again as soon as I can. My name is Xander, and my best friend is trying to ruin my life. Hello again, everyone. I've had more time to write than yesterday. Sorry about the length. I'm trying to catch up to the present as quickly as possible, but also include enough detail so you can see how thorough David was being. I'll resume where I left off. While I was still trying to resolve the credit disputes with those companies, my car's windows started getting smashed. The first time, it was parked on the street in front of my apartment. I woke up one morning to find the driver's window smashed and my car raided. My car was just a crappy Honda Civic, and I didn't ever keep anything expensive in there, but they snatched my stereo, which was shitty anyway, and all the spare change in the car. Desperate much? I got my window repaired that day and decided to set aside some cash to buy a really nice stereo now that I had an excuse. The next morning, the same window was smashed again. Again, I had parked it in front of my apartment. I got that repaired reluctantly and started to park in the underground parking for the apartment complex. See, no one likes the underground parking because the lines are painted too close, so it's not uncommon for your car to get scratched up down there. I decided it was better than a smashed window, so I fought for a spot that evening. I know you're going to ask why I didn't call the police. Mistakes, that's why. We all make them. You have the wisdom that comes with knowing the whole story. I didn't. Glass was all over around my car when I went down the next morning. It wasn't just the driver's window that was damaged. The front windshield and back windshield were deeply cracked. I spent some time looking at every car in the garage. No one else had so much as a scratch on their windows. What the hell? If some random asshole was out breaking windows, he was targeting me. I noticed the note after I'd gotten into the car. It was a sticky note, folded up and slipped into the ignition keyhole. I opened it. You have to increase your minimum required effort, it said. The phrasing was intentional. David wanted me to know it was him. And when I saw that phrase, I remembered our conversation. That fucker. I went into a total rage and drove out of the parking lot, trying my best to drive with the cracked windshield. I still remembered how to get to David's house, and I ran a red light or two to get there. Parking in front of his house, I slammed the door shut and marched to the front door. I held the doorbell for much longer than necessary. I tried to breathe and remain calm. David won't help me if I show up shouting and yelling. His mom answered after a few minutes. David's parents had held off on having a child until they were much older. As a result, David's mom was already 75, even though David was only 23. "Hello?" she said, opening the door. Then she saw who it was. "Oh, Xander, how nice of you to come over. I haven't seen you in weeks." "Yeah, it's been almost a year." I sighed. "Mrs. K, is David home?" "No, sorry, dear. He's at work right now." "Oh, okay, I'll go and catch him at the theater," I said, backpedaling towards my car. No, he doesn't work there anymore." "He got fired?" I asked. "No, he quit. Not long after you did. He became a security guard somewhere. He never mentioned where." "I'll call him then," I said. "He dropped his phone a few weeks ago and got a new one," she said. "Let me give you the new number." She walked back inside for a minute, and I waited on the porch. She came back with her old flip phone and opened it. "Do you mind?" she asked. "My arthritis makes it hard to use this phone." I went to her contacts, found David's number, entered it into mine, and handed the phone back. "Thanks, Mrs. K," I said. Even if David was being an asshole, I had always liked his mom. "Anytime," she said with a smile and closed the door. I called David immediately, but only got a voicemail. "Hi, David. It's Xander. I just spoke with your mom and she didn't know where you were, so she gave me your number. Please call me, man. I think you know why," I said to his voicemail. I figured that being polite was the best way to get him to fix everything. In the middle of work that day, my phone buzzed. Hoping it was David, I stepped outside and answered. It was Clark. "Xander, have you been home today since you left?" "No, why?" "We've been robbed." "What?" "Someone broke in and stole a ton of stuff. Your computer is missing, our TV is gone, all kinds of shit." "Son of a bitch," I said. "Did you call the police?" "Yes, they're on their way." "Don't touch anything, okay?" I suggested, remembering all the episodes of CSI that I'd binged on. "We might be able to get fingerprints. I think I know who it is." "Who?" "An ex-friend. I'll tell you when I get home. I'm leaving soon." I told the manager that my apartment had been broken into, and he let me go home. I drove home with my still broken windshields, praying I didn't get pulled over for it. When I got to the apartment, the police were already there. I walked to the landing where a cop was interviewing Clark, and another was looking through the apartment. The cop turned to face me. "Are you one of the roommates?" he asked. "This is Xander," Clark said. "My partner is looking through the apartment now. A tech is going to come out and dust for prints. We're going to need you to make an inventory of everything that was stolen and bring it to the station once the tech is done." "I have a suspect," I said. The cop raised his eyebrows. "His name is David King. He used to be a really good friend of mine, but recently I've suspected that he's doing all kinds of shit to me. I think he's stolen my identity and my parents' identity, damaged my vehicle, and now broken into my house." Clark shot me a questioning look. "Why do you think he's doing all this?" the officer asked. "I found this in my car's ignition this morning with the windows smashed," I said, handing him the folded sticky note out of my pocket. He read it. "Why do you think he wrote this?" he asked. "We had a conversation about a year ago where we were talking about the minimum requirements for success and how school made our lives easier because it had consequences if we didn't make a minimal effort," I explained. It looked like the idea went right over the cop's head. "We'll test this for prints too," was all he said, pulling an evidence bag from his belt and putting the note inside. "Come down to the station with your inventory and be ready to make a formal statement about your friend." I agreed to do so. At that moment, the partner came outside with nothing to report. The tech arrived and started dusting. We waited patiently, eager to see what was missing. "You really should lock your bedroom doors," the partner said. "Two of your roommates' doors are locked, so I doubt anything was stolen from them. You should make sure they check their rooms for anything that's missing when they get home." We agreed to ask them. The tech finished up and told us we'd know in a few days what prints he was able to find. The house seemed bare. Only the largest couch out of 3 was left in the living room. The TV, which had been a 65 plasma, was gone. Food was missing from the pantry, and even the contents of the fridge were dumped on the floor. Silverware was scattered around the kitchen floor and counters. "Where the hell is Isaac or Jackson?" Clark yelled angrily. "They're always home." "We should call them," I said. "I don't have their numbers," Clark replied. "Well, neither do I. I said, walking to my bedroom. It was stripped bare of anything worthwhile. My computer, mouse, keyboard, computer chair, boxes of random knickknacks, bicycle were all missing. My dresser drawers were laying everywhere. My closet was clearly raided, and my bed covers had been tossed around the room. I heard bouts of loud cursing from Clark as he inspected his room. He took my goddamn Xbox, that son of a bitch. Feeling shocked, defeated, and numb, I sat on the bed. I called Katie to tell her what happened. No answer. I shot her a text. My house got robbed, and stared at the wall for a while, thinking. David King had been in my house. He'd stolen my identity, my public image, and now my things. It was time to step up my game. No, not my game. My life. Time to stop floating through life and start beating the minimum required effort. During the rest of that day, we learned a lot about plumbing. David had loosened every pipe he could find in the house. Clark made the discovery when our toilet unleashed a tsunami when he flushed. We spent hours cleaning that up. To fix all the pipes, we had to go out and buy tools because neither of us had any at the house. When my card was declined, Clark stepped in and paid. My declined card worried me. Clark and I went to the library, and I tried to log into my online banking site. Locked out. Shit. I didn't even bother retrying my password. We raced to the bank before they closed, and I breathlessly approached the teller. I need to freeze my account, I breathed. What's your account number? The teller, apparently named Chantel, asked. I told her my account number from memory. She opened it on her computer. Driver's license, please. I handed her my card. She typed my driver's license number into her computer to verify my identity, then handed it back to me. Looks like your account is at zero, she said. You can only freeze the account if there's money. I've been robbed, I shouted, feeling extremely angry now. You moved all of your money to your debit card via our online app, and then withdrew it all in cash from an ATM this afternoon. No, it wasn't me, I said. I've been hacked. If you'd like to report fraudulent transactions, I can fill that out for you right here. Yes, fine, do it, I said abruptly. Clark watched me with worry, a chair by the door. When did you start to notice the fraudulent activity? She asked. Today, but it could have started any time over the last year, I replied. She raised her eyebrows in a way she thought I couldn't see, and started typing. After a few minutes, she looked up at me. Okay, I filled out the report and submitted it. You should hear back from our fraud department soon. What about the ATM cameras? I said. I don't have access to those. You'll have to file a police report, she said. Okay, I'll do that. Then Clark and I went back to the car and drove to the apartment. We would have gone to the police department right away, but the apartment was still flooding in places. We spent a few hours finding leaky pipes and tightening them. It took hours because we looked everything up before we did it to be sure we were doing it right. Clark inspecting the pipes under the kitchen sink, while I sat at the table and started my inventory for the police. It was already 9 p.m., so we were going to take it in the morning. Our local station wasn't open 24 hours a day. We had knocked on Jackson and Isaac's doors, but got no answer. Either they weren't home, or they were ignoring us. I'm really sorry about all the fraud going on, Clark said as he tightened a pipe. You said you think you know who it is? Who's David King? David used to be a friend about a year ago, I said. I told him about the dares and the conversation that led up to it. You dared each other to ruin each other's lives, and then he took it more than seriously? Clark asked, incredulous. Apparently, I sighed. So you're not going to hold up your end of the deal? Clark said. My end? He dared you first, man, and you haven't even tried. Well, no, I guess not. Then let's think of something to really destroy his life. Clark pulled himself out from under the sink and washed the grease off his hands. Prison would do it, I suggested. If I can nail him for identity theft, that'll solve the problem. True, Clark said. But we need to show him that you aren't going to just lay down and take it. I have an idea. It's not going to ruin his life, but it'll make him realize that you're going to fight back. Clark took me in his car to Home Depot. We bought 2 cans of black spray paint, and Clark paid in cash. Okay, where does this dumbass live? Clark asked when we were back in the car. Clark, his mom is great. I don't think I can spray her house, I replied. His mom? Clark laughed hysterically. Some guy that still lives with his mom is terrorizing you? Okay, Jesus, I said. I gave him the address, and he took off. We drove past the house to see if any lights were on. It was dark. Even the porch lights were off. We parked 3 blocks away from the house and started walking. What's the plan? I uttered. Spray thief on the front of the house, Clark whispered with a smile. That ought to get the neighbors talking. When we were next to the neighbor's house, we ducked behind a fence and surveyed the neighborhood. All was quiet. No movement, no noise, no people. We stayed low and silently dashed to the front of the house. I sprayed the F, Clark sprayed the T, and we worked towards each other. It barely took 3 seconds. We stepped back for half a second and examined our handiwork. The letters were 3 feet tall, easily visible from the road. Perfect. We turned and started to run towards the car. Then the door to the house opened. I glanced over my shoulder. David fucking King. Oh shit, I hissed. Clark heard me and we sprinted full on towards the car. David tore down the sidewalk after us. Clark looked behind as well. Oh God, oh God, oh God, Clark chanted with each step. He actually looked worried. As we approached the car, Clark had a realization. Just keep going. He tried to whisper even though he was out of breath. I locked the door. It'll take too long to unlock. And he'll know my license plate. Clark didn't have automatic locks. He had to use the key manually. I agreed with his logic, and we ran past the car as if it were just another vehicle. I looked back, and David was gaining on us. It was too dark to see his expression. Hell, I didn't even know if he recognized me. Split up, I cried, turning right into someone's front yard. Clark kept going straight. When I reached the white, plastic fence that led along the back of their property, I glanced backwards. David had followed me and ignored Clark. I scrambled up the slippery fence and dropped on the other side. I had landed in someone else's backyard. I started running toward their front yard. A motion-detecting light on the wall went off, blinding me. I looked behind me again to watch David scale the fence in half a second. When the hell had he learned how to do that? I rounded the corner of the house and smashed right into a patio table and chairs. The chairs clattered down and the table tipped over while my body folded around it. My heart was pounding as I untangled myself. That's when David grabbed the back of my neck and pushed me down, my face against the edge of the table. Hello again, everyone. So many positive replies. Thank you. I haven't smiled in months, and you're definitely all making my days easier. I love how almost every notification has given me a countdown every couple hours. Remind me 8 hours. Thank you for making me laugh. Seriously. I needed it. I had a close call and David almost found me today. I caught a bus out of town, which is where I wrote this. Now we continue. Hello, Xander, he growled. Out for a walk? Fuck you, I spat, my cheek jammed against the table edge. Why so hostile? You know why, jackass. Not so loud. We're having a nice, quiet conversation. I struggled to push my head off the table, but he was so much stronger than me. Stop struggling and listen. I want to clarify the rules of the game, since you finally caught on that we're playing. This isn't a game. You ruined my credit, stole my money, hacked my accounts, and stole my shit. I'm going to kill you. But I'm not going to kill you. That's the rule. I will not kill you, Xander. That would put an end to your ruined life, and that's not the goal. Now, you haven't put any effort into ruining my life. Why not? Because I'm not a sick psychopath, I hissed. Clearly not, he said coolly. But this is boring for me. I'm doing all the work making you fight for life, while you're doing nothing to improve me. Not that I haven't learned anything, but it would be more fun if you'd fight back. I'll even let Clark help you. But I think you need motivation. You think I need motivation to hurt you? As if. Yes, you do need it. Because despite everything that's happened to you, your only attempt to fight back was pathetic. I need you to up your game and fight harder. So, that's where some motivation kicks in. He reached his left hand into his pants pocket and pulled out a smartphone. He tapped on it a few times before holding it up to his ear. It's me, he said when the other line picked up. Put her on. Then he held the phone to my ear. Someone was crying. "Say hello," a gruff voice said. "Hello? Katie? Jesus Christ, he'd kidnapped Katie." "You motherfucker," I yelled. "Easy on the language, Xander." David smiled, talking as if he'd asked me to eat my vegetables. "Katie, where are you?" I said desperately into the phone. David took the phone away and hung up, sticking it back in his pocket. "Do you understand the rules now, Xander? Are you motivated?" "I'm going to kill you, you son of a bitch. You'll burn in hell." Now, this isn't a theological discussion," David tutted. "You and Clark do your best to ruin my life. Do whatever you want. But if you kill me, I kill Katie." "Can't kill her if you're dead," I growled. "No, but my friend will. It's amazing the kind of people you can meet online. He's just as excited to play as I am. Do you have any questions before the game really starts?" "What the hell happened to you?" I asked. "We were best friends." "Things change," he said. "I'd been dreaming of this game for years now. You were my only real friend I could do this with. One day I decided to just go for it." "You've ruined your own life by trying to ruin mine," I spat. "Once you're convicted of identity theft and kidnapping, your life is over. That's part of the game. Can't ruin me if you can't convict me." "I've been preparing for years," he grinned. His eyes were dark and menacing. "Don't you think that's unfair to me? How am I supposed to put in a good effort if you've been preparing for years?" "I'll consider giving you some advice," he admitted, looking thoughtful. "In the meantime, do your best, and tell Clark to play along because I'll have some motivation for him too." The sound of scrambling on the back fence alerted us to someone's presence. I shouted for help, and David slapped me, but lightly. I tried to see who it was from my limited movement. Clark's face appeared over the fence. "That's my cue to leave," David said with a smile. "It's been good catching up with you, Xander." Clark shot across the yard, yelling for David to piss off. David just stood there, looking at me and waiting. That's when Clark caught up and punched him square in the face. David flew to the ground, releasing my head. I stood up and rubbed my sore face. David started to get up, but Clark kicked him in the side. "Stay down," he shouted. A light went on in the house behind us. We both turned to look. I had the thought to hold David here until the police arrived. When we turned back around, David was halfway down the street. Clark started to take off, but I grabbed his arm. "Stop, let him go," I said in defeat. "I have something to tell you." We made a quiet decision to avoid the cops tonight. We wanted to file a report with them on our terms, not having to explain what we were doing trespassing in the middle of the night. We jogged back to his car and went home. We sat on the living room couch as I told Clark about David's conversation. Clark was staring dumbfounded at me. "I thought you said he used to be a friend?" he said. "He did." "And he never acted like this?" "No, not to me." "This is insane," Clark said, standing from the couch. "He's kidnapped Katie just so you'll try to ruin his life and follow along with some stupid dare? Is he crazy? He's going to be caught." "Let's hope so," I said. "But we should start planning. I'm not taking any chances while he has Katie." "Okay, man. I want nothing to do with this at all, but I also want to help you. If it was anyone else, I'd nope the fuck out." "Then let's get started," I said. "I don't know how much detail I want to put here because it'll likely get slow and boring for you." We stayed up all night long mapping out events, people, weaknesses, strengths, everything we could think of. We filled half a notebook with all our notes. These were the weaknesses we could come up with that we could potentially use against David. Boredom with life, so we could make the game too boring to continue. His mom, if she knew what was going on, she might be able to get him to stop. I know some of you commented that we should kidnap Mrs. K and use her, but we were still very green and had no desire to do the kind of shit David was using. Work, get him fired and make sure no one would hire him again. Online accounts, do the same things to him that he'd done to me. Police, if we could come up with hard evidence to get him convicted, the problem would be solved. Katie, since he had kidnapped Katie, the police would definitely get involved. I could easily report my suspicions about David, and they'd search him for the tiniest evidence. Then we looked at his strengths and things to look out for. Prepared, he obviously had a timeline he was following and knew what he was doing. Time, The junk mail and credit fraud incidents had all began long before I felt the effects. This meant that there could be other traps David had set up that would go off like a time bomb sometime in the future. Physical body. It was clear from tonight that he'd been working out a ton and practicing, possibly training for his job as a security guard. Money. He had a lot of money now from what he stole from me and used fraud to receive. Friends. If he'd made a friend who was willing to get involved in a kidnapping, then there were 2 or possibly more psychopaths to worry about now. Knowledge. He knew how to use fraud without being caught yet, and hack computers, or at least hire someone to do it for him. We had no idea what other dangerous knowledge he might have, so we made a list of things he could know that we should learn how to counter. I won't list it here because it was pretty long. Willingness to break the law. It was clear that the law was not part of the rules of the game for him. He was either unafraid to be caught or confident that he never would be. After we looked at David, we looked at ourselves. First, our weaknesses. Knowledge. We didn't have nearly the amount of knowledge David had. Not just knowledge about how to do things like fix a pipe, but also knowledge about David, who his friends were, where he worked, who he talked to, etc. We'd have to start learning like crazy to try and catch up. Money. I had no money left. Clark was limited because he just spent a ton on that plasma TV that was just stolen. Home and car. David knew where we lived. We planned to sell our lease as soon as possible. He also knew our cars. But there was nothing we could do about that until we moved and had some money to buy a junker car we could use when necessary. No matter where we moved, if he could find our car, he could follow us home. Katie. If David decided to change the rules and use Katie as motivation, we might have to rethink everything. Fear. Clark and I knew that deep down David terrified us more than he angered us. I would have rather walked away than exact revenge. We were also afraid and unwilling to do a lot of the things David had already done. These were our strengths. Law. The law was on our side so long as we kept things legal. Clark's credit. So far, David hadn't targeted Clark like he targeted me, so we could take precautionary measures to protect him. Jobs. We had jobs, and could therefore earn more money. Unless David found a way to get us fired from them, we needed to come up with a way to protect our jobs from David. FTC, police force, government. These government bodies with all their vast resources were working for us on my identity theft. We thought it was likely that they'd be able to link David to my identity theft. Looking at all the strengths and weaknesses of both parties side by side, it looked like an even matchup on paper. But just thinking about trying to fight David made us feel like we were up against an impossible enemy. We sat down to eat breakfast and continued talking over what we would do. Both of us called in sick to work so we could start preparing. All right, I posted our leases up for sale on Craigslist, I said, putting my phone down. Clark was sniffing the air with a confused expression. He leaned over and smelled his cereal. "Does this smell bad to you?" he asked. I sniffed. "Smells like cereal to me," I said. "Huh, smells bad to me." He dumped the cereal in the sink. Clark pulled out his phone and called Equifax, letting them know that he wanted a freeze on his credit for 90 days. When those 90 days were up, he would call again and again until this matter was resolved to protect his credit. His credit card with a $3,000 limit was still accessible to us, but no new credit could be applied for. He then went on every account he had online and changed every password to be random gibberish. He signed up for an online password manager and put his passwords in there. The password manager worked by only storing an encrypted file on their server. He would download his encrypted file from the password manager website, read or write to the file, re-encrypt it, and then send it back to the server. The server only held the encrypted file, no passwords. Even if this company got hacked, the hackers would only have a bunch of useless, encrypted files. They could crack the files with time, sure, but it was the best we could do. The only account he didn't put into the password manager was his bank account information. He wrote down half of the username on one small scrap of paper and the other half on another. He did the same with the password. He intended to hide them in safe places around town. If David got a hold of Clark's bank information, we were dead in the water. While he did that, I finished both of our inventories to hand over to the police as soon as they opened for the day. Once the station opened, we were going to head over, hand in our inventories, file a police report for the burglary, and recommend David as a possible suspect. I also planned to point them to my identity theft police report and state that I suspected David to be guilty of that as well. Once we had the police report, we would go to our landlord and request for the locks to be changed, using the police report as evidence of the break-in. The tech had told us that the door had been opened regularly and not forced. That meant David had somehow made a copy of our key. As it got close to 9 a.m., we got into Clark's car and drove around town. He got out at 4 locations and hid his scraps of paper somewhere. He knew it had to be somewhere people didn't touch for months at a time and wouldn't be damaged or moved by sprinklers, storms, etc. I don't know where he hid them, but he assured me they were safe. After they were hidden, we drove to the police station to file our report. We waited patiently for an officer to see us. Once we were called over, we took a seat and told him about the break-in and that a police report had been started and we were now turning in an inventory of our stolen things. "We have a suspect for the burglary," I said at last. "Okay, who?" he asked. "His name is David King. He used to be a friend of mine, but not anymore." "What happened?" he asked, writing the name down. "Recently, I had my identity stolen," I said. "I suspect he was also behind that, so if he stole my identity, it's likely that he broke in too. He hates me." "Okay, but what actually happened that made you not be friends anymore?" I hesitated. I didn't know how to explain the situation. If anyone can think of a better way to explain the situation to a cop, let me know. I only said, "We had a major fight and he threatened to ruin my life." "When was this fight?" "About a year ago." "And you think he's just now stealing your identity and breaking into your home?" the cop said dubiously. "Were you friends with him?" he asked, gesturing to Clark. "No, I'm his roommate," he replied, pointing to me. "Okay, boys," the officer sighed, scooting forward. "Thank you for the tip and your inventories. We'll investigate this just like any other crime and give it our best effort. Can I get copies of your drivers, licenses, and phone numbers so I can contact you if I have questions?" We handed him our licenses and wrote down our phone numbers in the file. "I'll be right back," he said, taking the licenses to make copies. We looked at each other for a minute, taking a deep breath. "He doesn't believe us," I said in resignation. "We'll find evidence," he encouraged me. 5 minutes passed, then 10. Then the officer came back, 2 others at his side. "Clark Ulysses?" he asked. "Yes," Clark said, confused. "You're under arrest for vandalism and trespassing on private property." The officers flanked him and pulled him to his feet. I stared at the cops in bewilderment. Clark's eyes were wide. "When I went to copy your license," the cop said, holding it up, "I checked it against our records. Last night, someone called in a report that you'd been to their home and sprayed thief on their house and then attacked him when he came out to stop you." My mouth dropped open. Son of a bitch. David King, the one you just recommended as a suspect, was the one who called it in. Seems to me like you're trying to discredit him before he reported you. Guess he beat you to it. "Read him his rights," he said to the other officers. "Wait," I said, standing up. "Hold on, I was there too. It wasn't just him." Clark shook his head at me ever so slightly. "No, I wasn't going to let him take the fall for this. Mr. King explicitly stated that there was only one vandal and that he watched Mr. Ulysses sneak up to the house and spray it by himself. I know you're trying to protect your friend, but don't throw your life away, kid." One of the officers started reading Clark his Miranda rights while they cuffed him and walked him toward the door leading to inmate processing. "Call my mom for bail. I'll be out soon," Clark shouted behind him. "Don't let him win." "Hi, everyone. I've been exploring today. New city, new layouts to learn. I'm getting good at memorizing cities. Thank you all for your support and suggestions. Once again, these are all past events. But I am taking your ideas into consideration for how to fight back here, in the present. A few of you have offered to help in other ways, and I appreciate the offers, but this is my fight. I've ruined so many other lives by involving other people. No, David is mine to ruin, even if I die trying. Also, I've looked back over it and realized I forgot something, but now I've forgotten what it was. So forgive me if I make a correction in the next part. Another thing, I try to talk to as many people as I can in the comments, unless my reply will have to contain spoilers. But live events have forced me to limit that interaction because of time and the sheer number of you. Forgive me. Now I'll continue. I called Clark's mom right away. I had their home phone number because last Christmas, Clark invited me to his house for Christmas dinner since my parents and I were still fighting pretty harshly. He'd already gone home while I had to work, so he gave me the phone number in case I got lost and he didn't answer his cell. She was devastated and asked me a million questions. It was very, very uncomfortable. She agreed to drive down that day and post bail for him. She lived a few hours away, so she said she'd be here at around 5 p.m. The county we were in didn't allow online payments via credit card, cash only, so she had to physically drive down. In the middle of the phone call, I missed a call from a number that wasn't in my contacts. I called back, and they answered immediately. Hi, I missed a call from this number. Hi, is this Xander? Yeah. Who's this? Xander, I'm Katie's mom. Your parents gave me your number. Shit. Hi, can't talk now. I'm in a rush, and She cut me off. Have you heard from Katie? She didn't come home last night. Your mom gave me your number. Please tell me she's with you. She's not, I said. I'm not sure where she is. I have to go. I'll call you back. I hung up the phone. I didn't want to talk to her about Katie, because I was about to file her missing person report. I walked over to the reception desk. I was just talking to an officer, and then he arrested my friend and walked off. I need to talk to the officer on my other case about identity fraud. What case number? The lady asked. A while later, I was sitting in one of their interrogation rooms after asking for a private meeting. Detective Hernandez sat at the opposite end of a metal table. My 2 case files were on the table in front of him. He was glancing through them, trying to familiarize himself with the break-in report. A tape recorder sat between us. He pressed a button on the recorder, and the tape started rolling. He stated his name, my case numbers, the date, and the time. All right, go ahead, he said. So, I submitted a report for identity theft a while ago and haven't heard anything about it. The FTC can take some time to respond, he replied. Well, now there's a new report for a break-in at my apartment. I was talking to another officer earlier and told him that I have a suspect for both crimes. Yes, the detective said, looking over one of the folders. He had both cases on the table. One David King, correct? Looks like it was written in your file. Yes, David King. He used to be a friend of mine, but now he hates me and has been targeting me. Targeting you how? Most recently, he's kidnapped my girlfriend, Katie. That caught his attention. He pulled a pen from his front pocket. When was this? He asked, setting his pen on a blank page. Last night. When we went to go graffiti his house, he chased after us and pinned me to a table. He called someone on the phone and had them put Katie on the phone. I heard her voice and he claimed he'd kidnapped her to motivate me. Motivate you to do what? Hernandez asked. I told him about the DARE conversation, then about all the junk mail, my online accounts, the credit card fraud, my parents' credit being targeted, my car's windows, the break-in, my bank account being emptied, the graffiti incident, Katie's phone call, protecting Clark's bank and online accounts, and now Clark's arrest. Hernandez took copious notes. It just keeps escalating, I said in defeat. I watched Hernandez carefully, trying to gauge his reaction. I couldn't tell what he believed. I need more details about the phone call, he said at last. What did she say? What did you say? What did you hear on the other end? We talked through everything for an hour. Nothing I said was useful for finding Katie, but Hernandez sat back after I finished. Xander, I have to be honest. This all sounds very loose. I don't mean the crimes themselves. I mean the connections linking David to all of these crimes. There's nothing that can be done about the identity theft until the FTC has finished their investigation. The break-in, broken windows, hacked accounts, and empty bank account will have to produce their own evidence to prove that David committed each one. To you, this is all one timeline of events, but to the law, they are separate crimes that have to be treated with no regard for past actions, he said. His tone was reasonable and concerned. I believe you, but I can't make an arrest without witnesses or hard evidence. Your story is circumstantial at best, but I do believe you when you say they are connected. Finally, someone believes me. What have the texts said about the break-in? I asked. They said they found a few fingerprints? All the fingerprints found belong to each of you and a few other people who used to live there. According to the file, they've all been confirmed as past residents. And what about the ATM camera? Now that's something unfortunate, he said, looking through the folder again. We got a call from your bank to file a fraud report. It was smart of you to go through the bank to report the fraud. My boss made it a priority, and since it was your same name, it was added to our file on your identity theft. I've been the one personally working on your identity theft case. Once I received the case, I called the convenience store that the ATM was in. They gave me the brand of the ATM so I could request the footage from the company. Problem is, that ATM doesn't have a camera. What? How can an ATM not have a camera? Not all brands do. Some ATMs don't have cameras built in, and this was one of them. Someone logged into your online bank account right before the ATM transaction and moved all of your money from savings into your checking account. They also increased your ATM withdrawal limit to $5,000 while online, which was above the $3,500 you had in your account. Normally, you can only withdraw $500 per day. What about the store's cameras? I practically shouted. I asked for them to bring the footage down. They said they'll be in today, he said. Where's this store? I asked. I want to see this for myself. No, he said firmly. I may have inclination to lean towards your theory, but I will collect the evidence myself, and a court will decide. You steer clear. Then drive down yourself right now, God damn it, I yelled. He stood slightly, his hand reaching for his belt automatically. Calm down, he said, looking me in the eyes. I have no money, I shouted. My car windows are smashed and I can't repair them. My rent will be due, and I'll have no way to pay. I can't get to work in a car. I can't drive. I need my money back. Hernandez sighed, sitting back down. I breathed heavily. If David is the one who used your information to commit credit card fraud, why would he steal a measly $3,500 from you? He asked. Because he's dead set on ruining my life? I muttered. That's the dare. He's taken it too far, further than any sane person would. He's sick. I just want it to stop, I said. I cried a little, and Hernandez let me sit in silence for a minute with tears rolling down my cheeks. What about Katie? I asked after a while. The kidnapping is going to get top priority. That's the one case that has a witness, you. I won't be working on it, but someone in a different section of the department will be. The other detective will want to interview you today and get started. Let's do it then, I said, wiping my eyes. Hernandez stepped out and returned a while later with the detective. Detective White came in and probed me with hundreds of questions. Where did she work? Who were her friends? How long had we been together? When did I last see her? Do her parents know? Questions like that. When I brought up David in the phone call, he leaned in and asked me the same questions about what I'd heard, what we'd said, and anything I could remember. Again, I didn't remember anything helpful. I'll need to bring David in for questioning, Detective White said. Your testimony is decent, but we'll need more evidence for conviction. I can't arrest him because I need more proof. If we arrest him without enough proof, he'll walk free and can't be tried again. You had enough proof to arrest Clark, I shouted. Clark? Detective White asked. I was just talking with an officer who said David called in and told you all that Clark graffitied his house. All he had to do was call, and he got arrested. Detective White excused himself to go find out more about what had happened. He came back 5 minutes later. David has more proof on that case, Detective said. Photographs of the graffiti, photographs of Clark coming up to the house, his own testimony about recognizing Clark, and a bruised face. Clark's hand is also cut up, which corroborates his story. We noticed it when we booked him. This is the kind of evidence we need to convict in a kidnapping. Right now, we have your testimony stating you said hello to Katie on the phone, and that David said he'd kidnapped her. We need more evidence to convince a jury. But I was with Clark, I yelled. In the pictures you weren't, he said. Then they're fakes. An expert will check them and determine that. I sat back in my chair, feeling defeated. Detective White thanked me for my testimony and left to contact Katie's parents. Detective Hernandez sat back down, watching me as tears welled up in my eyes again. "Let me pay for your windows," he said. "It won't matter. He'll break them again the next day," I said angrily. "He's broken them more than once? Every time I repair them, they're smashed again the next day." "I might have an idea," he said, "but I'll need approval from my boss." If you haven't heard of entrapment in the context of a police investigation, it's a legal defense that's used when evidence can be shown that an officer induces a criminal to commit a crime they wouldn't otherwise commit. When this defense is used, there are two differing views. In some courts, if a defendant uses entrapment as a defense, the prosecution has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the criminal was not entrapped. In other courts, the defense has to prove that it was entrapped. The state I was in required the prosecution to do the proving. Hernandez recognized that his plan could be construed as entrapment, and he explained this to me as we walked to his boss's office. He told me that since David had already established a pattern of breaking my windows, Hernandez could set up surveillance on the car and just wait for David to commit the crime he was going to do anyway. Since I had repaired my windows twice and had kept the receipts, that would serve as good evidence that the crime had been repetitive. The idea made me hopeful. I sat outside his boss's office while he walked in and presented his idea. When he walked out, he gave me a thumbs up. David would never know what hit him. Hernandez drove me to my house where I picked up my car and took it to a repair shop. He followed me over there and paid. We drove to my work in Hernandez's car while they worked on it. Hernandez ordered us some lunch and I talked to my boss. I told him about my bank account getting hacked and that I needed to cancel direct deposit. Luckily, payroll was next week, so they'd be able to change the method of payment by the next paycheck. I told him about my situation, and Hernandez backed me up. He agreed to pay some of my wages in advance out of the store's petty cash until payday came, and I was to pay him back. I thanked him profusely for helping me out and apologized for having to call in sick that day. I walked out with a full stomach, $335, and a calm mind. With any luck, we'd catch David tonight. Hernandez took me back to the shop, and I picked up my car. I tried to pay from the money I'd received, but he refused, saying I could pay him back after this was all resolved. He told me he'd be at my house later on to start the surveillance and to just park my car on the street. I thanked him again before we parted. It was about 3 p.m. when I got home. I parked my car several blocks away and next to several others for camouflage. I didn't want David to find it and smash the windows before tonight. The walk was hot, and cool air conditioning welcomed me into my house. "Excuse me?" someone asked timidly as I unlocked my front door. I peeked my head back outside. There was an older woman on the landing, probably in her 40s. "Yes," I replied. "You live in that apartment, I'm guessing?" she said. "Yeah. I'm Mrs. Watson. I believe you and my son are roommates." Oh, hello," I said, extending my hand. "Whose mom are you?" "Isaac," she replied. "He and I were supposed to be driving out of state to visit family yesterday, but he never showed up." A chill ran up my spine. "I've called him 1,000 times, but he hasn't answered," she continued. "I've been standing here ringing the doorbell for a while, but no one has been home. Can I go knock on his door?" I considered asking her to leave, or telling her that I wasn't comfortable with her coming in, but I knew that would have been suspicious. I knew what we were going to find. I told her to come in, and instantly the smell overtook us. She tried to be polite and not offend me, probably thinking we were typical college guys living like pigs. She walked down the hall to Isaac's room. "Oh God," she muttered. The smell must have been horrific right by the door. I shuddered, but went down the hall towards her. She knocked. "Isaac?" she called. No answer, as I expected. "Isaac, it's Mom," she said. I think the smell made her start to panic because she pounded harder on the door. "Isaac, open up please," she pleaded desperately. I sighed. Gently, I guided her away from the door and braced myself. I took a running start and slammed into the door. It bent heavily, but the latch didn't break. I tried again and again. On the fourth try, the door wrenched open and I was inside. The smell, oh God. I don't know how many times I can tell you about it until you understand. This was one of those moments where I'll remember every detail forever. Isaac's room was a mess. There were 3 bookshelves that likely used to have tons of books, but the shelves were torn apart and books scattered across the room. His computer desk had papers scattered across it and cups knocked over. The window was darkened by a blackout curtain used for gaming. The large gaming computer under the desk hummed, and the monitor showed stars moving around for a screensaver. Isaac was on the bed. His face was pale and patchy with purple lines. His arms and legs were white and also bruised. An extension cord trailed off the bed, the middle being wrapped around his neck several times. Some flies nested on his body, flying to another spot occasionally. Mrs. Watson entered the room and screamed. I just stood there, staring at Isaac's dilapidated body. David had jumped to murder. I called the police and tried to get Mrs. Watson to leave the apartment and preserve the crime scene. She refused and sat sobbing next to Isaac's bed. She was afraid to touch him. The police came immediately and escorted Mrs. Watson and I out of the apartment. The next few hours were a blur of questions and police. Detective Hernandez showed up and looked inside. Techs were carrying in cameras and briefcases full of equipment. After a while, they started to carry out some of Isaac's belongings in bags. His gaming computer took 2 techs to carry out. I sat on the curb nearby, not being allowed to leave by the head officer who was running the scene. Hernandez sat next to me. They broke open your other roommate's door. All his belongings are there, but your roommate isn't. Do you know where he is? No, I replied. I never talked to him much. Were you close to Isaac? He asked. No, but it's still. I know, he said. Do you think David is behind this too? He asked. Probably, I replied, feeling numb. We'll still carry out the surveillance, he assured me. Don't worry. They'll analyze Isaac's body, and if they find so much as a fleck of skin that we can link to David, we'll nail him. No criminal is perfect. Hernandez left me alone, and I thought over the situation. Then a car parked nearby, and out stepped Clark with his mom. I jumped up and ran over to him. Oh my God, Clark, are you okay? I asked. I'm fine, he smiled reassuringly. Posted bail. It was $350, so not awful. I thought you said you'd be here by 5? I asked Clark's mom. Side note, I don't remember the exact time she got there, but I do remember she was earlier than expected. I was going to meet them both at the station. I may have broken a few speed limits, she said in a neutral tone. What's happened? Clark's face suddenly went cold when he saw all the policemen near our door. Isaac was found, I said, in his room. I didn't have to specify what state he was in. Jesus Christ, Clark gasped, putting his hands on his knees. He started hyperventilating, and his mom worriedly put a hand on his back. Clark, honey, let's just go for a drive. We can get your stuff later. Your stuff? I asked. He's moving out, his mom said sharply. He told me all about this sick game your friend is playing. I don't think it's very funny. It's not funny, I shouted. It never was. This fucking asshole is trying to ruin my life. It's not a game. A few of the policemen turned to watch me from the balcony. Her jaw tightened, and she guided her hyperventilating son into the car. They drove away, and I was left in the middle of the street, watching my best friend leave me to handle David alone. Just finished posting links to this part in all comments in part 4. I don't think I'll be able to do that again, so please check back 24 hours from the publication of this post. Rip my fingers. Hi again, everyone. As I do in every new post, thank you for your support and encouragement. I read every single comment and reply to as many as I can, or have something useful to reply. David is nowhere to be seen in this new town, thankfully, so I don't think he's realized that I've moved on. I've had some time to keep figuring out where things are in this town. Once again, just reminding everyone, these are past events. We haven't caught up to the present day yet. I also want to remind everyone that I am writing these each day. No, I don't have parts built up, so I can't make them longer or release them all at once. Sorry guys, a few people keep asking, so I'm just clarifying. One more thing. As I was reading every comment like I do, I noticed one person whose birthday is today, and they got downvoted for suggesting this could make a good manga series. So I want to wish them a public happy birthday. Happy birthday, you, Super Kami. Let's begin. The police took Isaac out in a body bag. Mrs. Watson left with the body, still sobbing uncontrollably. I was told that I couldn't go into my apartment until they were completely done with the crime scene. No, they didn't know when that would be. I suggested a hotel room, which I laughed at. I asked if I could grab a blanket and a pillow from my room so I could sleep in my car. They reluctantly brought it to me, and I gagged when I grabbed them. They smelled like death. Hernandez offered to get me a motel room, or let me stay at his place, or even begged me to call a friend and stay with them. I refused all three. I walked to my car and ignored Hernandez. I was still too mad about everything and devastated that Clark had left. Besides, we couldn't do surveillance on the car while I slept in it. I marched all the way to my car and slammed the door hard. I decided I didn't feel safe parking near my house to sleep, so I went to a Walmart parking lot for the night. It was as if fate had finally begun to root for me. I was walking towards the Walmart entrance from the parking lot to buy some food. When I was only a few cars away, an armored truck pulled up. The ones that carry the money over to the bank, you know what I mean. And who do you think stepped out of the truck? David fucking King. I strafed to my left and got behind a car, using the back-tinted windows to observe. He was laughing with his partner, who got out of the passenger side. I was too far away to hear what they were saying, but I definitely didn't recognize the partner as anyone I knew. It was obviously paranoia, but I wondered if he could be the one who had made Katie speak into the phone. The two of them walked into Walmart, and I took note of the company that owned the truck, and then I had an idea. My first real idea on how I could fight back, now that I knew where David was right this second. I sprinted back to my car. A little while later, I pulled up to Mrs. K's house. I got out and looked around, making sure David hadn't somehow beaten me here or followed me. I had to hurry. Who knew how much longer his shift would last? I knocked on the door, and Mrs. K opened it. "Hello, Xander," she said cheerfully. "Hi, Mrs. K. Can I come in?" 5 minutes later, I was rifling through David's room. Had to hurry. Had to find something useful and fast. I'd told Mrs. K that years ago I'd let David borrow a video game, and just now remembered and wanted to pick it up. She had happily let me go into his room and find them. I had booted up his ancient laptop, but it was taking forever to load. Why the hell hadn't he bought a new laptop with all the money he stole? That would have made good evidence. I glanced at every paper I saw, hoping for something. Written plans, a checklist, a receipt, anything. Every paper I found was normal, from what I could see. His room was a disaster, which worked in my favor. He may have dropped something incriminating and not known about it. I stuffed every flash drive I could find into my pockets as I went. He had 4 of them laying around. They might have incriminating evidence on them. The laptop finally booted, and I instantly tried to log in. No luck, password protected. I should have known, considering how tech-savvy he'd been in hacking my accounts. In fact, all the incriminating data was probably on the laptop. He wouldn't bother printing anything out. That gave me an idea. I picked up the laptop and flipped it over. A toolbox laid under the table, and I snatched a screwdriver from it. Using the screwdriver, I went to work disassembling the laptop. When I'd finished, I held his hard drive up in my hand. "I will ruin you, David King," I whispered. As I reassembled the laptop, something caught my eye under the bed. A box. Furrowing my eyebrows, I pulled it towards me. It was a shoebox with dust covering the top. A few spots were less dusty, where someone had handled the lid. I opened it slowly and peered inside. It contained a 1/4-inch thick stack of pages all bound together by a binder clip. The box was too small to let the pad lay flat, so it curled in the box. The pages were old and worn. They'd clearly been handled frequently. I lifted it out and noticed that it looked like a research paper. The front page had a title in the middle of the page and an author at the bottom. Psychological Evaluation for David Edward King. The bottom of the page had the name of the institute and psychologist that had done the study as well as the year. I did the math, and the evaluation must have been done when he was 16. Jack. Pot. I stuffed it under my shirt as best I could to hide its square form. The laptop was set back in its place as if it were never moved. David would know something was wrong eventually, but not until he booted it up. I gave a last look around and wondered if there was anything else I should do. With no decent ideas, I left David's house. Mrs. K gave me a brownie on my way out. On the drive back to the Walmart, I tried to come up with a plan. I couldn't take this to the police because it was illegally obtained evidence and wouldn't be admissible in court. I knew that from a bunch of crime shows. I had to get at the evidence myself and somehow get it into the police's hands legally. When I parked at the Walmart, it still wasn't that late. I walked inside, carrying the flash drives and psychological evaluation with me. I used the demo computers to look at the contents of the flash drives. Looking back now, I'm amazed they let USB sticks work on the demo machines. The first flash drive had old high school papers on it. Nothing useful there. The second and third drives were bootable drives that could boot Linux. I don't expect everyone to understand what that means. It's not important. It was on the fourth flash drive that I had my first breakthrough of evidence. It contained a single text file that had been edited the day before. As I read through it, I realized that it was a conversation. With my current understanding, the flash drive was how David and his kidnapping partner had been communicating. David would write a message and hide the flash drive in a predetermined place. Then the kidnapper would go pick it up and read the message. The process would reverse when the kidnapper had a message to pass along. A lot of you will probably say, why wouldn't they just use encrypted emails? That's so much faster and safer. If they had used any kind of network to communicate, some internet service provider or some cell phone provider like Comcast would have a log entry of the messages being exchanged, even if the data was encrypted. Encrypted data is never 100% secure. If you dedicate enough processing power, you can crack any encryption. It may take thousands of years in some cases, but it could still be cracked. With our current advances in computing power, that could change to be even faster. David and his partner had reduced their risk of being caught by limiting who had access to the information. If you send an email to me via Reddit, I'm not the only one that gets the message. It passes through several servers and routers who all make a note that a message passed through at a specific time. It leaves a trail. Unless you can erase the logs of those servers, you leave a trail no matter how you send your data. There was certainly risk that someone could find the flash drive, plug it in, and find all of this data like I had, but that could be reduced by choosing decent hiding places. If you plan to pass messages this way, don't leave it laying around your room. Especially don't leave it unencrypted. I still don't know why it wasn't encrypted. The text file would have a line, then skip a line, and add another where the next response was. I don't have the flash drive or a copy of the conversation anymore, so I'll have to paraphrase as accurately as I can remember. I'll use bullet points here on Reddit to format it more easily for you. Payment received? Yes. Last half of payment comes when this is all over. How long? Depends on him. Good? Good. No suspicion. A quiet grab. Was she harmed? She fought. A couple bruises. Otherwise fine. There were some extra lines in between, marking the start of a new conversation. Any new information? A kidnapping report has been filed with the police. Change locations every 2 days as previously discussed. Are you well supplied? We have enough in the truck to keep moving and stay operational. Good. With any luck, this will be over soon once he makes an irreversible mistake. I shuddered as I closed the text file. That was damning evidence. I checked who the owner of the file was. It was blank. Well, that would have been too convenient. I googled the kind of cable I would need to hook the hard drive up to a computer and bought a SATA to USB cable. I was thankful that the demo computers were in an aisle out of the view of employees in the tech center. To people who don't know technology, I'm convinced I looked like a hacker. Let me give you another lesson on technology, since I seem to be giving so many in this series. When you boot your computer, it asks for a password if you've set one. Without that password, you can't access the hard drive unless you do some hacked up workaround. In some cases, however, you can unplug the hard drive and plug it into another computer instead. The new computer will treat it like a regular external hard drive, and voila, you have access. Unfortunately, David had encrypted his entire hard drive, so it was useless to me at the moment until I had some spare time to either guess the password or find someone who could crack it. Going to the summer supply section of the store, I took a seat and pulled out the psychological evaluation and looked at the cover page again. Psychological evaluation for David Edward King. I hope you realize that I've removed the institution, author, and date for privacy's sake. I spent an hour skimming the contents, using the table of contents to navigate. I constantly had to look up lengthy words on my phone, but I was beginning to understand what went on in David's sick little mind. I won't give you an entire rundown of his whole life, but the report contained transcribed interviews with his parents about incidents, a psychologist's observations while holding David in confinement, and a general list of events that had occurred in David's life that may have traumatized him. These are the ones I remember. David set fire to animals constantly and poked them with various objects. When a snake lunged and bit him once in his backyard, his mother came out to find him whipping the limp body against a tree, guts spraying everywhere. His only explanation was, "It tried to hurt me." He was found designing traps for rabbits and other animals that were expertly hidden and designed. He claimed to have never looked at a wilderness guide to make them. His mother later found entire notebooks containing designs for traps. The traps were aimed at getting both animals and humans. His father died when he was 12, which affected him greatly. He became quiet and reserved for years. The first day of high school, however, he changed overnight and became charismatic, energetic, and clever. In middle school, one of his teachers had been interviewed after an incident. She had noticed that 3 boys had begun picking on David, but he quietly took whatever they gave him. One day she came to class, and all 3 boys sat ramrod straight and stared straight ahead. They didn't dare look at David, and David was smirking and trying to hide it. Finally, let me try to summarize what the psychologist wrote about David. David seems to have a constant need to harm other living things and cause suffering. Once, in my office, I found him stomping his feet on the floor. I asked what he was doing, and he admitted that he was trying to crush anything microscopic that could be on my floor. I seriously fear that he will not be able to remain in society without serious medication and therapy. I had no idea that David had any of these problems or experiences. He and I had met when we were both 17. He'd been exactly as the report described, charismatic, energetic, and clever. I felt blind for not seeing any red flags, but I knew that he had hidden them well intentionally. The psychologist made another entry a month later. David seems to have performed a complete 180 in his mood, actions, and demeanor. He has been polite and kind every time he has come in, and is very capable of being fully functional. The sentence struck me as odd. Months of statements about David's instability, and suddenly this comes out? I googled the professor's name. He died in a car crash the same year as the publication date on this evaluation. Son of a bitch. I reread the very last entry. I recognized the words for what they were, a coerced recommendation to re-enter society. I could feel the psychologist's words scream through the page. Good God, he's going to kill me. No wonder David was so prepared. No wonder he was always ahead of me. No wonder his expression had spread such an absolute fear through me that night. He chased Clark and I. He was insane. He designed traps. He knew what made people and animals tick. He enjoyed inflicting pain on them, and not just that, but watching them suffer. David was absolutely insane. Insane, but functional. That's what made him dangerous. I hunkered down in my seat and brought up a Word document in my phone where I could take notes. Then, I started Googling. You know what I'm talking about. You're facing a problem, and so you start searching for anything online that could help you fix your problem. The internet was a wonderful tool for me at this moment. Without it, I'd be dead months ago. I was kicked out of the Walmart for loitering, but I continued my research in my car. I turned the car on every once in a while to drive around and charge my battery. That night, I learned a lot about hacking, phones, Android, surveillance, police procedure, legal procedure, and all kinds of subjects that related to my situation. I took dutiful notes and outlined areas for further research and learning. During my research, I found a list of apps that could be used for hacking someone's phone. I checked my installed applications, and can you guess what I found buried in my phone? One of those apps. David fucking King had been eavesdropping and tracking me through my phone. Instead of deleting the app, however, I kept it. It could be useful in the future. I also researched the company David apparently worked for. It was a larger company that served several states, providing both long and short distance transport of valuable goods. This was good information. If his job was to handle valuable goods, then it could be an easy way to get him fired or even charged if some of it disappeared from his truck. His truck was long gone by then, so I had no current opportunity. During all hours of the night, Hernandez would call me. So would Katie's mom. I ignored them both. That was a big mistake. I'll later learn. When the sun rose, I didn't feel tired. I felt empowered. Finally, I knew more about my situation and enough to be useful. I knew how to get those hard drives to the police legally, but I'd need Clark and Hernandez's help. I never got to use that plan though. Reality caught up with me. David moved too quickly. I was driving to my apartment to see if I could brush my teeth, take a shower at least before work that day, when my phone buzzed. It was Hernandez. I answered it reluctantly, prepared to get an earful for ignoring him all night. "Xander, where are you?" he asked. "Driving to my apartment," I replied. "You need to come down to the police station," he said slowly. "Right away." "Why?" "What's up?" I asked. "It's bad," he said with a cringe. Confused, I hung up and turned right, heading towards the police station. I walked into the police station lobby to find Hernandez waiting for me. "Did Isaac's body turn up anything?" I asked, looking at his worried expression. "They're still analyzing it," he said. Then he took a deep breath. "Some new development has come up." I gave him a questioning look, and then felt cold metal click around my right wrist. I reacted, but the two cops who had flanked me pulled my arms together. The metal clicked around my other wrist, handcuffing me. "What the hell?" I shouted. The policemen each gripped one of my arms. "Xander, I know you're upset about everything that's going on," Hernandez said quietly, "but what you did went way too far." "What the fuck are you talking about?" Hernandez held up a bag containing a phone. He used the touchscreen through the bag and navigated to the phone's voicemail. The voicemail was jolty and sounded like whoever had the phone was running. Wind struck the mic, making it hard to hear in places, but the voice was unmistakable. It was mine. "Fuck you, jackass. You ruined my credit, stole my money, hacked my accounts, and stole my shit. I'm going to kill you. You think I need motivation to hurt you? I'm going to kill you, you son of a bitch. You'll burn in hell. You'll burn." My heart shuddered to a halt. I had said those things. I had literally said those things. The night David chased us and pinned me to the table, I'd said every word. The bastard had been recording the whole thing, and now had edited it into a threatening voicemail. "David King's home burned down last night," he said slowly, watching me, gouging me. David and his mother were still inside. Firefighters found David alive and were able to pull him out, but his mother was already dead. That voicemail was sent to his phone from yours at around the time firefighters estimate the fire started. I lost my breath. My eyes watered. The world closed in. I couldn't speak, couldn't defend myself, couldn't explain. "Xander Jones, you're under arrest." "Hi everyone. Thanks again for all your support. I've been jumping from store to store today to prevent tracking, so I've written on and off today and replied to as many as possible. I was just posting this when I almost ran right into David. Forgive me for hiding before I got my phone back out and finished posting. Eat it. Guess I was on time after all. Sorry about the incident earlier with Part 5 disappearing. It was my own fault, and the No Sleep mods were very helpful in restoring it. I've said to a few of you that I estimate there being 1 to 2 more parts until I have caught up to the present day. I believe that after Part 7 we will be fully at the present day. That may change, so don't get mad if it does. I just wanted to let you know what to expect. I'll jump right in, as usual. I laid in an empty cell, trying to catch a small nap since I'd been up all night. My mind was racing though, and made it hard to sleep. I kept rehearsing what I was going to say when Hernandez finally came to get me. They'd emptied my pockets into evidence bags, took my fingerprints, and one cop was heading out to search my car. I wasn't dumb. I knew that the evidence would point the police to 3 conclusions. 1, that I'd been in David's home recently. After all, the data on those flash drives had been updated just the day before. even the ones that didn't have the kidnapping transcription on them. 2. The flash drive containing messages between David and his partner might lead them to believe I had kidnapped Katie. And 3. That I'd stolen David's hard drive, as well as confidential medical information. I kept trying to play out the conversation with Hernandez. I hoped it would pan out the same way it was running in my head. I was woken up by a slight knock on the bars. My eyes peeked open to see a man in a suit standing there accompanied by an officer. "Hello, sorry to disturb you," he said sheepishly. "I'm Terry Jason, your public defender. May we talk?" "Yes, of course," I said, sitting up. The officer entered and cuffed me. We were both led to the interrogation room, where I'd met Hernandez for the first time. "I trust you will shut off the cameras," he said to the officer. The cop nodded, removed my handcuffs, and closed the door. "You can call me Terry," he said, reaching out to shake my hand. We sat down opposite each other with the table between us. "I've heard a little about your case and a brief overview from the chief," he said, pulling folders from a briefcase. It's long," I admitted. "So I hear," he said. "I'm going to have to apologize in advance. It's likely that you'll have to repeat your story many times during these proceedings. To prevent this as much as possible, you and I are going to sit down and write your version of events down. That way you can fall back on your statements and ensure that what you say is consistent and accurate. Does that sound good to you?" he said. It made sense, so I nodded. "First, I have a contract here for you to sign that says you agree to let me represent you in criminal proceedings." He pushed a paper and pen across the table to me. I skimmed it and signed at the bottom. He pulled it back. "Would you like me to call you Xander or Mr. Jones?" he asked with an easy smile. "Xander is fine," I replied. "Okay, Xander, let's start writing." Terry sat patiently with me while I wrote every detail I could think of. I began with my dare conversation with David and followed all the way up to this point. It started out as a page with scrambled memories and words to jog my memory. Then it slowly formed into a statement that Terry helped me edit into a cohesive, fact-based statement. "When you are asked about your memories or an event, refer them to this document," he said. We worked for an hour before he spoke again. "I have to go to another appointment, but I've asked that you be allowed to continue working in your cell. I've scheduled a meeting with the prosecutor and Detective Hernandez tomorrow at noon. Do you think you can have it complete by then?" "Yes, I think so," I said. And I did. I spent the rest of my day writing that statement. I slept sporadically, but I was desperate to complete it before noon the next day. So much had happened, and I had so much to say. I was quite proud of the results. In fact, I was more proud of that statement than this one. That statement had a lot more fresh memories. This one feels a little scatterbrained. My statement was concise and to the point. But maybe it's for the best that this is the one that I posted. The next day, at noon, I was back in the interrogation room. Terry sat to my left. Hernandez stood against the wall facing me with his arms crossed. I couldn't read his expression. On the other side of the table sat an older man who had introduced himself as Chief Gunderson, Hernandez's boss. Beside him stood a tall, lanky man with slicked back hair. He held his hands behind his back, watching me intently. The tape recorder between us was running. "I've been brought up to date on the cases you're involved in," Chief Gunderson said in a gruff voice. "I'm interested to hear everything from your perspective considering the recent developments." "You arrested me just to hear my side of the story?" I snipped. "No, I arrested you because you are suspected of burning down Ann King's house and thereby killing her," Chief Gunderson said. "Hernandez tells me that you might have felt justified in doing so considering all the accusations that you've levied against Mr. King. So, I'd like to hear what has happened from the beginning and hear your side of events." "Who's he?" I asked, pointing to the lanky man. "I'm the prosecutor, Adam Luderman," he answered. "Oh, so you'll be the one trying to put me in prison," I quipped. Terry put a warning hand on my leg. "I'll be trying to establish the truth about what happened," he corrected, glaring down at me. "My client has prepared a statement that he intends to wholly rely on," Terry said, pushing copies of the 17 handwritten pages across the table. The chief and prosecutor took one. Hernandez stepped forward and grabbed one too. He instantly started reading from his spot in the corner. I tried to catch his eye, but he didn't look at me. I trust we can begin the process of discovery today, Terry asked. I'll need copies of everything, as well as a copy of the official indictment. I tuned Terry out and focused on Hernandez. There was something about his demeanor that caught my attention. I couldn't tell what it was. I focused on him for the entire meeting, trying to figure out what my instinct was telling me. They talked over legal details with Terry and corroborated the process of discovery between the two parties. A couple days later, Terry was sitting with me in the interrogation room again, talking through what he'd learned from discovery. Discovery is when the two sides of a case share evidence, so there are no surprises when they go to trial. Anything not brought up in discovery is not admissible in court. Before trial, though, would come my arraignment. That's when the formal charges would be laid against me, and I would have to plead either guilty or not guilty. Terry was talking through discovery with me, so I would be prepared for what they'd say during the hearing and decide whether I'd plead guilty or not guilty. Here's what I learned. After I'd been arrested, the police had searched my car and found the hard drive, flash drives, and psychiatric evaluation. And something else that was curious. A half-empty gas canister. That fucker had planted a gas can in my car at some point without me knowing. I'd been in my car all night, so either David knew he was going to burn his house down before I went to Walmart, or he planted it in the few minutes I was in the police station. I told Terry about the gas can being planted, and he wrote down some notes. The police had searched through the contents of all the flash drives and discovered the conversation between David and his partner. Except, as predicted, they accused me of writing the messages and therefore linked me to a kidnapping. The text file never specified Katie's name, but they claimed Katie's kidnapping was the most likely scenario since I knew about it and was therefore involved. Despite this evidence, however, the prosecution didn't feel like they could convince a jury without more evidence. So, Katie's kidnapping wasn't planned to be laid against me as a formal charge, but they were searching for evidence. They had also tried to open the contents of David's hard drive, but found that it was encrypted, just like I had. They'd sent it off to a lab to be analyzed for whatever data could be salvaged. The medical report was classified as inadmissible because it pertained to an individual who did not consent to the dissemination of its contents. As a citizen of the United States, you get some control over who can look at your medical records. Denying its use in a courtroom is a right in certain situations, including this one. David had decided to exercise that right and deny access. As a result, the prosecutor could only charge me with possession of someone else's medical records without permission. That was a serious crime, apparently. Terry had also been informed that the identity theft case was being combined into the charges against me. The credit card companies had done their own investigations and were filing criminal charges against me for fraud. Why would they do that? Because a technical investigation into the origin of the registration for the fraudulent cards found that the reporter himself, Xander Jones, had indeed filled out and completed the registration forms from his own computing device. In other words, they traced the IP address of who had filled out the registration forms for the cards online and found that my computer had been the one to sign up, which meant they were accusing me of signing up, spending all the money, and then reporting fraud. Also a major crime. The emptying of my bank account was also pinned on me. Again, they claimed I was trying to commit fraud by filing a false claim with the bank. The police had finally got the security tapes from the convenience store where the ATM was located. There were 3 angles. One camera was above the door, one was above the register, and one was in the far corner of the store opposite the ATM. The tapes showed a man in a dark hoodie walk into the store. The video was grainy as you would expect, but despite that, a large symbol on the back of the hoodie could be recognized. The man in the hoodie walked to the ATM and pulled something from their pocket. The prosecution claimed it was a cell phone since the timestamp on the camera matched the timestamp of the log into my bank account. The hooded figure looked down at it for a few minutes before typing into the ATM, blocking the screen with their body. The money spat out. He grabbed it and walked toward the door. The camera on the opposite corner from the ATM was the only one able to catch a glimpse of their face. It was grainy, but the prosecution compared it to pictures from my Facebook profile to claim that it had just enough resemblance to have been me. Comparing to David's pictures, it could have been him too. I'd argued that point with the prosecutor pretty fiercely. When I was done with my outburst, The prosecutor told me that the investigators had also found a hoodie with the same logo in my apartment. Then they played their trump card. The bank had been logged into from the IP address assigned to my own cell phone during that time period. Regarding the fire, which was the main accusation against me, they had decent evidence. The gas can was one, and the voicemail was another. But there was even stronger evidence. When I first arrived at Walmart, I parked near the front doors, in view of the cameras hanging off the building. They clearly saw me drive away when I was heading to David's house. When I came back, though, I had parked in the back of the lot, intending to be away from other cars while I slept. The cameras could barely make out my car parking in the back lot. It was too dark to tell if it was even a vehicle, the prosecutor claimed. So, realistically, I only had my own testimony to support the fact that I got back to Walmart at around 6 p.m. I should add that it took about 15 minutes to get to David's house from the Walmart, just so you can understand the time frame. Fire crews had received a call at 6:04 p.m. that David's home was on fire. They had raced over immediately and found the house burning brightly. David had been found trying to lift his mother up from the ground in her bedroom. They'd brought them both out, and it was discovered that Mrs. K was already dead from suffocation. David had been rushed to the hospital with a few minor burns and some smoke inhalation. He had yet to explain his version of events to police. The firefighters had filed a report stating that the fire had been started from the middle of the living room, where a puddle of gasoline had ignited. The flames had spread throughout the house. Traces of gasoline were found in various rooms, making them believe that the suspect, me, went from room to room and splashed gasoline around, just like in the movies. They also concluded that the fire had been started sometime before it was called in, because of how much damage had already occurred by the time they arrived. I now know that David had set an alert on his phone that was linked to the app he had installed on my phone. When my GPS read that I was at his house, an alert would be sent to his phone as a text message. I can only guess that he jumped in his car, left work, and sped all the way home. That's why I think the time was so close. I'm telling you all of this detail so you can see just how hopeless I felt while I sat in jail. I was there for 2 whole weeks, where it was the same accusations and evidence over and over. I really started to just give up. During the first few days, I asked Terry about how we could prove that it was David specifically who had committed these crimes. He frowned and told me I should be more concerned about being proven innocent, period, not on pinning it to another man. By the end of 2 weeks, I was ready to just plead guilty rather than fight. The arraignment went poorly. No charges were thrown out that had been placed against me. I would list all the crimes I was being charged with, but I don't remember their exact phrases, and I know I'll get it wrong. You get the general idea, though, that I was fucked. Bail had been set at $5,000, which essentially guaranteed I'd be stuck in jail for a while. I had already contacted my parents out of desperation, and they would try to raise money from family members and friends, but couldn't pay immediately. After 3 weeks, I was very depressed and not eating much. Terry tried to cheer me up by showing me parts of arguments he was preparing, but nothing could cheer me. I thought about Katie a lot, and Clark and Ivan, and I missed my parents. I also missed Clark's first hearing in the graffiti case, so I had no idea how that was going, which made me feel guilty that I couldn't support him. During the time I was in jail, Hernandez only came to visit me once. It was during the 3rd week. I jumped off my bed and ran to the bars. "Hernandez," I said, "please tell me you've come to give me good news." "No," he said. "You're being transferred to the county jail. Your trial will be happening there." "Why?" He shrugged. "Just how it works," he said. "Did they find anything on Isaac?" I asked. I'd been clinging to the hope that Isaac's body would turn up evidence against David. I just wanted to nail him for that one crime. Just one. I wanted it so bad that my hands would shake when I thought about it. "I'm not allowed to talk about that," he said, avoiding my eyes. "Anyway, I came to tell you that you'll be moved in 3 days." "Hernandez," I said as he turned to leave. "I thought you believed me." "I do," he said. "Until you burned David's house down. Now I'm not so sure who the psychopath really is." "I didn't do it," I shouted, but he walked away. 3 days later, as Hernandez had said, they came to move me. After dinner, I was cuffed and led out the doors to a police cruiser that would drive me up to the county jail 2 hours away. The two officers who drove were polite to me, but instantly cranked up the radio when we got on the road. I could barely hear myself think, and was starting to get frustrated. I had always hated car trips without my own music. Now I was stuck in a 2-hour ride with my hands cuffed behind my back and a radio blasting music I didn't like. We were about an hour in, and I was ready to scream. I stared out the window, trying to find something interesting to watch and focus my mind on. We were on a 2-lane highway with no other cars in sight. It was getting late, so looking back, I figure people were home for the night, and that's why it was so dead. My view of a nice lake was suddenly obstructed by a big gray truck. I tried to find something else to look at, but then noticed it was getting dangerously close to our lane. I looked up at it and saw that it was an armored truck, and it had the same logo as the company David worked for. The panic was instantaneous. Something gripped my lungs and kept me from vocalizing. The truck slowly neared the side of the police cruiser before pressing against it. The cop shouted. The cop who was driving slammed on his brakes, and the other cop dropped the radio he was reaching for. The cruiser didn't slow down fast enough, however, and the truck nudged it off the road. I braced for impact as we rolled down the grassy slope and slammed into a tree. My seatbelt had held me in place, but my head ached when it rammed against the driver's headrest. The two cops were unconscious, lying at awkward angles. Neither of them had had their seatbelts. I started yanking at the handcuffs, trying to reach my seatbelt to undo it. I reached the red button and pressed it. When I turned back around to wriggle out of the loose seatbelt, I saw David fucking King walking down the slope towards the car. Oh shit, oh fuck, I cursed, turning to reach for the door handle with my cuffed hands. No such luck. The doors were locked from the outside to prevent prisoners from opening the doors on their own. David got closer and closer until he was right outside the car. He shot a smirk at me and opened my door. I tried to back away, but he grabbed my arm and tossed me out of the car. I fell to the dirt with a gasp. I sat up a little and saw that he turned his attention back to the police car. I saw one of the cops beginning to stir. David opened the driver's door and pulled something small from his pocket. With a quick motion, he stabbed the cop in the neck. Blood spurted out, and the cop started screaming and gurgling, grabbing for his neck. I think I screamed too, but I can't remember. He closed the door and walked around to the other side. I could see the other cop was moving, but I couldn't tell what he was doing. Apparently he was reaching for his radio, because David yanked it out of his hands and set it on the car's roof. Then he stabbed that cop too. Both of them were unconscious in seconds. Don't get up, he threatened, walking towards me. I didn't bother trying. He walked over to where I sat and went behind me. I tried to face him, but he kicked me lightly. He knelt down and I felt him scratching the metal on my handcuffs. I was confused, but sat absolutely still. Nice to see you again, Xander, he said, walking to stand in front of me. I watched him with true fear. His entire demeanor was different from the night we'd graffitied his house. He was changing. When I didn't answer, he laughed. He was twisting the small object in his gloved hands. I noticed, through the blood, that it was a crudely crafted shiv about the length and width of a finger. I told you, I'm not going to kill you, Xander. In fact, for once, I'm here to help you out. Sort of. What does that mean? I asked shakily. Remember the night you graffitied my house? I nodded. I told you I'd consider giving you advice on how to succeed in our game. Well, the time has come. I'm giving you more than advice. See, you're no fun in jail. I've seen the evidence they have on you. You're going away for a long time. I don't want that. So, I'm granting you a second chance to keep playing. He walked behind me again, and I felt sticky blood on my fingers and hand as he pressed the small shiv against my hand. Now, here's how this works, he said, standing back in front of me. I'm going to leave this knife with your fingerprints on it in the car. They'll think you stabbed the cops and made a run for it. I'm going to remove your handcuffs and let you make a run for it. You'll have a 30-minute head start before I call in on the radio. Oh God, he has a knife. He stabbed the driver and he's... David cut off, mimicking the call he'd make. Goosebumps ran up my spine. I'll be sitting here and waiting. If you attempt to come back, I'll just take you away in my car and we'll play a different game. Do you understand? I nodded, too terrified to speak. Get up, he commanded. I struggled to my feet, rolling in the dirt to get to my knees and stand. "Come here," he said, moving toward the police car. I followed. He opened the police car door and put his hand against the officer's neck. I flinched when he flicked blood at me. It splattered across my jail suit and face. I almost threw up. "There we go," he purred. He motioned for me to turn around, and I did. He pulled the handcuff keys off the dead cop and unlocked the cuffs. I rubbed my wrists. They were sore and marked from the car crash. I considered trying to get the shiv from him and attack, but the idea of going with him in his car to play other games terrified me. David had set a backpack next to the car, and now set it in my hands. "Hernandez says hello," he said with a malicious grin. "I paid him a lot of money to get him to let me track this car. He demanded that I give you half. Of course, I'm not that generous, so here's $2,000, a change of clothes, new shoes, and a map. Nearest town is 10 miles west. Better hurry. Remember, in 30 minutes I'm calling it in." My jaw shook as I put the backpack on and started heading towards the setting sun. The forest looked dark and menacing. I looked back when I was partway through the trees, and there he was. He leaned against the car, drinking from the coffee container one of the cops had brought with. Shuddering, in shock, and absolutely terrified, I walked on into the woods. "Hi everyone. Sorry I haven't replied to nearly as many comments in part 6. I've been busy, extremely busy. So much to do today to prepare. I'll get back to where we left off. I honestly don't remember most of the night after the car crash. I only have glimpses of memories, and I won't try to coherently express them here. I got my bearings back after I'd slept off the shock. My higher functions kicked back into gear after I'd gone to a grocery store and bought a small amount of food. The amount of hunger that shock can induce is extreme. I had rifled through the backpack and found exactly what David had said. Shoes, a pair of clothes, $2,000 cash in $100 and $20, and a road atlas booklet. I still have that atlas and use it when I'm moving on. Once I had food, water, and an inventory of my belongings, I could start to plan and work. I dumped my jail clothes in a dumpster and paid for a haircut to try and alter my appearance. Yes, I washed the blood off my face and hair before going in. When I looked in the mirror afterwards, I still recognized myself, so I paid the hairdresser to dye my hair too. I know there are self-dyeing kits that cost way less, but I had nowhere to do it. I knew I couldn't stay in this town because David would know exactly where to find me. I had no idea how long this truce would last, so I had no intention of staying here one more night. I bought a bus ticket to an adjacent state and arrived only a few hours later. The town I chose was larger than the one I had come from. This was intentional so that I could have anonymity and a better selection of services for the homeless. This town had a soup kitchen that I could use to cut down on costs, as well as a homeless shelter. I knew I couldn't live long on the already dwindling $2,000, so I started going to the library and searching online for odd jobs. I had to find something that wouldn't run a background check, if at all possible, because of the manhunt that was probably going on for me. I saw nothing about it in the news yet, but it had only been a day. After a week of searching, I found a job at a seedy telemarketing place that paid cash under the table. You'd be surprised how many of these there are. I hated the work, but I was out of the sun and making some money. Before I found a rundown and half-empty apartment complex to live in and pay weekly, I slept in the homeless shelter. I could have just stayed there and saved a lot of money, sure, but I hated going there and avoided it as long as possible when nighttime came. The money I spent on the apartment was well worth it. I had some semblance of a life set up, and now I could get the real work done. I had gone to the mall and bought the cheapest prepaid Android phone they had, and signed up for a monthly subscription that gave me unlimited data as well as texts and calls. I'd need to find a store to pay cash and top up every month, but it wasn't an expensive plan, and I needed internet when the library was closed. During the days, I'd spend my time in the library with a cheap notebook I'd bought, doing more research similar to what I had done in the Walmart parking lot. I also spent a lot of time working out and trying to get stronger. Before I had the apartment, I'd paid for a gym membership and showered there instead of at the homeless shelter. I decided to keep the membership and use their machines to get a more effective workout. The plan at the time had been to stay alive and away from David and the cops. I stayed inside the day the news broke of my escape in the other state. The police finally admitted to needing help in finding me and went public for a request for information. They listed off the crimes I was accused of, as well as a request to question me in regards to the 2 dead policemen. I wrote down every detail of the investigation, though none of it proved useful other than as background knowledge. I kept up with the sporadic news releases so I could stay as far ahead of the cops as possible. For the next 6 months, I stayed in this city. During that time, I learned a lot. Living on a tiny budget, home repairs when the landlord wouldn't fix something, hiding when you suspect you're being followed, and navigating the streets at night all became second nature to me. I also continued to study computers and networks. I am by no means any kind of licensed professional. I learned by deciding what I wanted to know how to do, and then practicing it over and over. One day, I was at the library when the news was published online. David fucking King was suspected of murdering the 2 cops. I was ecstatic and couldn't believe my luck. David King had finally made a mistake that had cost him. The news story did not specify why the police suspected him, but I didn't care. David was going to get what he deserved. A month passed with still no news on whether David had been captured or not. I found myself tempted to call Detective Hernandez and ask what he knew, but I didn't. I learned a lot of self-control and risk assessment during those 7 months. Risk analysis was built into my daily decisions. After checking for news on David for the 3rd time in a week, I decided that I would no longer be a bystander waiting for David to be caught. I decided to begin actively hunting David. Since I knew he was good with computers, the internet was the best place to begin looking for traces of him. I searched hundreds of forums, scouring for a list of keywords that I thought David would either post or look for. I won't include that list here. In only a couple weeks, I found one of his online accounts on Stack Exchange. I took notes on everything he commented as well as his account activity. Fortunately, he had kept the same account for several years. Granted, it was under a pseudonym, but he'd kept it. He still uses it today, actually. I just checked. He was logged in 7 hours ago when I wrote this. Once I found one account, it held clues to many others. He slipped out information accidentally that I could use to locate his other accounts. Posts like, "I've asked this question on this other forum and got no response, so now I am asking it here," would link 2 accounts and reveal yet another goldmine of data for my study. I spent weeks gathering pseudonyms, post records, and IP addresses he'd used, anything I could find with the tools I had available. Some pseudonyms he used more than once, and others he created as throwaway names. The research gave me invaluable insight into the way David thinks, talks, and acts. I got to know him on a level I could never have hoped to understand from just being his friend in high school. It made my hate for him grow, not diminish. I didn't only check the regular web either. Some people claim the deep web is a terrifying place where you can get killed at every turn, but it isn't if you don't act stupid. I installed Tor and began doing the same data mining in the deep web. The results were fantastic. I found catalogs worth of information. I was able to identify a lot of his false identities online and then map them to the fake social media pages he had created for them when he might need a cover-up. And all of this came because he insisted on using the same usernames over and over again. Why did he do that? Because he wanted people to know who he was when they interacted and respect him. Weakness. One day, just for the hell of it, I sent him a message as myself to one of his accounts. I made my email address visible on purpose. He'd need it. The spam mail started instantly after that. The response was so childish and brash that I was smiling that whole day. I knew that I could get to him. I also tried calling the Psychological Institute, where David's records should be. If I was lucky, I could get my hands on another copy of his evaluation and study it with new eyes. There was no such luck, however. David had called them and told them not to send copies to anyone because he was the current victim of fraud. How ironic. I was able to use his accounts that were used the most to track down his location. Sometimes he used a VPN, and sometimes he didn't. Recently, last week actually, he moved to a nearby city. He seemed to be following his own instructions to his partner to move along after only a couple of days. He was jumping from city to city, but not crossing the entire country every time he moved. He was making a snake-like trail throughout the country. I went over to this town he'd moved to and walked the streets for hours, hoping for a glimpse of him. It was just my luck that he walked out of a grocery store just as I was walking in. He didn't notice me, but I followed him back to where he was staying. For a couple of days at least, I knew where he was. The next few days were spent in surveillance. I watched him day and night, following him everywhere. I saw no sign of Katie being with him though, which made sense. His partner only came to visit once. He stayed for only 10 minutes before leaving in a car I hadn't seen him arrive in. I blew my only opportunity to follow him, since I had no car of my own. When David moved on, I followed him. I slept on the streets again, unwilling to let him leave my sight. I followed him around and learned so much about him from his routines and habits. I had learned so much about my enemy and my nemesis that I was finally ready to confront him for the last time. And now, everyone, we come to the crux of the story. This is the focal point that this entire series has led up to. Hello, David King. I know you're reading this. I see you check it during your morning coffee routine at Starbucks. It took you a few days to find it, but I knew that if I told the story through to the end and gained enough popularity, you'd find it. The more people who became interested, the more likely you were to see it. And now here you are. I'm sitting here, watching to see your face when you read this part. This has been the build-up of the entire series. I wrote all of this for this one moment. You've read every comment. I've seen you scrolling through them and opening sub-comments to see what they say. You're very invested in what everyone has to say. And the one thing you can conclude from the comments is this: everyone here hates you. Every last one. Hundreds of people now hate you. Many of them have offered time, talent, and cunning towards your complete destruction. I have refused their help until now. I want Katie back. All my stalking hasn't told me what really matters, where she is. So, I'm using this thread to get to you. Either you give Katie back, or I release everything about you to all these people who hate you. I know aliases, addresses, phone numbers, comments admitting to illegal activity, social security numbers, drivers, licenses, passports, online account names, everything. The police will have it all too. I've been tracking you for so long, David. The first few lines of every post, where I said, for example, that you'd almost found me, they were lies. I've been watching from afar during the entire publication of these posts. Right now, as I am about to press submit, you just bought a sandwich at Jimmy John's, the meatball sub. It's currently Saturday, the 2nd of July, 7:32 p.m. There's your proof that I'm nearby. Convinced yet? Bring Katie to Wells Park at 10 p.m. tonight and leave your partner behind. If you don't show, I will release all of the information I have, dedicate the rest of my life to updating that information, and releasing it to anyone here who wants to do something about it. I've set up a timed release of the information. It will be automatically posted via private message to everyone who ever commented on these threads, and they will spread it even further. The timed release will occur at 3 a.m. tonight unless I'm there to stop it. You need 2 people to stop it, each one with their own password. No, I won't tell you who the other person is. For everyone else here on the thread, I will have another post up in at least 48 hours. I'm giving myself a time buffer to respond in case David tries anything stupid. If I don't write an update, and the information has been released, you'll know what happened. You have all asked what you could do to help me. If you receive the information, do what you need to do. See you soon, David. Well, I'm back. Hi everyone, I am alive. I'll just start telling you what happened. I'm starting to shake as I even think about writing everything down, but I have to finish this. After I posted my last update, it was go time. I've been preparing for this event for so long that it was hard to believe that I had just hit submit. I couldn't go through and comment to everyone that part 7 was up. Sorry. I had to see David's reaction. I put my phone in my pocket and watched David from across the street. He was eating dinner just like I said in my post. His phone clearly went off because he perked up his head and grabbed his phone from the table. I'd seen his phone go off whenever I posted before, so I knew he had set an alert. I watched his eyes scan the post with interest. Then his eyes slowly widened. I knew when he reached my favorite part because his gaze shot up and looked around the restaurant. He wrapped up his sandwich and quickly walked out of the restaurant. his eyes scanning the street while stealing glances at his phone to keep reading. It was a very satisfying scene. It makes me smile just thinking about it. I didn't follow him home. Instead, I waited for the inevitable email. Do you want to know why David was so scared of my information release? He was scared because the internet was his safe haven. He was powerful there. When we had our dare conversation, and for so long after that, I was the computer illiterate one, and he ruled that domain. And now I had managed to track him in his safe place. Before, I had been weak and an easy target for his games. Now that I had seriously fought back and threatened him, he was worried. The email came while I could still see him walking away. Hello, Xander. Bravo. But I'm not going to meet in public, he wrote. To be honest, I posted Wells Park online because I figured he would want to change the location if it was a public place, and I didn't want to release the real address online. I didn't want anyone crashing the party and getting hurt. Sorry for lying. I'll be apologizing for lying a lot by the end of this post. I told him that I'd email him the new address 15 minutes before it was time to meet. He didn't respond. I didn't want him to have the address too early and show up to set any traps. He really should have countered with a location of his own, but he didn't. I stood up. Time to go to the warehouse and wait. The location I had chosen used to be a warehouse of some kind. I didn't care what it had been used for, only that it was abandoned and unguarded. If David tried anything stupid, which I thought he was going to, I didn't want any more innocent bystanders in the way. I took an Uber to a suburban area a few blocks away. When the Uber left, I walked to the warehouse. When I arrived, it was already almost 9 p.m. Not completely dark yet, but getting there. I walked around the perimeter of the warehouse, looking for any sign that David had beaten me here. There wasn't any sign that I could see. I approached a side door and pulled a key out of my pocket. I unlocked the chains from the door handle and stored them just inside the door as I entered. The soundscape changed from an ambient evening in the city to a tomb. The factory had a single floor that was one big, open space. High above it, catwalks ran along the rafters, all leading from the warehouse manager's office, which was a metal cube suspended at one end of the warehouse. Shelf scaffolding that had been abandoned broke up the empty space. Crates and pallets were strewn around here and there, making hiding places. I had previously come and strategically arranged them in case it came down to a firefight. That's also when I had put chains on every door. There were 4 entrances into the warehouse, not including the windows near the ceiling. I had chained them all, except the one I entered through. That was my funnel. If you've ever gone hunting for live game, you know what I'm talking about. There was nothing left to do but to wait now. I sent him the address at 9:45. A rattling of the front door alerted me that he was here. He was a half hour late, which was an attempt to unnerve me. The door jolted repeatedly, but the chains held it shut. It was dark now. The only light streamed in the windows from industrial-style streetlights outside. How am I supposed to meet you if you won't let me in? David called from outside. The hair on the back of my neck rose. Despite all my preparations, it was time. David tried all 3 doors. He skipped over the only one that was unlocked until he absolutely had to. He knew what a funnel was, but he had no choice. The windows were too high and would result in a very high fall once he got in. The side door silently opened, and in walked David fucking King. I stayed where I was behind a wooden crate stacked with pallets. If he came in shooting, I didn't want to be an easy target. Slow clapping filled the echoing room. Well done, David chanted. I peered through the pallets to see the door shut behind David. He was alone. Where is she? I said just loud enough to be heard. I'm so very impressed with you, Xander. Completely unexpected. He pulled his phone out of his pocket, lighting up the wall behind him. He began to read. Fuck you, David. Hashtag fuck David King. Xander, you brilliant bastard. Go get your girl. We are coming for you, David. Thousands of these, almost all saying the same thing. How does it feel to have people rooting for you? Do you feel better equipped to fight me now? Where is she? I enunciated. David knocked on the door behind him, and it opened. In shuffled Katie. Her face was red and shimmering with tears. Duct tape had been wrapped around her entire head several times, covering her mouth. Her wrists had been similarly wrapped, A band of tape also tied her ankles together, but had enough slack that she could take small steps. A thick arm was wrapped around her neck as a tall blonde man, with extremely curly hair, guided her into the room. "I said to leave your partner behind," I shouted. It echoed. "If you don't want him here, then come kill him," David said. I didn't respond. God fucking damn it. "So Xander, how would you like to proceed?" "You're running the show here," David called, looking around the warehouse. "Send Katie forward and leave." "Sorry, I don't have a guarantee that you won't release all that information anyway. Come on out here and we'll discuss my terms." "Like hell I am." David looked to his partner, and his partner used his free arm to punch Katie in the side. She cried out as best she could through the duct tape and faltered, but the blonde man held her up by her neck. "We can do this all night," David smirked. I stood up. My hiding place was off to David's left, so I walked in a semicircle until I was directly in David's line of sight. "Come closer," he grinned. I stepped forward until we were a couple yards apart. "Look how you've changed," he smirked. "Your hair looks good. You should always dye it darker. You're so stoic now, confident. Being on the run has changed you. I guess all we had to do to increase the minimum required effort was go on the run, huh? Then maybe we could have avoided this whole mess. Then again, it's all been so fun." "Let's get this over with," I growled. "So hostile," David commented. "What's your first term?" "He leaves," I said, pointing to the blonde man. "Okay," David shrugged. Before I could process what was happening, he pulled a handgun from his jacket pocket and shot the blonde man in the head. He collapsed, dragging Katie with him. Katie gave a muffled shriek and untangled herself from his body, dragging herself backwards along the floor. She backed into the wall and stayed there, eyes wide. David looked down at the body before slowly turning his head to me. "My turn." Jesus Christ. It finally hit me how in over my head I was. I might understand David King, but I could never, ever match his sickness. It occurred that I could die that night, despite David's rules. "Show me the data," he said. "That's my first term. I want to know exactly what you're going to release, so I know it's worth my only bargaining chip." I tried to hide my shaking hands as I pulled my phone out. I went into my email drafts on a throwaway account, where I had saved a copy and emailed it to him. "I sent it to you," I said. David smiled reassuringly. Fast as a lizard, he spun around and snatched Katie off the floor. She screamed as he stood her up and held her in front of him. I pulled my Ruger SR-45 handgun out of the concealed carry holster I'd worn and tried to get a clear shot. He was too fast and had caught me by surprise, so she was in front of him before I'd even lined him up in the sight. "So, you got a gun after all," he said coolly. "Didn't see that part in your posts. Relax. I'm just making sure I can read in peace." He held the gun to her head with one hand while opening his phone with the other. My mind raced, trying to figure out the next steps. David had waltzed into a hostage negotiation that I had arranged myself and took over. He took his time reading through the data dump. His expression changed between surprise and a smirk repeatedly. "Well now," he said, putting his phone away and slipping his now free arm around Katie's neck. I had no idea I was so careless. He sounded anything but careless. Katie gasped as he suddenly gripped her neck tighter and pressed the muzzle against her temple. "Let's move somewhere, smaller," he said, looking up at the manager's box. "I don't want you running away when the going gets tough. You first, Zanzand," he said, nodding his head toward the stairs to his right. The door he had entered from had a set of graded stairs off to the right that led up to the manager's box. They went up toward the back wall, then turned to the left, straight into the side of the manager's box. Another set of stairs should have been on the other side, mirroring these, but they had been disassembled and lay in a heap. I kept my face to David as I walked toward the stairs. I kept my gun pointed in his direction, and he kept his muzzle against Katie's head. Katie was sobbing and watching me. When I reached the stairs, I slowly backed up them. David followed once I was halfway up. At the top of the stairs, the door to the office stood. To the left, a graded walkway led out over the floor, spreading into catwalks that sprawled the entire place. I opened the metal door to the office and backed in. The only furniture in the room were two heavy wood tables. The rest of the office was bare. A thin slit of a window overlooked the warehouse floor. David pushed Katie into the room with his arm still around her neck and shut the door behind him. I followed him with my gun, standing against the opposite wall where the second door leading into the office was. The office was big enough that we were still a few yards away from one another. Now I don't have to worry about you running off into the dark warehouse. As fun as hide-and-seek sounds, I don't have the time. You know, when I found your posts, I thought I had stumbled across some sort of therapy story that you were putting up, but it was so much better. You really have surprised me. You've grown and changed to try and beat me, David smiled. But you haven't changed enough. I can see it in your face and your trembling hands. You are still you, Xander. You've changed your exterior, but inside you have the same motivations and weaknesses. He tightened his grip on Katie again. I know your next term is for me to let Katie go, so I'm going to skip your turn. I know you would prefer that she remain in my custody rather than getting shot, so I suggest you put down your gun. I stood my ground. I wanted to take a shot, but didn't want to risk him being faster than me. I was confident in my aim, but not my speed. Put it down, he said again. I stayed. In an instant, the gun had left her temple, fired a shot into the floor, and returned to her head. She sobbed, and the heat of the barrel on her skin must have hurt. I'm not fucking around, Xander, David shouted. Slowly, I set the gun on the floor and kicked it in his direction. Good choice, he said calmly. Have you realized why you're here yet? My face answered him. What did that even mean? Of course I did. You think you're here to save Katie, but you aren't. She's been gone for a year now, and you've only built up memories of her. The Katie you knew is dead. But not even that Katie is the reason you're here right now. No, you gave up on a happily ever after with Katie long ago. This isn't a hero's quest to save the princess. This is a revenge assault on the dragon. I tightened my jaw. I refused to admit he was right. This isn't about saving her. This is about outsmarting me. Keeping Katie safe and sound is just a result, David said, his smile growing. So, in that sense, you and I are the same now. It's about outsmarting the other one. You started out simply living life, then progressed to defending yourself, then to protecting your loved ones. And now you've arrived where I wanted you to be all along, trying to ruin me. It took you a couple years, but you made it. At least, most of the way. Even if Katie isn't the true reason you're here, she's still a weakness. I'm going to guess that other people in your life are the same way. You still have weaknesses that tie you down. I learned how to get rid of mine. Like your own mother? I snipped. She was a liability, he said coldly. It wasn't personal. You're a sick fuck, I said. The door behind David silently opened. I'd oiled those hinges for hours, making sure they made absolutely no noise. I'm about to get a lot sicker, he said. He'd started to pull the trigger when he was tackled from behind. Katie tumbled out of his grasp as he tried to use both arms to catch himself. His gun went off, but the shot hit the wall. Katie rolled away from David's reach. David started to get up, but the assailant was on their feet faster. David, on his hands and knees, looked up at the attacker. Remember me, bitch? Clark jeered, and then punched in a downward arc into the side of David's head. David dropped to the floor, but he was still conscious. He grabbed Clark's legs and tore him to the ground. I raced forward and pulled Katie out of the scuffle. I dragged her out the door before getting her to her feet and cutting the tape on her hands with my pocket knife. There wasn't time to get the layers off her head. She was wide-eyed. Run, I hissed. Go outside. The cops will be here soon. I turned back inside to go help Clark. Not a romantic reunion, I know, but there was still a psychopath in there. David and Clark were wrestling on the floor, throwing punches and grappling with one another. David was bigger and landed a few hard punches. I looked over my shoulder, making sure Katie was stumbling down the steps. I dove in, aiming for my gun that was just beside the scuffle. David saw me and kicked my legs like a tentacle out of the ocean. I tripped and knocked the gun into the corner when I fell. David suddenly shoved Clark off of him, practically tossing him onto one of the tables. I watched as David jumped up and made for his gun. I writhed on the ground and kicked. My toes barely caught the gun and sent it skittering across the room. There were 2 guns in the room, both on opposite sides. 2 of us, and only one of him. Clark rolled off the desk and jumped into David as he ran for the gun. They both slammed into the wall. I crawled for my gun, which was just out of reach by a couple feet. There was another crash behind me. My fingers wrapped around the gun, and I twisted around on the ground, aiming it in their direction. I had turned just in time to see David fire a shot into Clark. There was no hesitation as I squeezed the trigger. It struck his shoulder. He whirled to face me. I fired again, and again, and again, and again. Even after he'd stumbled back against the wall and slid down, I kept firing just to be sure. Just to make sure that the fucker would never get back up again. My gun clicked to alert me that I had emptied the clip. 10 shots, and every one had hit David fucking King. I exhaled and dropped the gun, letting my head fall back to the floor. My heart pounded, my whole body shook, but I couldn't rest yet. Shakily, I got to my feet and stumbled over to Clark. He was crumpled against the wall, clutching his left shoulder. Blood oozed through his fingers. "Damn, he shot me," he said, clearly in shock. That's when the police sirens could be heard. "Get out of here," he said to me. "No, I'm going to. I'll be fine. Police will be here any second to help me. Just get out. Get back on the run. I'll contact you when it's safe," Clark yelled. "Go. I'm not letting you get arrested again until they get the facts straight." I rushed toward the door, stuffing the Ruger back in my pants as I moved. I paused at the door. "Thank you," I said, looking at Clark. "Go," he yelled again. I sprinted down the steps and ran to the door furthest in the back of the building. I unlocked the chains on the door and pulled it open, ducking into the night. I had run this path over and over, making sure it was good enough for an escape in case something went wrong. I went to my previously established hiding place and hunkered down to stay hidden. I sent a text to the server my script was on and entered the password to cancel the info dump. There never was a second person. That was a bluff. There is no reason to release that information to you now, since David is dead. I'm sorry, I really appreciate the level of support to ruin David, but there's no point now. I thought he'd still be alive afterward. The police will get it eventually as evidence, though. I also tapped out "I am alive" in the Reddit thread to alert everyone that I had survived. Then, I collapsed into sleep. This morning I was thinking clearly again and feeling better. I ate and drank lots to counter the shock. I have started making plans on where I'll go next. It isn't safe to stay here much longer. The news hasn't said anything about the incident yet, but I'm sure the story will break eventually. I have stayed glued to the radio app on my phone all day today, and am even listening right now, hoping for an update on Katie or Clark. Thank you, Reddit. You've helped me remain positive these past few days and set this trap. It's finally done. I regret so many things about what I did and how I reacted in the past. I should have fought more forcefully before it came to this. I was too scared, though, and didn't really understand David, but now I do. Only now it doesn't matter because he's gone. From here, I'll continue to stay on the run. I don't plan to turn myself in until Hernandez says the prosecution is ready to drop all charges. Hernandez is trying his hardest back at home to mitigate the evidence against me in all of those charges. Clark's testimony about what happened last night should really help reduce the credibility of David's claims. Plus, the GoPros we set up around the warehouse won't hurt. David's confession about his mother was a bonus I hadn't expected. Originally, we had intended to lock David in the manager's office for the police to find. Clark had called the police just before attacking. Circumstances had changed that plan. Some of you may wonder, well, what if David hadn't taken you up into the manager's office? We had contingency plans. That wasn't the only option. Regardless, all of our plans involved arresting David, not killing him. It was a last resort option and wasn't built into any plan. I didn't know I was prepared to kill until I had my gun aimed at David King. I don't think I've fully processed the fact that I've killed someone. I don't know how I'm supposed to feel or act or think or anything. I feel like I'm acting the wrong way. Anyway, there's another part that will help persuade the prosecutor to drop the charges against me. I lied before when Hernandez came to visit me in jail. I said he told me he couldn't talk about Isaac's death, but he did tell me. They had found a video file on Isaac's computer from the day he died. He'd been recording himself playing games for YouTube when there was a crash of silverware in the background. Isaac didn't hit pause on the recording, and left the room to investigate. David came flying back into the room, shoving Isaac into the bookcases. He slammed the door and was on him in seconds. The assault lasted only minutes. David walked out, leaving the door wide open. The camera watched him come back into the room with my pillow. He held the pillow over Isaac's body and hit it repeatedly. All the dead skin from my pillow fell onto Isaac's body. They found those traces on Isaac's body, but the video proved that I hadn't killed him. David had walked out and locked the door behind him. He'd made a mistake and hadn't checked what was running on the computer. All he saw was the game. Hernandez and I had been in contact while I was first on the run. I lied about that too. When I had first contacted him, he started crying on the phone, apologizing repeatedly. He told me that he knew if I stayed in jail, that I would, at the very least, lose a lot of time out of my life while the trial went on, even if David was accused later as more evidence came out. He had accepted David's deal and demanded that I be given half of the $15,000 he was paid. David, as you know, only gave me $2,000, but Hernandez had hoped it would help me lay low and evade capture until he could successfully contest the evidence. We fully intend to report the bribe to the police. He told me that after my escape from the car, the police were very suspicious about the circumstances of my escape. There were too many holes in the story, and Hernandez had been sure to point out every last one repeatedly to his boss. A lot of you pointed them out too. Paint from the truck rubbing off, bars separating the front seat from the back seat, GPS in the truck marking his whereabouts, and the location of the crash in relation to the time David sounded the alarm, etc. David had clearly been desperate to get me out of jail. He risked bribing an official and left a lot of his plan up to chance to get me out. David just didn't want to end the game yet. If I went to jail, it was over. Yet, there were still so many ways he could ruin my life. His need for quick action led to mistakes. Hernandez also told me when he came to visit that Jackson had turned up. He'd come home a couple days after I was arrested and was brought in for questioning. He had proof and witnesses that he had been staying with his family for a few days. When asked about the break-in and theft, he told his story. David had knocked at the door just as Jackson was finishing packing to go on vacation. He told Jackson that he was a friend of mine and was helping me move out. Jackson let him in and finished packing. He was just walking towards the door with his suitcase when David asked if he would be willing to help carry out the television. Jackson agreed and carried it out with David. He then grabbed his suitcase and left, asking David to lock up when he was done. That's when he started stealing everything and trashing our house. That's also when Isaac would have come out and killed. It solved the riddle of why the door had been locked and not broken when Clark found the apartment stripped bare. There are still some questions that I don't have answers to. We haven't been able to figure out what he did with all the things he stole from us. We also don't know who the partner is. Hernandez should know that in a few days and let me know. I also don't know how the keylogger got on my computer, or when the tracking app was installed on my phone, or how David was able to provide my social security number, driver's license number, and all other accurate information to the credit card companies. The same goes for the fraud that was committed against my parents. I can't help but wonder if David had been in our house before the break-in and done all of that. As for Clark, his disgraceful exit was a fabrication to throw David off. It was my idea to make him disappear from my life and take the target off of his back. It was both to protect him from David's rage and so that he could support me in the background. His mom did come and bail him out, but she was much kinder about the situation and worried like all moms do. When I messaged Clark to tell him my plan in posting this series, he immediately jumped to help me, and without him, I'd still be watching David and waiting for a good moment to strike. It was his idea to plant the information about hiding his bank information on scraps of paper around town. It was placed as a joke and a way to tell if he was reading the series. We wanted to see if David would go hunting for them. He didn't, but that was probably because he was on the run still. Clark's arraignment didn't go so well. He's still being charged with a misdemeanor for graffiting David's old house. An expert was called to analyze the photographs and identified them as authentic and undoctored. Either David has someone doing one hell of a Photoshop job, or he took pictures from angles that cut me out naturally. We are still trying to figure out how to resolve his problem. With Katie, I have yet to see her beyond those brief moments while confronting David. It's been only a few days for all of you throughout this series, but for all of us, she's been missing for a year. I have no idea what David or his partner might have done to her during all that time. I don't know when I'll ever be able to see her again since I'm still on the run until the charges are dropped. If the charges are dropped, that is. I'm scared to see her. I know David did it, but I feel responsible. I wonder if she blames me. I wonder if she hates me. Maybe one day I'll know. What David said has shaken me. I've spent a lot of time thinking about it today. He told me I was there for him and not for Katie. That I was after the dragon, not the princess. I've realized that he's right. I've read a few of your responses and agree with you. I didn't write all that much about Katie during this series. If it had been about Katie, I would have written more. The fact that I left her to go back and fight says volumes about why I set this trap. David was right. It wasn't about Katie. Katie was a result. It makes me feel guilty and dirty to think about it. Maybe it would be best if I never saw her again. She's not likely to want to see me. Katie, if you're ever reading this, if you can ever handle it, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Once again, thank you, Reddit. You have helped so much with your support, encouragement, and your unknowing aid in making this trap for David. I couldn't have done this without you. The last 2 years have been hell, but it's finally over. We ruined David fucking King. Story: a 911 call where nothing made sense. Things were fucked from the beginning. A woman named Carol dials 911 and claims that somebody's inside her house. We go investigate, searching the place inch by inch, but find nothing. Usually, this could be easily explained away. The mind of an older person living alone eventually starts deteriorating. The onset of dementia and other mental issues start to take a toll on their lives. Quite sad, really. However, this woman is only 24. In other words, the probability of this all being inside her head is extremely unlikely. She also seemed to be terribly distraught by this whole situation. Why would she be acting? We leave her place and tell her to contact us if she sees anything again. I mean, we couldn't really do anything at that point. We were somewhat surprised when we got another call from her the very next day. We drive down there and search the house again. We find nothing again. Problem is, the house seems different this time. Almost as if there were some subtle detail that made it a separate place from the one we were in yesterday. My partner, Beck, says that he noticed it as well, but doesn't quite understand what's wrong. We decide not to say anything about this as we tell Carol that we came up with nothing. However, she tells us to stay. I recorded him, she says. She takes out her phone and tells us to watch the video that she's pulled up. It was footage of her in the house. She's running around, breathing frantic, and then we see him. A large figure, covered head to toe in what appears to be a black bodysuit. He lumbers towards the camera as Carol screams and ducks into a room, locking it from the inside. There's a few bangs on the door before we can hear footsteps walking away. We don't know how to react to this footage, but we try anyways. We come to the conclusion that the man must have left once Carol got behind the door. However, the front door was locked when we came, and Carol told us that she hadn't left the room. Did he also have the keys to her house? That would explain a lot, but it also made this situation a lot worse. We decide to keep an eye on her house for the night. We're discreet, parking about a block down the road in an unmarked car. We're both fully awake, ready to go as soon as we see some sketchy shit. At around 2 a.m., we see somebody walking across the road towards her house. However, it isn't the man, it's Carol herself. Beck and I must have had the same look on our faces. What the fuck? We get out of the car and make our way over there, knocking hard on the front door. However, nobody answers. We can see lights flicking on and off intermittently, but we're not sure what that's supposed to mean. Was she trying to tell us to leave? We get a call from dispatch a few moments later. They're telling us that Carol has called 911 again, saying that there are now multiple people in her house. They ask if we need backup. We say yes. Without another moment of hesitation, we force the door open and barge in. The living room lights still flicker on and off, but we see the light switch and nobody is touching it. We call out for Carol, but nobody responds. In fact, the place is dead quiet. I can see the neighboring houses starting to turn on their lights from the commotion. We rush up the stairs and start sweeping each room, but there's nothing. Once again, we search the place inch by inch, but nothing is in here, not even Carol, who we clearly saw enter a few moments earlier. As I pace around in petrified confusion, Beck speaks up. There's rooms here that shouldn't be. What the hell are you talking about? I ask in response. I've been counting, he says. There were 9 total the last time we came. There are 10 now. You didn't notice it? I force myself to think hard. Subconsciously, I knew that something was off, but couldn't pinpoint exactly what. However, I eventually realize. The basement. There was only door down there last time. Beck nods. 2 now. I don't know what to think. I look at my surroundings and try to make an assessment, but there's really none that can be made. We hear a knock on the door, about 10 seconds later. It sounds agitated. We look out the living room windows, but aren't met with the red and blue police lights. We're hesitant to answer, of course. I decide to take a step forwards, but Beck pulls me back. He looks at me and shakes his head, whispering, "We left the door open, remember?" He was right. My radio starts crackling. Another call from dispatch. They're telling us that we need to leave the house immediately. That Carol called again, saying we were going to die, in a deathly monotone voice. The knocking has stopped, but we can hear footsteps in the basement. Something is in here with us. We've decided that this was enough. We needed to get the fuck out of here. As we start descending the steps, we hear a voice coming from the kitchen. Carol comes out, blocking our path to the door. She looks detached, with blank, beady eyes staring right at us. "Did you find him?" she asks, without any semblance of emotion in her voice. "I think he might be in the basement. Why don't you go check?" Beck and I are frozen in shock. She just keeps looking at us, gesturing towards the basement door every now and then. The footsteps down there sound like they're running in circles now. We ignore her request, abruptly brushing past her and bolting out of the front door. The backup still isn't here, so we decide to just get into our car. However, we see somebody down the street peering through our driver's side window. He's large, dressed in what appears to be a black full-body suit. He looks away from the window and directly at us. It's hard to tell from this far, but the suit doesn't seem to have any eye holes. Beck speaks up. "Sir, please step back from the vehicle." His voice cracks in the middle of the sentence. He's terrified. As soon as Beck stops talking, the figure starts running towards us. It's fast, too fast. In the time that it takes for us to pull up our guns, we've realized that it's actually moved past us, into the house. We waste no more time, running into the car, locking the doors, and waiting until backup arrives. When it finally does, we're extensively questioned, while what appears to be a SWAT team searches the house. However, it isn't the police chief asking us. Instead, it's some guy in a suit that we've never seen before. He asks us things like, how many doors were there in the house? And what did Carol look like, exactly? And did we ever see a man with one eye wandering around? We answer inconclusively to pretty much all of them. We have no idea what the hell's going on. At one point, we see SWAT members carrying multiple stretchers outside and loading them into their truck. Not an ambulance, mind you, but their own truck. Eventually, the man who was questioning us tells us to go home and to report to our station as usual. He tells us not to worry about what we've seen here. I don't know how he expects us to do that. We drive back to the station in complete silence. As we park, Beck finally lets out a sigh. "Jack is fucking crazy, dude." I look at him in confusion. "What are you talking about? Who the hell is Jack?" He reciprocates an equally confused stare at me. "What the hell are you talking about? The dude who owns the house." "What? It was a lady named Carol. How'd you forget already?" We hold each other's chaotic gaze for what feels like a minute, but we say nothing further. We both silently exit the vehicle and start heading our separate ways home. We both know that something's terribly wrong with the other. I try not to think about it too much as my head hits the pillow. I manage to drift off to sleep about 3 hours later, only to be woken up immediately by the telephone. Barely coherent, I answer it. We need you. A woman dialed 911, says that somebody's in her house. My heart sinks slightly. It sinks completely when he tells me the address. It's Carol's XP. I hang up the phone and slump into the bed. I just want this nightmare to end. Story: My dad is a chair. The title doesn't lie. My dad is a chair. To be specific, he's a fully upholstered bright orange angel accent living room chair. The kind with wooden legs you'd find in any three-piece suit from the 70s. He's pretty comfortable, truth be told. A little lumpy in places, but his padding is soft. Warm, too. He's always warm. There's also the telltale ba-thump, ba-thump, ba-thump coming from his back cushion. A steady rhythm at my lumbar to remind me I'm sitting in no ordinary chair. He wasn't always a chair. Until last year, he was Kevin the accountant. He was 51, slightly overweight, and generally seemed to enjoy life as a human. He was married to Mom. He still is, but, well, as you can imagine, it's a little complicated now. It was funny at first. He came home from work one day and just sat in a corner of the living room. When we'd ask him why he was sitting on the floor and not the $4,000 cream leather couch, he'd just smile and say, "It feels right here." It stopped being funny the morning he didn't go to work. Turns out he hadn't slept the night before. He'd been watching a movie with Mom, but hadn't gone with her to bed. She left him sitting in his spot, unsuspicious of the, "I'm not tired, I'll be up a little later," lie. She and I both begged him to get up, but he refused to move. Phoned in sick at work, the whole deal. Just spent the day sitting on the floor in his corner. We kept asking him what was wrong, why he wouldn't get up except to use the bathroom, and he just kept saying, "No, this feels right." Mom phoned the doctor around the third day of this. He'd stopped eating or drinking, you see. Stopped getting up to use the bathroom too. Surprisingly though, there weren't as many, accidents as you'd think. Once he'd allowed the last of the food and drink to leave him, it seemed to stop coming. We also didn't hear his belly growl, despite going a day and a half without food. The doctor couldn't make sense of it. Their first guess was that it was psychosomatic, but that wouldn't explain the absence of digestive activity exposed by the stethoscope. They said they'd be back to take some blood samples in a few days after they liaised with some colleagues. Unfortunately, as I said, this was last year, 2020. We never heard back from the doctor, thanks to the virus that shall not be named. I guess guy with gut troubles who refuses to move is low on the priorities list during a global pandemic. Somehow, Mom managed to wrangle long-term sick leave with Dad's company. Decades of loyal employeeism, combined with Mom's attendance of every company, BBQ, and softball game, helped Mr. Bannerfrag by the unexplained stomach concern requiring hospitalization excuse. I'll never forget that phone call. At the time, Dad losing his job was the worst-case scenario for both of us. He'd always been the breadwinner. Neither of us could support ourselves without him. We'd lose the house in under a year. Dad didn't seem too perturbed by Mom's frantic pacing, or the lies she wormed through the phone to Mr. Bannerfrag. He just stared at the wall serenely, hovering his butt half a foot from the carpet, balancing with his legs bent and his hands flat on the ground behind him. That night I fell asleep listening to Mom yelling at Dad. He never yelled back. We started noticing the physical changes a few days later. That's when we realized this wasn't psychosomatic. Unfortunately, our shitty best insurance deal on the market doctor wasn't picking up the phone. We'd get passive-aggressive emails informing us they were waiting to hear back from colleagues, but that was it. This was not good. Especially not when the joints in Dad's arms and legs had fused. The not goodness of the doctor's silence increased 1,000-fold when we sent photos of Dad's hands and feet flaking off like discarded spider husks the following week. Did the response change? Number? We got a very snippy email about shortages on ICU wards and the critical international situation. Mom's shouting match with the chief of medicine, the one she demanded her way up the phone chain to speak to, didn't change things. We were on our own. Mom spent all her time in the living room with Dad. I'd help her wash him, try and make him eat, talk to him when she'd tire out, and fall asleep on the rug. Every day of this routine brought with it new changes in Dad's body. It started with his limbs, as you can probably guess. When his hands and feet fell off, there was no blood. They flaked apart, crusty and dry and brittle throughout. Even the bones of his toes and fingers had the density and consistency of dead skin. The wrists and ankles they left behind were smooth and hard. It was difficult to tell whether we were looking at flesh or exposed bone. The dark shining surface seemed to blend into his normal arm at the base of the stumps. This discoloration would rise further up his limbs daily, and before long I awoke to see Dad's head and torso fused to the wooden chair legs supporting my weight while I write this. Well, I use the term Dad's head and torso in the loosest possible sense. By the time his limbs were completely replaced, the rest of him had undergone a slow, harrowing transformation of its own. His shoulders, and the arms attached to them, descended lower and lower. They found their final resting place at Dad's pelvis, sat squarely behind his rigid legs. The chest area they'd left behind had its own problems. Day by day, Dad's neck retracted further inwards. It didn't stop when his jaw met collarbone, either. It pulled Dad's head deep into his rib cage. His face flattened as the skull supporting it sank, forcing his eyes to point in opposite directions. Eventually, they slid down to where his nipples once lay, resting glassy and vacant on his pecs. The change wasn't quick enough to break his jaw, though. Instead, it bent outward, its hinges spreading wide across Dad's broad chest. Each morning I'd find Mom sobbing over a fresh, unnecessary piece of himself he'd discarded. Hair, ears, nose, his thingy. All of them flaked off and crumbled to dust in her hands. He lost the ability to speak as his head withdrew. Unsurprising though, right? He made his intentions clear before he went. The last words he ever said to me. "Don't cry. I am Chair. Always was Chair. Happy as Chair." That was the worst part, I think. Knowing that, whatever the fuck was happening to Dad, he wasn't resisting it. That when he got that initial urge to sit in the corner and not get up, he didn't fight it. That he was happy this way. The implication being that when he was human, when he was a father and husband and accountant, he wasn't. Sadly, I still don't know why or how Dad became a chair. I didn't post any photos, you see. Mom wouldn't let me, didn't want the embarrassment, wanted to keep Dad's dignity intact. Thing is, I agreed with her, and kind of still do. I'm glad I didn't go to the socials with pics of Dad at various stages of his journey. The temptation was there to see if anyone could help. Nobody could have though, could they? Dad would have become just another internet circus freak. I've done enough research and digging over the months to know that whatever happened to Dad, he's the only one. Well, almost only. Mom's own changes started around the time Dad's skin was rethreading into orange fabric, and his eyes had hardened into plastic buttons. Her change was a little different. It started in her torso, stretching her day by day while she remained in crab pose. I must say, she makes a great couch. Her transformation may have been a little more distressing, but the end result is better. Sorry, Dad, it is what it is. I think the worst part with Mom was the despondency. Dad was so serene as he changed. Mom, though? Mom wouldn't stop weeping. Quiet sobs, tears that fell for a few days, even after her own eyes had become flat plastic. She wasn't crying because of the change, though, I think. I think it was because she wouldn't get to see how beautiful I'll look when I go through my own metamorphosis. Thing is, I get it now. Dad was right. He was chair. Mum was couch. I am coffee table. I always was. I was scared at first when I realized. The truth hit me like a piano drop from the Empire State Building. I was scrubbing the last of Mom's remaining human skin when it struck through every bone in my wrong body, just as it must have done both Dad and Mom. I spent that whole night sitting on Dad, tears falling down my cheeks, staring at my spot. I didn't want it to be true. I screamed for it, not to be, more than once. I couldn't deny the facts I knew deep down to my bones, though. That spot, the space on the rug in front of Chair, Dad, and Couch Mom, is for me. It's mine, where I belong. Unlike blissfully accepting Dad and weeping resigning Mom, I fought it for a few days. I'm not like them. I'm only 17. I have had dreams, ambitions, goals. I wanted to go to college, settle down, marry some lucky guy, be a mom. I wasn't ready to give up my human form. I spent my nights begging for more time. Nothing answered. The urges didn't abate. My awareness of reality now, the illusions had been swept away, was too great. When I have slept this last week or so, my dreams have always been the same. I dreamt of true reality, of how I now know things should be. I dream of me in my place, my body elongated and wooden and flat, as is right, as is correct, as is natural. I have long, blissful slumbers filled with the feeling of hot ceramic mugs on my tabletop and thick carpet beneath my 4 legs. I can't fight it anymore. I'm posting this here, but also printing it out to leave as a note for the removal guys. I want them to be careful with us when the bank repossesses the house and we end up in storage. Please keep us together, if you can. We're a set. Dad's sick leave ended months ago. As you can imagine, the foreclosure notices have been piling up. I stopped caring about the pile of mail under the door around the time that Mom's ribcage split and flattened into her wide pinstripe velvet upholstered back. I haven't been hungry in days, or thirsty. I'm not even sure if I'm breathing now. I think about it. I'm still scared, but I've come to accept that this is the way things have to be. I don't know why, they just do. Maybe it's a curse. Maybe this house is buried on some ancient ritual site. Maybe it's just some freak anomaly of physics. Who knows? Whatever the reason, I have to suck it up and accept the way things are. This body, this walking, wobbling mass of skin and bone, and ghibli bits that I love so much, isn't right. It isn't mine. I'm not meant for it anymore. Once I post this and print the copy for the removal guys, I'm going to get in my spot. Then it's just a case of closing my eyes and waiting. I can already feel my limbs pulling inward, my thighs and upper arms sliding to where they'll meet at my navel in a few days. There's a tugging on the back of my knees where they'll bend in on themselves, and all 20 of my fingers and toes grow number with each hour that passes. Do I have any regrets? Thousands. There's so much I'll never get to do, to see, to go, to be. I can't hide from the truth though, not anymore. I am coffee table. Story. Has anyone heard of this city? No one seems to remember it, and something horrific might have happened to it. Apparently, there was once a city in the north of Sweden called Corona, but somehow we've all forgotten about it. I'm a police officer working in Kalix, a municipality close to where the lost city of Corona is supposed to have been. At that place, there are no signs of the city, only a dense forest. But certain details related to my own family makes me certain this place was indeed real. The entire world just forgot about it. I can't imagine how or why, but it's the only conclusion I've been able to reach. For me, this all started when 2 Romanian blueberry pickers came into my small office to report something they had found deep in the dense forest. They didn't know enough Swedish or English to explain exactly what it was that they had found, but it was immediately clear to me that it had terrified them completely. From what I understood, it seemed to involve a human corpse. Eventually, after having brought in an interpreter from the town next to mine, it was revealed that they had stumbled upon a dead child, no more than 10 years old. They led me and 2 of my colleagues, followed by an ambulance, to the location where they had found the child. The sun was setting behind a thick mist when we got there. I lit a cigarette while we left the main road and walked into the forest, to where the child was supposed to be. I felt a bit uncomfortable having to deal with a dead child, but I had handled cases like this before, some car accidents, and didn't feel too affected by it now. It was just another job, or so I thought. The Romanians stopped when we got close and refused to go any further. There was panic in their eyes, more than I expected, even given these extreme circumstances. One of my colleagues stayed with them, while the rest of us continued. We soon came upon a huge boulder that had been placed there by the ice sheet that covered Europe during the Ice Age. My colleague walked around it, and a few moments later, he came running back, pale as if he had seen the devil himself. He bent down and puked right in front of me. He said, "It's on the other side. Holy shit." I didn't ask him any questions. I only proceeded to check it out for myself with the medics following behind me. What we found on the other side of the boulder, it wasn't natural. Half the child, a blonde little girl, was fused with the boulder just as if she had been passing through it as a ghost, and then suddenly turned into a human before she had time to exit the rock. Or, as my colleague later remarked, it was as if she had been teleported into the rock. The girl's sorrowful, dead gaze into the forest seemed to tell a story of a tragedy unknown to the living. The medics quickly shied away from her eyes in silence, horrified by the fate she must have suffered, but I couldn't look away. I've never been a religious man, but this experience made me doubt everything I'd believed before. And I don't just mean the bizarre way the poor girl had lost her life, half engulfed by the boulder. There was something else about the girl as well. Something that made me feel completely empty inside, just as if a piece of my own soul was ripped out of me, leaving an empty hole in my heart that quickly filled up with a sorrow I had never felt before. It was a dreadful feeling, only made worse by the strange fact that a small part of me recognized the girl. I couldn't tell from where. Her face was like the vague memory of a dream recently forgotten. We collected ourselves and started talking, trying to make sense of the situation without any success, while the medics approached the body. I tried to focus on the hard facts while we investigated the scene. The girl was wearing a pink jacket. In one of the pockets, we found an odd-looking flower. Its colors were exotic and resembled the wings of a beetle, and a yellow library card with a text that puzzled us. The Library of Corona, it said. The girl had written her name on the card as well. When I saw it, my world started spinning. Isabella Lexelius, it said in the girl's childish handwriting. Isn't that your last name, sir? My colleague said. It is. I didn't know what to say or think. Well, do you know her? I don't know. No, I've never seen her before in my entire life. It must be a coincidence. That's a pretty big coincidence, sir. I didn't respond to that. There's something on the ground as well, one of the medics said. On the blood-stained moss beneath the girl, there was a notebook. It must have fallen out of her hand, the one that was hanging limply above the book. I picked it up and opened it. The pages were covered with small text, written with a different handwriting than the girl's. Sir, one of the medics said, we will have to bring some tools to cut her down. Yes, I said absently. There's one more thing, the medic said. I put the book in a plastic evidence bag. What? There's too much blood. The medic pointed at the ground. What do you mean there's too much blood? I asked. Beneath the boulder, sir, the medic explained. It's impossible for all that blood to come from a child. A moment of silence, then I said, we will have to come back here with better tools. A day later, we successfully removed the upper body of the girl and brought it back to the morgue where it was examined. We also tried to lift the boulder with the help of a crane, but it wouldn't budge. Instead, we dug a hole under it, but we didn't find any new body parts. All we could do this day was to sample as much of the blood as possible. During the examination of the body, I read the notebook. It contained the story of the city of Corona. I was convinced it was fiction. A deranged story written by the man I thought must have killed the girl, until a few weeks ago when the forensic lab called me. I still have a hard time believing it, but they told me there's no other way. They had tested the DNA of the girl and compared it to mine because of her last name. It was my idea, since I didn't want anyone to suspect anything. We didn't think it would reveal anything, but it did. The 10 or so years old girl, Isabella, was my daughter. I was sure it wasn't possible. 10 years earlier, I lived with my ex-wife, and I never cheated on her, and certainly didn't have any children with her. We stayed together for 5 more years, so I would have known if she had a baby during that time. And yet, there was nothing wrong with the test. Below is a transcript of the notebook. I've typed it out here in the hopes that someone will remember the city of Corona or someone who might have lived in it. Please contact me if you have any information. This is what was inside the notebook. My name is Helena Fredrickson. 5 years ago, I was a different person. I was younger back then, not just in the ordinary sense, but in spirit too. There was joy in my life, and I had hopes and dreams. That's all gone now. I don't have that much time to write this down, but I will try and explain what happened to us, to our entire community, as well as I can. The event, as we have come to call it, occurred on the 9th of July, 2013. I was only visiting Corona over the day to take my niece, Isabella, to the grand opening of the Red Grove, the city's new amusement park. It was supposed to be the biggest one in Sweden, and Isabella had begged her parents to go to the grand opening, but neither of them had been able to due to work. So they called me and asked me to do it for them. I was their go-to person for when they needed help with Isabella, the only one they trusted. How I wish that hadn't been the case now, considering what happened. We arrived pretty early, a few hours before the opening, so that we wouldn't need to stay in line the whole day to get inside. The weather was amazing. It had rained earlier in the morning, so we had been a bit worried, but when we got to the city there wasn't a cloud in sight. Isabella couldn't stop talking about how much fun we would have, and it warmed my heart to see her so happy. It took us a bit longer than expected to get to the amusement park since one of the main streets had been closed off for a military parade. This didn't bother us that much. It rather increased the feeling of celebration in the air. To avoid the parade, we had to take a bus to the city center, the Freja Square, and from there we had to take the subway to the yellow neutral business cluster, the tallest skyscrapers in Sweden. It was possible for us to walk to the Red Grove from there. There were people everywhere. It turned out that a lot of them had taken a ferry down the river that I didn't know about. This meant we had to stand in line after all. Isabella didn't mind, but I knew she would get hungry soon, and I worried that it would ruin her mood. Luckily, there was a man selling hot dogs from a cart that he was pushing down the line. I bought a hot dog and a soda for Isabella. Her parents didn't really like when I bought her junk food, but a day like this, I thought they would understand. The man was also selling red balloons to the children. Isabella said she wanted one. I tried to tell her that she would have to carry it around all day, and that there would be more balloons inside the amusement park, but she wouldn't listen. Reluctantly, I bought her a balloon as well. At this point, no one knew that their entire lives were about to change in a matter of minutes. Isabella accidentally let go of the balloon. I feared it would make her sad, but it didn't seem to bother her that much. We looked at the balloon as it rose up into the air and drifted away. Soon, it was but a red dot against the vast blue sky. Then, suddenly, it vanished. "Where did it go?" Isabella said. I couldn't explain it. It had just disappeared. "I don't know," I said. "Maybe it popped?" But something, an uneasy feeling I couldn't rationalize, made me doubt that. Then, only a few minutes later, strong winds came from every direction. It carried a smell with it that reminded me of something rotten. "Ew," Isabella said as her long white hair was blowing in the wind. "What's that smell?" I held her hand harder. "I don't know," I said. People looked around, confused, and their joyful voices became concerned. Something was happening, but no one knew what it was. Sirens echoed in the distance, seemingly coming from the business cluster. "Oh my God," a woman said and pointed towards the skyscrapers. "The top of the building is gone." It wasn't that easy to see, but she was right. The top of the tallest building was gone as if it had been cut off with a knife. Isabella was too short to see it, but she picked up that something wasn't right on everyone's faces, and she became worried herself. "I think we need to get away from here," I said, acting completely on instinct. "I don't think it's safe." Isabella teared up. "But the opening, aren't we?" "We will come back later, sweetheart," I said as I walked away from the crowd with her. One of the ferries were just about to leave. We quickly stepped aboard. A few others joined us, but most of the people stayed behind in the hopes that everything would be sorted out. Isabella cried, but she was. As the ferry slowly drove away from the riverside promenade, a commotion of some kind erupted among the crowd back on land. I couldn't see what was going on, but suddenly everyone screamed in terror and tried to run towards the water. They were clearly escaping from something, but I couldn't see what it was. All I saw was people stepping on each other while they tried to jump into the river and swim away. It was a horrible sight, and I'm glad Isabella wasn't tall enough to see over the railing. Next, the sirens from the emergency alert system began blasting its eerie sound of imminent catastrophe. Everyone asked questions no one had any answers to. Most people I heard thought we were under attack, either by terrorists or the Russians. I picked up my phone to call my sister, but there was no signal. I tried with Isabella's phone as well without any luck. I soon discovered that no one had any signal. At the sides of the river that passed through the city, people were looking out of their windows trying to get a glimpse of what was going on, but the only thing they could see that was out of the ordinary was the cut-off building in the yellow neutral business cluster. "Look," Isabella said and pointed at the sky. "I've never seen such a big bird before." An enormous bird-like creature soared high above us. It was pitch black. Although it was impossible to say for sure, it seemed to be just as confused about seeing us as we were seeing it. It circled the city center a few times and then flew away again. The sight of the giant bird, or whatever it truly was, turned our anxious confusion into terror. We still didn't know what had happened, but now we knew it didn't have anything to do with terrorists or some foreign power. This was something else, something impossible to believe, and yet at the same time, impossible to deny. The ferry led us off a bit further down the river, close to Freya Square. People seemed to be in a state of panic, although no one knew what was wrong. Some were packing their cars to escape the city. Others were running somewhere, perhaps to their loved ones, but most people clustered around police officers, city workers or military personnel from the parade to try and get some information. But they only got the same answer over and over again, yelled at them so that it could be heard over the sirens from the emergency alert system, that nothing was known, and that they needed to return to their homes and listen to the radio for more information. How are we supposed to listen to the radio when the power is out? The voice came from an old woman. Look around, there's no power. She was right. Go home and close your windows and wait for the power to come back, a policeman said. We don't know what is going on, but the safest thing to do is to follow the procedure. He was interrupted by something happening a few meters away. The first person who had tried to leave the city, a man on a loud motorcycle, had come back. I was carrying Isabella, comforting her, at the same time as I tried to hear what the man on the bike was trying to tell everyone. I pushed through to get closer to him. He walked to the center of the square and climbed up on the foot of the statue of Freya. Few people believed him, but everyone that had seen the creature in the sky had no doubt he was telling the truth, however impossible it seemed. There's no way out, the man yelled. The main road cuts off at the edge of the city and there's only jungle. I can't explain it. I'm sorry, but it's true. We are surrounded by a dense, thick jungle and there's no way around it. Then it's true. A policeman whispered to himself next to me. For the love of God, it was all true. I asked him what he meant. First, he didn't want to acknowledge my question, but when he saw my confusion and tears in my niece's innocent eyes, he turned to me and said quietly, before we lost contact with the helicopter that was surveilling the parade, the pilot said something that simply didn't make sense. He was crashing. Something had cut off his rotor blades. And he said that it all had changed somehow. The view had changed. Before he hit the ground, he yelled that he had seen a jungle to the west and an ocean to the east. More and more reports came in, and even though it was impossible to tell rumors from facts, they were all telling the same story. The entire world around the city had been replaced in an instant. The city was the same, but the sky above it wasn't. Eventually, the screaming sirens went silent, the cars stopped beeping their horns, and the cacophony of voices died out. An uncanny silence fell over the city. The feeling was beyond unreal. I didn't know what any of this meant. I tried to explain it to my niece, but she was only 5 years old and she couldn't understand. She wanted to go home to her parents, and I didn't know what to tell her. She was tired and needed rest, so I went to a hostel nearby and paid for a room. Soon, the economy of the city would collapse, but for the first few days in this new unknown world, people still accepted money as payment. What followed was 5 years of unending trials and hardships, a continuous battle for survival with no hope for help or rescue. It started during the first night. The sun, identical to our own yet new and strange, sat due north instead of west, and was replaced by unrecognizable stars covering the entire sky. As I looked up at them from the small window in our room, I didn't feel awe, but rather I felt completely lost. The strangest feeling during all these years must have been the paradoxical sensation of familiarity on the streets, mixed with the awareness of total displacement. I think this was partly why people kept close to the city center, to drown themselves in the illusion of being home, even though they knew deep down that they couldn't escape their fate as stranded in the unknown. Then, as I leaned out the window, I heard the sounds, people screaming, gunshots, cars, driving madly through the streets without anywhere to go, and the occasional odd howling that made my blood run cold. I never saw anything of what happened that night, but it changed the population. More than 2 million people, forever. I closed the window and hid behind the bed with Isabella. She wanted to cry for her mother, but I kept my hand over her trembling mouth. The next night was calmer, probably because no one dared venture outside. During the days, I soon realized the threat didn't come from the unknown jungle outside of the city, but from the people within it. It was impossible to tell how much crimes were committed, but given what I saw with my own eyes, looting, robberies, and even murders, I figured the rate of crime must have gone up by a lot. However, it wasn't total anarchy. The police and the few military units that had been in town for the parade kept some vital order to the community. Since ordinary people didn't have guns, the police and the military wasn't threatened by the average citizen. A leader stepped forward, the man on the motorcycle, and after a few weeks, everyone seemed to cooperate peacefully. The food that was left in the stores were mostly distributed fairly, and everyone that could work seemed to do it without hesitation, even I. The scientists that had been working at the university at the time of the event couldn't figure out what had happened, but with the help of hundreds of citizens, they managed to build a small nuclear power plant that could return electricity to the city. I mostly helped out with that project. I didn't know anything about nuclear physics, but I did what little I could. It was amazing what we were capable of as a people, and in all my dreadfulness, a feeling of pride grew in my chest. Although, our time in this world wasn't simple. Far from it. Aside from my personal problem with keeping Isabella healthy and safe, which I succeeded with, although she never felt safe, there were three major problems that kept growing larger for every week. The first one was the food and water situation. Some people had managed to grow wheat and potatoes in parks and on soccer fields, but it wasn't enough. We were running out of food and water. It did rain from time to time, but very few people felt safe drinking the rainwater. To battle this problem, and to find solutions to some other problems as well, expeditions were sent out to explore the jungle. These typically ended the same way, that is, with no one coming back. Only once or twice did someone manage to return to the city, but they weren't themselves anymore. It was as if something in the jungle had captured their souls and let their bodies walk back unscratched. The second problem was nature. It seemed to have spared us the first couple of months, but soon after we got the electricity back, it turned on us. It took a while before I saw it with my own eyes, but, seemingly at random, mysterious creatures entered the city. Sometimes they just walked right through it, never to return again. A policewoman, one of the new recruits, told me that she had followed a naked blue child as it solemnly walked into the city and then back out of it again. At other times, indescribable monsters wreaked havoc on the streets, killing as many people as they could before returning to wherever they came from. At one point, and this I actually saw for myself, an enormous centipede, pure white with hundreds of red eyes, suddenly appeared from a manhole. It quickly climbed up against a building, as if it knew exactly what it was doing, and entered one of the windows on the top floor. Next came the screams from the people inside the building. A few escaped, but everyone else inside were ripped to shreds. Only after about 5 minutes did the centipede exit the building from the entrance, its white segmented body stained with blood, and return down the manhole. These attacks, as they were called, aroused fear and panic in all of us. Although it didn't happen that often, it happened often enough for everyone to be on edge all the time. The third problem also didn't become noticeable until later. It was a problem of health. There was no pattern to who was affected or not, but some people, probably no more than 1%, got sick. It started out like a fever, and slowly progressed with nightmarish mutations randomly hitting the body. Most of these mutations made the victims handicapped and disfigured, but sometimes, very rarely, the victims developed properties that were seemingly beneficial to them. The most extreme case of this that I saw was a young girl who grew a third eye in the middle of her forehead. The iris of the new eye glittered with amazing colors, and the girl claimed that she could use the eye to see other people's emotions. At the beginning of the health crisis, the sick people were treated badly, just as if they had been monsters from the jungle. This treatment only got worse when it was revealed that the creatures from outside never attacked the sick. At one point, a mob gathered at Freya Square, set on chasing the sick people out of the city. Luckily, this was stopped by the military. In the end, however, the sick people were sent into the jungle, not to be away with them though, but to make use of their immunity to the nature of this world. This turned into a huge success that eventually solved the food and water problem. They could venture out and explore the surrounding area and return with edible fruits, vegetables, and small mammal-like animals that they hunted. This was a turning point for us. And then luck struck again. All attempts at fishing had failed so far, but all of a sudden there were fish everywhere in the river. We soon learned that there were different periods for when the fish was out to sea or close to land. However, as soon as they came close to land, mysterious purple thunderstorms that lasted weeks tormented the city. And yet, we survived. Many people didn't, of course, but life was possible. In the end, we prevailed. During the 5 years that followed, there weren't that many catastrophes, and our focus on survival kept most of our thoughts of home away. Even Isabella thought less and less of her parents as she grew older. Over time, most people got used to the bizarre situation they had found themselves in back in July 2013. Many people did commit suicide, yes, but most people choose to live on in this unknown land. Two events, however, changed things. First, it was what happened to a planned expedition at sea. Hundreds of people, mostly men, decided to venture out into the ocean with one of the luxury cruisers that had been moored next to the city. This was going to be a great adventure, and, perhaps, a way to find some answers to where we had ended up. It inspired all of us. Thousands of people, Isabella and I included, had gathered to watch as the huge boat slowly sailed out. It all felt similar to that day 5 years earlier, when we had waited for the amusement park to open. We all stared at the horizon as the boat, named Birdo de Espero, turned into a small dot against the setting sun. We imagined the amazing adventures they would be on and looked forward to their return. But then something that must have been larger than anything we had seen so far came out of the water and swallowed Birdo de Espero whole. Some people screamed and others cried. This was a hard blow to the city. Just knowing that a being like that, a being able to eat an entire luxury cruiser in one bite, could exist deprived many people their hopes of a future. The next event was different. It was a miracle, to say the least. It happened only a month after the destruction of Birdo de Espero. A military guard, a young man who had only been 15 at the time of our disappearance from Earth, discovered that when he stood at a certain place at Freyha Square, he could tune into a specific radio station from our old world. The station's name was Synthwave Mix, and dedicated most of its broadcasting to that kind of music. Hope returned immediately, but this time, the hope was different from the one we had spent 5 years building up within ourselves. This was the hope of seeing our loved ones again, the hope to return home. The people at the university investigated the area to try and determine where the radio signals were coming from. They didn't have much success, but soon realized that they emanated from the ground beneath Freya Square. While the area was investigated by the scientists, ordinary people showed up en masse. They all had radios of different kinds with them, like children carrying stuffed animals to feel safe, hoping to tune in to Synthwave Mix and get a taste of their lost home. Of course, the area where the radio station could be heard was too small, and the police had to chase everyone away to give the scientists the room they needed. A few days later, though, the scientists placed a set of large speakers at the foot of the statue of Freyja and connected them to the receiver they were using to listen in on the radio station. Day and night, the relaxed, somewhat melancholic synthetic music played non-stop to the entire city. People congregated around the statue. They even defied the dangers of the night. This became our city's new tradition, ending the day by going to the statue and sitting down around it, as if in prayer, became our pilgrimage. It wasn't exactly the music that drew people to the square, but rather its origin. Still, the electronic melodies soon turned into a symbol of all of our hopes and desires. From time to time, people got up and danced, sometimes while crying from a bittersweet joy difficult to explain. Although, the thing that made us all go silent and become totally focused was when the host said something. Usually, they only spoke about the music they were broadcasting, completely unaware that an entire city full of people were listening to them almost religiously. But on rare occasions, they talked about the world outside. At those times, it felt like our hearts collectively stopped in anticipation. Would they say something about us? About their efforts to figure out where we all had gone and how they would bring us back? But there was never any news about us, just as if they had already forgotten about us or never known about us at all. The tragic fate of the city of Corona never came up. Yet, we never lost fate. It took a long time, and now I'm getting closer to the present day, but eventually, the scientists decided that it would be worthwhile digging a large hole right where the radio waves seemed to sip out of the ground. This was no easy task, and neither was it safe. The work took weeks. Again, we all helped. No one really knew what exactly we were looking for. We only knew that it was something. When we reached the bottom, where the rock was too hard to dig through, a mountain of dirt covered the entire square. Our efforts hadn't been in vain, we discovered. Right beneath the place where the radio waves had been picked up, there was a small hole in the bedrock. People were asked to back away from it while the scientists investigated it. First, they tried to measure how deep it was. This took some time since it was hard to find a long enough rope. In the end, it was estimated to be about 700 meters deep. Next, some equipment was sent down tied to the end of the rope, and to everyone's surprise, everything that was sent down was swallowed by the hole. Of course, no one knew where it went, but we all thought the same thing, that, somehow, it had returned home. It was a reasonable assumption given that the only thing coming out of the hole, the radio waves, came from Earth. We all rejoiced in this discovery. More experiments were done, and although some questions remained unanswered, the consensus, even among the scientists, was that the hole really was a portal back to our own world. There were two large problems that needed to be solved though. The first was the safety. Every time something tied to the rope disappeared at the bottom of the hole, the rope was cut off just like the skyscraper 5 years earlier. This meant that it was possible that whoever entered the hole would be cut off as well. However, this problem was solved pretty soon. By tying a camera to the rope, connected to a screen above ground, it was discovered that the rope was only cut off when pulled back. As long as it wasn't pulled back, the screen still received signals from the camera. The camera never recorded anything other than darkness on what was assumed to be the other side, but since it continued to work until the rope was pulled back, this didn't seem to be such a big problem. After all, some technical issues were expected under the circumstances. The second problem was that the hole was too small for anyone to fit into. Many attempts were made to widen the hole, but the bedrock seemed to be made out of a stronger material than any of our machines could tear into. This was extremely frustrating. It made us feel like we had reached the finish line only to discover that we were unable to cross it. In the end, one of the scientists said she wanted to send her 10-year-old son down the hole. He was small enough to fit into it. This was widely debated for quite some time before it was approved. The mother argued that the city of Corona was no place for her son, and that all the evidence suggested the hole was the only way home. The boy was brave. He knew he would probably never see his poor mother again, but still went through with it. He was given a walkie-talkie, and after a tear-filled goodbye to his mother, he was sent down the 700 meters deep, pitch-black hole. He was instructed to radio in after he reached the other side, confirming he was safe. After the rope was pulled back, the mother waited and waited for her son to report. However, he never did. For weeks, the mother sat at the edge of the hole, under merciless heat and under pouring rain, calling her son over and over again with her walkie-talkie. No one knew what, if anything, had gone wrong. Since no other radio waves had been picked up other than synthwave mix, it was possible that other radio waves simply couldn't enter into our world for some reason. Still, the authority deemed the hole too unsafe for anyone else to enter. This didn't change people's minds though. The hole represented the only true hope we had felt in years. And given all the horrible things in our world that could destroy us at any moment as easily as it is for us to blow out a candle, the small risk of going through the hole seemed to be more than acceptable. The hole was guarded by the police, but most of the police shared the city's collective opinion that the hole was the only way out, not for any of the adults, but for our children. And now I'm sitting here, in the room I paid for 5 years ago, writing this down. During the last few weeks, many parents have been sending their children down the hole at night. This world is truly no place for them. Although they could survive, they deserve better. Hence, like many others, I've decided to send Isabella home. When I told her about it, she looked at me with a happiness in her eyes I hadn't seen since we were transported to this dreadful, God-forsaken world. I've been writing this all day now. It's my testimony to what happened to Corona. I will give this notebook to Isabella. I'm sure she will be able to give it to her father. Somehow, I know it in my heart that she will find her way home to her parents. Soon it will be dark, and I will bring Isabella to Freya Square one last time. I'm sorry it took so long. Helena. Story: Prison is hell. I hate it here. Granted, I deserve it. I'm currently locked down behind massive concrete walls and solid steel doors in a maximum security penitentiary. I was locked up what feels like a lifetime ago now. I earned it. I did. Every second I rot here is justice, but that doesn't change the fact that I hate it. It is cold here. I have a single concrete cot and toilet. My clothes itch and are too thin to keep any chills out. The walls are a gray with a sickly green tint due to the dull, swamp-like tile that sends a grossly colored glow into the room, reflecting the buzzing fluorescent light above me. The door is thick and unmoving. They paint it the same shade of sickly green as the floor. I assume it is lead based to save on cost. Maybe if I lick it enough times, maybe I can kill enough brain cells to forget I'm here. I have no roommate, as many don't, who are perceived as extreme risks. Thankfully, I can still have time outside and shower without being entirely supervised. More than I can say for many in here. My only commodity is my toilet paper and my journal. I earn the journal through much work and good behavior. The pencil I write with is dull and has no eraser, like that a golfer would use to keep scorecards. I am allowed 4 hours per day with it, between breakfast and lunch. I receive the journal and pencil with my meal and return it in kind. If the pencil has any pieces missing, or there are any extensive tears in the pages, then I will lose it for the following day. So I comply. So I may have some mild comfort in this concrete cage in which I slowly die. Again, I definitely earned it, but that doesn't change the fact that prison is hell. I earned my place here because I killed people. I killed many people. I killed 20 people to be exact. This is the first time I've actually written it. I beat the cannibal's number, which for some reason gave me a sense of accomplishment. However, what gave me more satisfaction was the evenness of the number. 20. 2. 0. 20. 20. 2. 0. 2 to 0. 2.0. 20. Even and smooth. My compulsion made it this way. 21 would have made getting arrested a living hell. 15 would have been okay, but 20 was much cleaner. Increments of 5, always increments of 5. Sometimes during a shopping trip, I would grab a stick of gum so as to have 20 or 10 or 30 items even. However, in the case of the killings, it was much more intense. The problem was the itch I felt in between. It was a gnawing pain in my mind from 1 to 4 and 6 to 9. The itch was not as bad during 5s, but 10s were the best. However, that number will eventually attract attention. That number is partially what got me caught, but I had to scratch the itch, so to speak. It made me empathize with vampires in the old horror stories, the sensation of aching thirst that cannot be quenched. It is nightmarish. The same remained true for my age, 40. I finished at 40, which made me content. I hated not having an even age. I could force down the bad feelings my age ended in 5S or even numbers, but I always had bad years with 1S, 3S, 7S, and 9S. I digress. I understand it is abnormal behavior, but it's a compulsion. I have it manageable so that most would never notice in a day-to-day routine. I have to reminisce on these pages because I have no way of going back. It started many years ago, and the urge only grew from there. The first time I killed was interesting. I should have felt the need to immediately kill again, as I did in later years, but I didn't. They say mental illness worsens with age. I guess that's what kept me from acting again so soon, but I'm not sure. The first time I killed was pretty lackluster. I was walking home from school through the woods where very few kids were bold enough to cross. While walking, I stumbled upon a man. He was clearly injured, and even at the age of 12, I knew he had little time left. He sat, holding his side, panting in labored breaths. He didn't see me yet. From my vantage point, I could see a long, white bone jutting from his leg, which tells me the pain from what his ribs were doing was worse than that of a broken leg. That, or he was just in shock. Far above this section of woods was a road, and from what I could see, a vehicle burst through railing. The wrecked vehicle, a '69 Chevy C20 truck, lay decimated some 40 feet below the roadway in the brush and rocks. I remember this truck because I wound up purchasing one many years later in a secret nostalgia for myself. Either way, the driver had pulled himself from the wreckage and crawled in agony upwards of 50 feet to the nearest tree, where his strength was slowly failing him. I remember seeing a large shard of metal, which had been ripped from the side of the truck, and picking it up. I walked slowly to the man who reached pitifully towards me for help. I slowly shoved the sharp edge of the metal into the man's throat and watched as blood began to spurt from the wound in his mouth. He gargled like a drowning sow on his own blood, and after a time, he ceased all movement forever. It was a rush of which I cannot explain. The excitement of ending a human life is next to none. I was content for a fleeting moment. I stared at the body for some time before taking a bloody shred of his pant leg that was hanging by a thread. I just wanted to have a keepsake. That was my first kill. I was never caught, nor even suspected. Growing up in the mountains of the South allowed much privacy, and it allowed me to get away with murder. As time grew, so did the feeling of power and accomplishment. I felt like God. No one even knew I was the way I was. I would never be a suspect, because I knew to hide. I hid well, because I knew how to hide. From the time I was a boy, I knew how to blend in. Sometimes it was a challenge because of my appearance, but I learned a simple skill: how to hide in plain sight. I was able to work hard in the background. I made good grades and maintained very few close friendships throughout school, so no one would discover anything about me. However, I made sure everyone had a nice thing to say about me, carrying groceries, helping kids with studying, always using manners. I graduated in the upper ranks of my class and soon attended the local college. After I earned a degree in business, I worked hard where I could and raised enough money to buy my own rig. I worked by riding the highways as a trucker for years and eventually bought 2 more rigs. By 35, I was a respectable business owner in my old town with a dispatch and a few drivers. I obviously still drove, even as the owner, because it kept me close to my only real passion. I hid well in plain sight because white people love a nigger. In a town of 90% white and 10% other, I learned to blend despite being a minority. Learn to talk like them, learn to walk like them, and you can manipulate them into whatever you want. I hate them. Not white people, all people. My mother died shortly after I graduated high school from heart failure, and I felt liberated, for I held her opinion highly. Her opinions often kept me in line and respectable. When she died, I was free to pursue my own interests. My father, while a good man in his own right, never held much weight in my actions, so I walked the path I chose for myself, despite what his feelings may be. Either way, I dwindled for some time after the first murder. The urge slowly grew. By high school, I kept my eyes peeled for another opportunity to snuff out a life. Finally, that day came. The second time I murdered was equally uninspiring. I found myself at a graduation party, and the whole senior class was drinking heavily, all except me, that is. We were at the home of a wealthier student who had maintained a spotless record through both junior high and high school, and wanted to go out in a way where she could get out of her pre-verbal box. I learned 2 things that evening. The first, that a well-mannered, well-educated young lady was no different than anyone else in regards to having a darker side. She wanted to be remembered for a party. Not her good grades, not her generous deeds, not her modest manner of dress, but a party. Everyone has a dark side in some way. This was the first thing I learned. The second was that if everyone is drunk and dancing on the roof, you could bump a certain young lady discreetly enough to send her 3 stories down into the concrete and make it look like an accident. She landed with a smack that can only be replicated in my dreams. This was the first time I was aroused by a killing. I'm not sure why. She was in a 2-piece, which I assume her parents knew nothing about, and her skin was pale and smooth. Her deep brown hair flowed past her shoulders, and the look of utter confusion and terror in the face of innocence was priceless. Blood pooled from her head and seeped into her nearby swimming pool. I fancied her, you could say, but only because she represented something that does not exist: human innocence. When her skull cracked hard against the pavement, I was instantly excited. I had to sneak away to handle it and steal a memento from the girl's room. Meanwhile, the remaining partygoers descended into madness, trying to repair a situation that was far beyond broken. The chaos I caused that night again resurfaced my deep sense of accomplishment that only comes from death. This was the second time I killed. 18 years of age. By the time I hit my stride, I stood at 6'2" at 260 pounds. I had always enjoyed lifting weights and working towards my overall health. A fat predator is a bad predator. I maintained this level of fitness for most of my adult life. I had to in order to pursue my passion. Of course, things would have a way of catching up with me. I was incarcerated with an unfortunate mountain of evidence. I wouldn't say I covered every base perfectly to ensure not getting caught, but I felt like I was careful enough. I guess not in hindsight. I remember the day I was arrested. I had turned 40 the month prior and was on the road delivering a shipment of plywood. I was behind the wheel of my rig in rural Alabama. I was taking a back road because I enjoy the scenery, and when you're the boss, you can set your own schedule. At this point, I had killed 19 people and the itch was present. I would have to rub the back of my neck when I thought about it. It needed to be scratched. I needed to take care of it. That's when I saw her. Miles from any structure or any living person was a broken down baby blue Volkswagen Beetle. The emergency lights were flashing, and a woman was looking into her engine compartment. The height of my truck allowed me to scan both her car and the area surrounding us. It was tall, uncut grass and trees, covered in utter blackness due to the overcast night. There was no one for miles and miles. We could be alone together. I pulled in behind her, with my low lights, so as not to scare her. When I stepped out of the truck, I addressed her. "Pardon me, ma'am," I said calmly. "I know how to disarm. I have worked on my speaking voice for years in order to betray their security into my hands. Are you all right?" She stepped out from behind her hood, and I saw her in better light. She was a young Hispanic woman. Her clothes were tattered, but I think that was intentional. She had silky dark hair to her shoulders and black librarian glasses. She was pretty, which was a bonus for me. Consider it like a dinner. You're going to get your meal, but when it includes dessert, then it is all the better. I also knew she could complete this cycle. She could be the 20th and I could rest. Best yet, she was petite, so there would be little fight. "I think the engine is shot," she said in a desperation that these dark woods certainly played well into. She just wanted to get out of danger. Little did she know. "I can give you a ride. I own this company so I can make the time." I didn't want to sound presumptuous, but I knew by making myself a manager it would remove the creepy truck driver mentality. "I don't know." "I promise," I edged, in my best zip-a-dee-doo-dah voice. "I'll take you straight into town, and we can find you a phone. My wife would kill me if I let a young lady stay stranded in the woods." I wasn't married, but that is another way of disarming her. A spouse always makes a man less dangerous, or again, as she thought. "Okay," she said, with her fear betraying her skepticism. "Thank you. I'll get the door for you." As she walked to the passenger side, I held the door open for her. As she took her first step up, I grabbed her ankle and pulled her straight down with as much force as I could manage. Her jaw connected with the studded metal stairs full force. I know some teeth were broken by the crunch that emanated from her skull. She fell limp to the dirt as I lifted her onto my shoulder. She didn't stir long enough for me to grab a large socket wrench from my rig. I could feel the warm blood from her mouth pouring down my shoulder. I carried her into the tall grass, just out of sight. We made love then. I had made love before to some, but this was special. She was the 20th. She would complete the need. Halfway through, she began to wake and struggle. From there, I had to act. I took the socket wrench and began to hit her. She struggled to scream due to her shattered jaw. I hit her in her pretty face, over and over, and over and over. When I had finished on all fronts, I took her wallet from her jeans off beside us. Hannah, I believe her name was. I took her glasses as they fell off when her face collided with my truck and avoided the wrath of the socket wrench. They had her name engraved inside the temple. I drove, leaving the scene entirely. I had to re-enter the highway sometime later and saw lights in my mirror. I had been stopped before, once even with a body in the back, so I was not worried. The officer walked to the side and called me out. "You Williams? My last name?" he asked with an unreadable demeanor. "Yes, sir," I answered coolly, holding my ID and paperwork for the truck and delivery. He then spoke into his radio. "Yeah, we found him." "Officer, what's this ab?" I was cut short. "Sir, please turn around and place your hands behind your back." "Why?" I demanded. I was not about to be cuffed and restrained for no good reason. He then turned me violently to my truck and slapped cuffs around my wrists. From there, he sat me on the pavement and called for backup. When other officers arrived, one finally noticed the blood on my back. They then found the glasses. They then found the poorly wiped down socket wrench. They then received word of a brutal mutilation several towns over. They had stopped me initially because one of my drivers was caught with a brick of marijuana, and they wanted to stop all trucks from my dispatch to make sure we were legitimate. It would be funny if it weren't so infuriating. I was brought down on a technicality. My run lasted from 12 to 40. I was undetected for that entire time. I changed my MO. I killed strangers only. I was so careful. A technicality was the only thing that could have done this. My simple home was turned about until they found my treasure box, a shoebox of souvenirs and news clippings. From there, it was easy to put every single murder. Every homeless person stabbed to death in cities. Every transient prostitute with their heads missing. Every unsupervised child in crowded streets. I was linked to them all. Now, one may ask, why would you be so stupid as to keep mementos? To that I would say I had to. It was my passion, and the only thing that gave me meaning. I had to keep something around. They were the only memories I could have of those times. Like I first wrote, I deserve to be in prison, but I don't regret in the slightest what I've done. The trial was grueling and irritating. Since I killed across state lines, there was arguments as to where to have my trial, but it became a federal issue, which only meant more bureaucracy. My lawyer explained many of the killings would be circumstantial at best, but just as many have my now connected DNA to the scene and are going to be nearly impossible to deny. I decided to throw in the towel. The media was out for blood, the public was out for blood, and the jury was out for blood. I had my fill, so now it was time to pay the favor forward. There was no way to avoid a life sentence, so I may as well come clean and get regale the tales of my exploits to a room of terrified jurors and family members burning with hatred. Despite the difficulties of finding some evidence of murders, I was still convicted for 18 of the 20. However, I was punished for them all, regardless. The day of sentencing, I stood still and stoic before the judge. I could feel the eyes of all those present attempting to sear me, but failing. The judge looked down at me and rambled on about my cruelties and resentment for man. The entire time he droned, I stood with the thought that the death penalty was illegal in this state. It was utterly satisfying to know the uproarious crowds calling for my head when the law wouldn't allow it. I snapped out of it when he got to the sentence. Seeing as how the death penalty is illegal in this state, I can only do the most with that in light. I hereby sentence you to 1,001 life sentences. He was being melodramatic. Not in history had there been such an absurd sentence. What's worse, the number was uneven. Meaning the rest of my life I would have to say 1001 when discussing my sentence. He knew this. My demeanor slightly shaken, I asked the judge, why 1001? The courtroom was silent. The families, friends, and jury looked at me with contempt, but that didn't matter then, even less now. The judge leaned over his podium. He smiled with a smugness that still boils my blood, and he calmly replied, to torment you. That's how I got where I am now. I don't interact with the other inmates or the guards. I just mind my business as best I can. I don't like to think about my sentence because it makes me itch. Similar to when you haven't paid a certain bill, but don't have the funds. It's a wincing, mental discomfort. I write the rest of this in a testament to what happened yesterday, in hopes it reaches someone on the outside. My day started normally. A loud bell rang and I stood to my feet. From there, my door opened and I walked to the shower facility. I tried to find myself at the end of the line so as to get the most time out of my cell. I also like my privacy. The inmates here are insufferable. They are uneducated criminals who would have no life outside of these walls. My fellow black inmates gave me hell for being crazy, since African American serial killers are considered such an abnormality. The other races tended to stay to themselves, minus a few Aryan Brotherhood members casting the occasional slur my direction. I entered the shower as normal, but I felt an innate sense of dread that I don't know how to describe. I just felt unpleasant. I felt watched and alone at the same time. I felt completely hopeless and near despair. I quickly finished my shower and left the facility. The halls were quiet, and the stationary guard was not at his post in front of my cell. I was alone in this hallway. Suddenly, I felt a large hand grip my shoulder and order me forward. The next thing I knew, I was being escorted to the warden's office. I was somewhat stunned, but complied. I walked the tight enclosed halls until I reached the last room on the right. Inside was totally dark, apart from a dim lamp illuminating a desk. The hand shoved me in and slammed the door behind me. I saw the silhouette of Warden, and he beckoned me to sit. I sat across from him in uncomfortable silence. He didn't move, and neither did I. I would force him to make the first move. After what felt like an eternity, he spoke up. "Let's go over your file." His voice carried, a mild southern accent sprinkled in. I did not respond. He gave no indication as to why, so I would bide my time. From here I will paraphrase what was said, as my memory can't perfectly recreate the entire conversation. Count 1. Confessed, not convicted. Man falls off cliff and you assist him in passing. You were 12, so it wasn't included in your final file, but it warrants mentioning. Count 2. Confessed, convicted. You confessed to shoving a young woman off a roof and then robbing her home of a trophy. You were 18. Count 3. Confessed, convicted. Homeless man near your college. You stabbed him and cut out a tooth. You were 20. Count 4. Confessed, not convicted. You claimed to have shot a prostitute in Texas. The souvenir you took could not link you to the crime and she had no family. You were 24. Not convicted, but you know what you did. Counts 5 through 9. Confessed, convicted on all counts. You killed 5 lot lizards before changing your MO. That was smart. They were all strangled and you kept a lock of hair. Left them on the highway. Count 10. Confessed, convicted. You took a lost 12-year-old and drowned him. You kept his retainer. You were doing well in life by this point, but murder still called, didn't it? Count 11. Confessed, convicted. Ah, this one was special, wasn't she? That gas station employee who you stalked for a while? Followed her home and broke in. Took your time and did it right. She broke your perfect streak and you were going to make her pay, right? Kept her locket as a token of your affection. Count 12. Confessed, convicted. You took a young man to your from a local club in Missouri, strangled him the moment the door was closed, chopped him up and kept his teeth. Counts 13 through 17. Confessed, convicted on all counts. The hitchhiker phase. Here it seems you just wanted to close the gap. You got sloppy. Left a lot of evidence behind. I guess because they were vagrants it wouldn't have mattered. Count 18. Confessed, convicted. You killed a housewife in Florida. You were on vacation at them time. You spotted her and just had to do something. Waiting until her husband left and had yourself a time. Another rape and strangling. You took her blood-soaked necklace. Count 19. Confessed, convicted. You saw a jogger one morning and followed in your truck. When you knew their routine, you waited in the bushes until he passed. You killed him with a hammer and took one of his shoes. Count 20. Confessed, convicted. The one that brought you down. You couldn't resist her. You were too careless, too excited. Now you're here. You took her glasses and bashing her head in and assaulting her. He took a deep breath and his outline sat back. Do you know what they call you? He asked me incredulously. I was livid. He completely bastardized my work. I had done so much and he swept over it like an obituary column. I glared at him in the dark before answering. The scavenger hunt killer? I hated that name. They donned me the scavenger hunt killer because my murders spanned so far, and I collected odd, disconnected items. Again, my works and efforts were reduced to a joke. It still makes me sick. The warden spoke up again. Are you sorry? I sat for a moment before responding. Would it matter? He chuckled in a deep, throaty laugh. No, he said, settling in. I guess it wouldn't. He continued. I don't get it really. You're a highly intelligent, healthy, and well-spoken man. Why on earth would you throw that away? I sat in angry silence. I refused to give this man the satisfaction of an answer. Do you believe in God? The warden asked, his tone now changed. I chewed my tongue before responding. Number. Pity, he responded lackadaisically, as if my response didn't really matter. That would make what I'm about to tell you much better. I waited for him to continue. Your sentence is being commuted. I raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Really? Yes. He sat, still shadowed, but I knew he was smirking. What does that have to do with God? I know I should have had much more important questions to ask in that moment, but I was curious. I assumed he meant I should be thankful. Well, he said, his voice trailing, that would make this next part easier. You passed away this morning, son. Before I could respond, his hand tossed a few photos in front of me. It was me. I lay covered in blood on the shower floor. I had been stabbed from the looks of it. Yeah. The warden, or who I thought was the warden, spoke up. Some Aryan fellow wanted to prove his might by stabbing a serial killer to death in the shower. Didn't work though, since he was caught and will most likely be in solitary until it does irreparable damage. If that's some comfort. I stared at him. I stared at the photographs. I simply could not accept it. This is absurd. I felt insulted, and the prospect. I know it seems odd, but hear me out. He sat upright, ready to make his case. Do you know what the Universalists are? No. Well, he continued without missing a beat. Basically, it states that everyone gets into heaven, even if you aren't necessarily in their denomination. This is heaven? I was ready to laugh. This was a joke. No, see, that's the bad news. He continued. Catholics, Muslims, some Buddhists, see, they believe in a temporal plane, so they're also sort of right. See, everyone does eventually move on, but before anyone can move on, they must resolve all their earthly obligations and judgments. Before I could remark, he caught his breath and explained further. You died this morning. You served one of your 1001 life sentences. Welcome to number 2. I stood up. This isn't funny. I'm leaving. I couldn't move. I was frozen in place, unable to use my body. My eyes felt like they were being pried towards the seat. Please, I heard the warden, though his voice was now much deeper, sinking my gut. Sit. I returned to my seat with a sensation that was new to me. Fear. Now, he continued, his voice returning to normal. You are not dead. You just started another sentence. Everything will be back to normal when you leave. When I dismiss you, you will leave here and return to your bunk. Do you understand? I nodded, still stunned by what I then knew as truth. His voice, the unexplained dread I felt that morning. I walked out of the warden's office that day, feeling a hopelessness I have never known. The prison was the same, but it wasn't. It was lonelier, darker. That feels like forever ago. I learned since then. First, lifetime does not mean from the age you are incarcerated. I expected a 40-year life sentence. But after speaking with a few other inmates serving like myself, who I see sometimes sparingly, I learned that it varies somewhere from 80 to 120 years. It varies, but it is always at least 80. I guess the guards don't notice after a certain point. Also, I assume they don't register that we never seem to leave. Inexplicable, but that's what's happening. Second, each go-around changes you. The prisoners don't notice you. The others, like you, have fewer words. The guards seemed always outside of the line of sight, even when they would interact. They were like fleeting shadows. I am cracking mentally. I will walk into the showers and see someone shaving, even speak with him at length. However, when I turn a corner or close a stall door, he'll be gone when I return. Next, I learned that suicide doesn't work. I learned the same way every inmate in here like me does. I slit my wrists and they just ached for a week. I swallowed bleach and had a miserable stomachache, but no death. I hung myself where I choked and flailed, fully conscious, for 8 straight hours, until a guard found me while bringing my breakfast the following morning. I learned that being murdered decreases time, but murdering adds it, so no one on life row attempts murder here. Finally, escaping isn't an option. We have runners sometimes, men, who just finished their first sentence. The guy just snapped. I guess he pulled maybe 60 years before dying in his sleep. He just panicked and ran. The snipers didn't even turn. He grabbed the fence and immediately fell to the ground. From there, he shook violently. He died right there of a heart attack. I saw him a week later. 3rd life sentence, half crippled. I guess we get punished if we try to leave. I don't know if it's permanent. He was a wreck upon returning. It reminded me of the cats in my neighborhood as a boy. The first time you hurt it, the animal twitches and becomes neurotic, but given enough time, it accepts its fate. The man now spends his days staring silently behind dead eyes at whatever light source is around. To some, this is limbo, where we remain trapped in the prison in which we were condemned until our body and soul have finished their sentences. To others, this is some kind of purgatory, where we are groomed for eternity in paradise. Either way, we are forced to remain, forced to live, until we pay our dues, never truly dying. I don't even know if time is the same now, but if you're reading this, I managed to successfully get these pages out. I have handful of plans, which I cannot record. I cannot risk future attempts should this fail. I'm leaving this journal for anyone who is a criminal or wants to become one. I have between 80,000 to 100,000 years left. I do not feel remorse, but I do wish I knew then what I know now. This is simply a warning. 100,000 years on a concrete slab. A hard, unforgiving surface. 100,000 years with 1 hour a day in a dying earthscape I barely recognize. 100,000 years of sickly green floors and cold steel doors that move for nothing. 100,000 years of mopping floors or scrubbing toilets. 100,000 years of being monitored by beings I cannot fully comprehend as their burning horror erupts in the back of my mind. 1,001 life sentences. 1,000 to go. Only one small thing gives me comfort. With 1,000 life sentences at least it's a clean number. I hope I don't die too soon and ruin this nice, even lifetime, because the next one will be hell. Story. You all need to stop posting. Right now. You all need to stop posting. Right now. It probably won't take long for this to get deleted, but maybe enough people will see it to make a difference. It's the only thing I can think to do. I've discovered something terrible about no sleep, and everyone needs to know. Everyone. So you understand any of this, I need to tell you what I've been through the last few days, so you really get it. It needs to sink in. If no one believes me because they don't understand, everything's gonna fall apart real fast. Okay, first some general principles. Every emotion generates a specific electrical signature in the brain. It's so specific that a specialist can reliably determine your emotional state from evaluating live measurements. Electricity creates fields. In the case of our brain activity, the field effect generated by our emotions is so weak it's never been observed, but by the numbers, it's there. Okay, that's one knowledge nugget you need to swallow. Here's the next. Our universe, our reality, is ours alone. The reality we all share together is a comfortable agreement, though not objectively the same, and it's reasonable to assume most life in our reality is happy with that arrangement. In fact, evolution has probably built most life to be that way. Our universe, our reality isn't the only one though. There are an infinite number that sort of grow outward from our own, with decreasing levels of relative probability. What that means is that likely alternate realities are pretty close by, and unlikely ones are way further away, if probability were distance. I hope that makes sense. But the real weird part is all that is just a tendency. Some real weird probabilities are actually right next to us, because there are infinite probabilities. And the likelihood gradient I mentioned is only the tendency. It's hard to wrap your head around, I know. It gets easier with practice, though. I'm telling you all this because there's a really bad reality nudged up right next to ours right now, and some of the things in it are leaking through. One of those things is our mods. It runs all the accounts. It, like us, has emotions, and they generate a field. A positronic field, not electrical. Somehow their matter is inverted to ours, which is why I'm trying to get the message out. They're addicts. When we're afraid, when we read our posts and get that chill up our spines, to them it's pure ecstasy. And their joy? It feeds back to us as terror. There's no sense of shared place or time between our realities, so all fear everywhere feeds their joy, and their elation pours into our world as a general growing anxiety. People do terrible, horrible things when they're afraid. They make bad choices for the wrong reasons. They destroy things and feel justified. You've seen it. You know what I'm describing. It's been getting worse and worse over recent years too. That's because they're addicted to our fear. They know it now, and they've somehow managed to send agents to our reality to encourage our fear. That's how our no sleep came to be. The mods are all under the pull of a single entity, and it encourages us at every opportunity to embrace and deploy as much discomfort as we can. Please believe me, and do the right thing. It's time to share your personal stories of hope, and sour the milk for them. No more terrifying recollections, it only makes them stronger. Alright, let me tell you what happened to me. The other day, I posted about something on here, and it got a few dozen upvotes. Not the best visibility, but way more eyes than my worst. I was in a good mood. I thought by sharing terrible events that happened to me, I was making people safer. Apparently though, some readers got uncomfortable about one of the situations I described. They contacted me and told me they would report me to the mods. I didn't understand why, and I got scared. I love posting here. It's been helping me get through some tough times. A kind of therapy for the things I've seen in my life. Soon after, I got a PM from a mod. She conveyed her gratitude to me for sharing my experiences, but that one Redditor had been incredibly upset. I kept reading her PM, expecting an explanation for an incoming ban, when the next paragraph I read set off all kinds of red flags. We don't mind though, no sleep runs on fear, and if you're good at causing it, then by all means keep at it. We know what the rules say, but it's more important that people see them, and less so that they follow them. So please, keep writing, and if you need some inspiration, check out this video, link redacted. Bye. Most mods on most forums seemed irritatingly strict about following the sidebar rules, so I was pretty confused by her statement. Then, without thinking, I clicked the link. I've not included it here because you really don't need to see it. You need to know about it though. The link was to some numbered IP, which is probably something I should have checked before clicking. Oops. It was a big GIF that took almost a minute to load. When it did appear, it was high definition 1, like something from our high-quality GIFs. I thought it was bugged though, because when it loaded, it was just noise, like old-school television noise. At first, I just waited for a few seconds to see if it got past the corrupted part to something visible, but it didn't. Instead, the noise started to make sense, visually. Like one of those stereograms from the 90s. An inverted image began to form, and what I saw was nearly indescribable. Everything in the GIF I watched was backwards. I'm not saying that the video was flipped or upside down. I mean the stuff in the actual imagery was backwards, inverted, inside out, the opposite of what it was supposed to be. I don't remember all of it. I barely remember any of it. Grass grew downwards and had a strange, unknowable color. Birds didn't fly. They were glistening sacks of meat and bone, with bodies filled with feathers, and they dug warrens in the air. It makes no sense, I know. The sun in their sky was a black void that radiated darkness. Even my description falls short of the mark. Everything was they absolutely wrong, and it was this wrongness that broke me. I had a horrible panic attack that lasted most of the day, and it got so bad I had to take time off work. It's only now, after a week of trying to calm down, that I'm able to even write about it. I wanted to forget it, but today I got another PM from a mod that said, "Delicious." Click this next. Link redacted. I closed the browser immediately. I don't know much about computers, so I asked my brother about the IP, and if it could tell me anything about who posted the GIF. No, I didn't send him the link. He said it sure was, but that the likelihood of a file being hosted on a computer in someone's house was remote, and that it was way more likely to be on a box at a hosting facility somewhere. He looked up the IP anyway, and immediately got interested. It was coming from an old particle accelerator facility buried a few hundred miles east of the Cheyenne Mountains. The company that owned it closed it down almost a decade ago due to bankruptcy. My brother is kind of a science buff and just knows shit like this. He pulled some records from some lookup site and found out that an LLC had bought the land just afterwards, then had done nothing with it. No construction, no sales. On the business registration document, there was a phone number. He gave it to me and asked me to let him know what I found. I called the number, but got no answer. Almost instantly, another PM appeared in my inbox from a different mod. Never call this number again. At this point, I'm aware something really gnarly is happening. I call my brother back, and we start talking about things. I finally show him the video, and he only watches a few moments of it before switching it off. He says he's seen something like it before. Then he links me to some fringe science websites, and I give him a hard time, because usually that stuff is just for wackos. But this time, one of the articles describes everything I wrote above. There's a link to a video the author generated using some kind of algorithm or something, some math equation for complete inversion. He took a video of a treasured family vacation and ran it through the filter. Apparently, the output was so unsettling, it ruined his life. He couldn't be with his family anymore, or do his work, or focus on anything but memories of the filtered video. A few years later, the poor guy apparently killed himself because he couldn't deal with what he saw, which makes me real nervous when my brother tells me. Then the whole science blog site goes down, and another PM appears in my inbox. This time from a different mod. What did we tell you? Ever since then, my phone has been getting texts non-stop with video links, my email is blowing up, and I can't even glance at my inbox anymore. I feel like it's only a matter of time until I accidentally see one of these videos again, and it sends me over the edge. Before that happens, I wanted to let you all know about this threat. That it's here, it's real, and it could be in your inbox right now. Sorry for any typos, I'm in a hurry. I'm headed out to a family cabin to try and isolate myself until this blows over. Be careful, and if you do decide to post, write about joy and happiness instead. Give them something to cry about. Good luck. Stay safe. Hey everyone, sorry. I just wanted to apologize for this post. I'll leave it up as a reminder to us all not to let anxiety rule our lives and dictate our actions. I was totally off my shit. Sorry about that. I finally got tired of my phone ringing, so I dried it off and answered it. Boy, am I glad I did. I've been happily chatting with the kind and empathetic mods over at No Sleep for the last 20 minutes. They sent me a PM and invited me to their Discord channel, and it's been a real blast. We've been sharing funny links, keeping it light, and they've showed me some things. Some wonderful things. I'm not going to share it all here. I'll wait a few days and talk about it all in a new post. The mods have really helped change my perspective on a bunch of things, and I feel refreshed and energized in a way I've never felt before. The fear that used to rule me almost feels like a secret superpower now. It's so exciting. I can't wait to show you. Story, Teresa. This is not my story. It is my daughter's. Her name was Teresa. She died 2 weeks ago, a suicide by overdose. She called me just prior to the act, informing me of her intentions and the reasons behind them. I, of course, pled with her, begging her through tears not to go through with what she had planned. But she was resolute in her decision, and with growing horror, I realized that this was no bluff, no desperate cry for attention or reassurance. As she hung up the phone, I knew with certainty she was already as good as dead. I knew it from the moment she had said, "Daddy, Ray is here." I immediately phoned the police, knowing that they would be able to reach her well before I could. But I also knew they would be too late. They found her in bed, By all appearances in a deep and peaceful sleep, one hand draped across her stomach, the other outstretched to the side, palm up, fingers curled as if clutching something, another hand perhaps, but the other side of the bed, Ray's side, was empty. This is also Ray's story. He died a little more than a year before Teresa did. He was shot twice, once through his right hand, which he had held out defensively, the bullet piercing both his cell phone and his palm, before lodging in the tile of the wall of the bathroom, in which he had made a final desperate attempt to hide. The second bullet found his neck, and he bled out quickly, alone on the cold floor. He was one of 9 people who died in his office building that day. 8 of those people thought it was just another Monday at work, unaware that they would not be walking out alive at the end of the day. The 9th to die, the shooter, had no intention of walking out again. Ray had called Teresa on his lunch break that day. She was at home, and the sight of his name lighting up her cell and causing it to buzz had made her smile. Married only 3 months, the pair was still in that young, fleeting honeymoon stage of marriage, and Ray would frequently find any excuse to phone his bride from work if time allowed. "Hello?" she answered, a smile in her voice. "Why did the man always get hit by a bike on his way to work?" Ray said. "I don't know," Teresa responded. "Why did he?" "Because he was stuck in a vicious cycle," Ray said. Teresa chuckled. The joke wasn't really all that funny, but Ray had always delighted in corny humor, and his joy in telling these awful jokes brought Teresa more pleasure than the punchline itself. Case in point, he had used a ridiculous pickup line to win her over in the first place. "Feel my shirt," he had said to her, a stranger in a sea of people crammed into a mixer at one of her girlfriend's apartments 2 years ago. "Do you know what it's made of? Boyfriend material." And Teresa had laughed out loud. 1, because the pickup line was genuinely funny. And 2, because Ray, tall and attractive in a goofy kind of way, was so ridiculously happy to use it on her, his smile contagious and immediately endearing. And as bad as the line had been, it had worked. They had been together ever since. "How is your day?" Teresa said, sitting down at the kitchen table. "Living the dream?" Ray responded with some sarcasm. "Actually, my presentation went well this morning. I'm supposed to present it again to senior staff on Wednesday. Things are looking promising." "That's great news," Teresa said. "It really is," Ray said, satisfaction in his voice. "You know, if this proposal goes through, we should celebrate. Go away somewhere." There was a pause on Ray's end. "That sounds like a wonderful idea," he responded. Only now he sounded slightly distracted. "Do you have some place in mind?" "I don't know," Teresa said, thinking. "Cheryl has that cabin that she said we're always welcome to use. We ought to take her up on that sometime. She and Brad will end up selling it before we ever use it. It would be nice to get away." Ray didn't respond. "Babe," Teresa said. A moment's hesitation. "Did you hear that?" Ray asked. "Hear what?" Teresa said. But before he could respond, she heard it. A loud report, a distant bang, coming over the phone. "Ray, what was that?" "I don't know," he said, and from the sound of his voice, he was walking. His voice sounded shaky. "Ray?" There was a second loud report, still distant but closer, and Teresa felt her hands go cold when she thought she heard a woman scream. "I'm going to find out what's going on," Ray said. "I'll call you back." "Ray," Teresa said, but he was gone. She set the cell phone down on the table and stared at its black screen. She got up suddenly from the kitchen table, walked to the sink, and filled a glass with water, which she downed. Staring over at the phone, she willed it to ring again, to show Ray's name. It did not. Teresa rushed over and picked it up. She called Ray's cell phone. It went to voicemail. She called his desk phone. It too went to voicemail. She called reception at his office. No answer. She slammed the phone back down on the table, hands trembling. She found it hard to catch her breath, to not imagine the worst, to convince herself that what she had heard did not mean what she thought it meant. An interminable moment later, her phone rang. She snatched it up. "Ray?" she said. "Baby," he said, whispering, his tone urgent. "There's a man with a gun." Teresa sank into the chair. "Where are you?" she asked, whispering too without realizing she was. I'm in a bathroom down the hall from my office. Reese, he killed Mark. I saw it happen. His voice was trembling, on the verge of tears or panic. Ray, hang up and call the police, she said. I did, he insisted. They're on their way. Okay, she said. Just be calm. She said this as much to herself as she said it to Ray. Where is he? She asked. I don't know, he said. I saw him at the end of the hallway. I saw him shoot Mark. I came in here because it was the closest door. I don't know if he saw me. Did you lock the door? She asked. The door doesn't lock, he said, a small sob hitching in his voice. I'm in one of the stalls. It's locked. Teresa began to cry silently, the hopelessness of Ray's situation sinking in. Who is he? She asked. I don't know. He's wearing a mask, a ski mask. I think he's... Ray stopped talking suddenly at the sound of a loud bang, disturbingly close. Ray hesitated and took a long, shaking breath. I love you, Reese, he whispered, his voice even quieter now, barely audible. No, she objected, and she slid from the chair to the kitchen floor, the phone pressed tight to her ear. There was another banging sound, but this time, it wasn't the report from a gun. It was the sound of a door being kicked open and hitting a wall. Ray took a sudden, gasping breath. Ray, Teresa whispered. Bang. The sound of the door of a bathroom stall being kicked. No, Ray cried out, and the sound of his desperation made Teresa's entire body go numb. Ray? Teresa said louder. Bang. The sound of the stall door crashing open. No, Ray screamed. Ray? Teresa yelled. Bang. The sound of a gun. And then, everything was silent in the house for several seconds as Teresa struggled to take in a breath. Finally, she screamed. The shooter was a man named Vincent Holland. He had worked in the engineering department just one floor down from Ray's office in marketing. A textbook disgruntled employee with manic depressive issues. At least, that was the story that the press was reporting. Vincent had managed to kill 8 of his co-workers, and then had turned the gun on himself at the first sound of approaching sirens. The following 24 hours were a blur for Teresa. Through a haze of shock, she had answered police questions, had identified her husband's body, his face pale but still unmistakably his own, and had made necessary phone calls to friends and family. And in the moments between, Teresa had wept, her body crushed under the weight of a grief that was nearly unbearable, the physical pain of it enough to make her welcome the thought that perhaps it might kill her. What a mercy that would be, she thought. The night of Ray's death, she had slept the deep and artificial sleep of the drugged, her body succumbing to whatever cocktail her best friend Cheryl had insisted on giving her. Teresa had not asked, did not even care what the pills were, but had taken them all and quickly slipped into the warm embrace of sleep, where her grief at least briefly could not reach her. When she woke the next day, she wondered briefly why her chest hurt so badly. It took but a moment for her to remember, and the tears were immediate. She rolled over and put her palm on Ray's side of the bed, where the mattress was cold and empty. Behind the sound of her crying, she could hear voices down the hallway. Cheryl and Teresa's mother were speaking in somber tones. Teresa looked at the clock. It was shortly after noon. Cheryl's sleeping pills had caused her to sleep for more than 11 hours. Teresa sat up in bed and wiped the tears from her cheeks, consciously pressing the sorrow down deep into her stomach. She picked up her cell phone from the nightstand, more out of habit than necessity, and shuffled toward the bathroom, flipping a switch. The light assaulted her eyes, and for a moment, she absorbed her own pitiful reflection. Eyes swollen, cheeks splotchy, nose red. She took in a long, shaking breath. Then her phone buzzed in her hand, and she jumped. The screen said, Ray. Teresa stared at it, a mixture of disbelief and confusion, coursing through her brain. She answered it. Hello? Her voice was barely a croak. Why did the man always get hit by a bike on his way to work? Ray said. Teresa struggled to take a breath, and when she was finally able, it came in a rattling gasp. She took an involuntary step away from the mirror, as if retreating from what she was hearing. Her mind raced as she felt a sudden surge of hope warring against her lingering sorrow, and she wondered if perhaps the events of yesterday had been nothing but an incredible dream. Because he was stuck in a vicious cycle, Ray concluded. Ray? Teresa said. Yeah, baby, he responded. What's wrong? The joke wasn't that bad. Ray, where are you? She asked. I'm at work, he said with a slight chuckle. Just got out of a meeting. My presentation went well. I'm supposed to present it again to senior staff on Wednesday. Things are looking promising. Teresa didn't respond. Reese, are you okay? He asked. Teresa looked at herself in the mirror, at her Halloween mask of grief. The floor felt like it was tilting under her, and her brain, still kicking off the last remnants of Cheryl's pills, was a swamp of conflicting thoughts. Reese, he said again. What day is this? She asked. What? It's Monday, he said. What's going on? What's wrong? It's Tuesday, she said. No, it's... Ray began, but then he stopped. There was silence on both ends of the phone for a moment. Then Ray said, Did you hear that? Hear what? She asked. Then she heard it, and a sick feeling of déjà vu swept through her. There was a loud report, a distant bang, coming over the phone. What was that? Ray said, and from the sound of his voice he was walking. Ray, wait, Teresa said. There was another loud report, still distant but closer, and Teresa heard a woman scream. I'm going to find out what's going on, Ray said. I'll call you back. Don't, Teresa said, but he was gone. Teresa put her phone down on the bathroom sink and stared down at it, her hair cascading in front of her eyes. She shook her head violently, trying to shake off the confusion that made it difficult for her to focus. She ran her fingers through her hair and then pulled at it in frustration. She picked her phone back up and called Ray's cell. Voicemail. She called his desk phone. Voicemail. She called reception at his office. The outgoing message informed her that in light of yesterday's tragic events, the office would be closed for the remainder of the week. Teresa furrowed her brow and put the phone down on the sink again. Seconds later, it rang again. The screen said, Ray. She answered it without saying anything. Reese? Ray said, his voice whispering panic. Listen to me. There's a man with a gun. Teresa began to sob, and her hand shook so violently that she could barely hold the phone to her ear. I'm in the bathroom down the hall from my office. Baby, he killed Mark. I saw it happen. Ray's voice trembled, on the verge of tears. Teresa said nothing. I called the police, Ray continued. They're on their way. He took a long, trembling breath. Teresa sat down on the floor and brought her knees up to her chest. She began to rock back and forth. I don't know where he is now, Ray said. I saw him at the end of the hallway. I saw him shoot Mark. I came in here because it was the closest door. I don't know if he saw me, but the door doesn't lock. I'm in one of the stalls. There was a long moment of silence. Reese, talk to me, Ray demanded desperately. Ray, she said through her sobs. She could manage no more words than that. I don't know who this guy is, Ray said. He's wearing a mask, a ski mask. I think he's... But Ray stopped talking suddenly at the sound of a loud bang, disturbingly close. He hesitated and took a long, shaking breath. I love you, Reese, he whispered. Over the phone, Teresa heard the sound of a door being kicked open and hitting a wall. Ray gasped. Teresa relived the sound of the bathroom stall door being kicked open, the sound of Ray's desperate objection, and then the final sound of the gun being fired. And then, in the ensuing silence, Teresa relived the grief of her husband's death for the second time. She told no one about the call, not Cheryl, and not her mother. She couldn't explain it to herself, much less to anyone else. The two had continued to keep her company throughout the day, answering phone calls, dealing with concerned well-wishers, attempting to get Teresa to eat, and managing the details of Ray's viewing and funeral, which were scheduled for Saturday evening and Sunday morning respectively. But mostly the two of them were there simply to make sure that Teresa was not alone. In her waking moments, they treated her like an antique porcelain doll, delicate and fragile. Teresa slept for most of the day, even without Cheryl's chemical help. She ate hardly at all, a fact that distressed her mother. She had still been in bed at noon on the following day, Wednesday, 2 days after Ray's death, when her cell phone rang. The screen said, Ray. Her body went numb and she quietly began to cry. She answered it. Ray? She said quietly. Why did the man always get hit by a bike on his way to work? He said. Teresa ended the call immediately, and then shut her phone off completely and tossed it aside. She lay in bed and wept. On the third day, Thursday, Teresa was alone in the house. Cheryl and her mother had other things to attend to and hadn't been outside the house since Monday evening. Teresa had showered, brushed her hair, and even put on a bit of makeup. Her arm felt weak and heavy as she did so, but she attempted a tired smile as she insisted that she would be fine if her mom and best friend left her alone for a little while. When her cell phone rang shortly after noon, she was sitting at the kitchen table, the bright sunlight through the windows making her head ache after so much time spent in the darkness of her bedroom. She answered it, her voice weak. Because he was stuck in a vicious cycle. There was silence on the other end, and for a moment, Teresa wondered if Ray was really there. Finally, he laughed and asked, "How did you do that?" "I'm not sure," she said. "Are you okay?" he asked. "You sound strange." Teresa took a deep breath. "Do you know who Vincent Holland is?" she asked. "Yeah, he works down in engineering, I think. I don't know him real well. I do know that every day at lunch he eats an onion like an apple. Never seen anything like it." "Ray, he has a gun," Teresa said. "What? How do you know that?" "Don't ask me that right now," she responded. "He has a gun and he's going to start shooting people. You have to get out." "Reese, I don't." But then Ray stopped as they both heard the sound of a gun being fired. "What was that?" "Listen to me," Teresa said. "You have to get out of the building." Ray was silent for a moment. Then he said, Okay, I'm going." And then the phone fell silent. Teresa put the phone on the table and stared at it. Dust floated silently through a sunbeam that cascaded through the window and landed with warmth on the back of her hand. She wondered how the sun continued to shine, as if the entire world wasn't enveloped in grief like she was. Her phone rang again. "Ray." She answered. "Baby?" "I saw him," Ray whispered. "Where are you?" she asked. "I'm in the bathroom down the hall from my office." "Baby, he killed Mark." Teresa ended the call and slammed her phone back down on the table. She put her hands over her eyes and cried. Friday, shortly after noon, Teresa sat at the kitchen table with Cheryl and her mother. The three of them were quietly nursing cups of tea, the kitchen counters, and nearly every other available surface covered in gift baskets and flowers. Teresa's mother and Cheryl made quiet small talk as Teresa sat silently, her eyes intently focused on her cell phone, which sat like a dumb blank slate on the table in front of her. 12:03 came and went without a call. Teresa chuckled mirthlessly to herself. She had intentionally made sure she was not alone for today's phone call from Ray. If he did call again, this time she wanted witnesses, but part of her knew that he would not call her if she was not alone. "Is everything okay, Reese?" Cheryl asked. Teresa peeled her eyes away from the silent phone. "Yes," she whispered, and sipped her tea. "I flew in from across country for Ray's viewing and funeral. Teresa's mother and I were cordial toward each other, but also avoided each other as much as possible for Teresa's sake. I was shocked at how she looked, tired and haggard and grief-stricken, of course, but also troubled in a way that did not look like simple mourning. I held her tightly several times over the course of those 2 days, always at a loss for words, wishing there was anything in the world I could do to remove the weight of sorrow pressing on her shoulders. Teresa told me later that she had tucked her phone away during those 2 days of activities. She had thought that maybe going through the ceremony of remembering Ray's life, seeing his serene face as he lay dead in his casket, and then watching with surprising detachment as his body was lowered into the ground, would bring a final end to his daily calls. But on Monday, alone at home for only the second time in the week since Ray had died, her phone rang again. She considered not answering it, but could not resist doing so, a sense of both longing and hopelessness in her chest. "Ray," she said. "Why did the man always get hit by a bike on his way to work?" Ray said, and Teresa burst into tears. For the next several days, Teresa lived in a fog. She always took Ray's call. Some days, she let the conversation play out like it had on the first day, relishing those first fleeting seconds when Ray was still happy and alive. Other days, she interrupted his joke in order to ask him a question, like where he had put the key to the safety deposit box, or where he had filed insurance papers. Confused but cooperative, Ray always answered her questions. Some days she had used those initial seconds to convey her deep love for him, and she had sobbed as he had expressed his love for her in return. But then, all too quickly, the sound of a gun would bring their conversation to an abrupt end. And then one day, weeks on, the phone had rung, and Teresa had said, "Hello, baby," and waited for Ray to launch into his bicycle joke. There was a pause, and Ray had said, "Reese, did I call you earlier today?" A coldness spread through Teresa's chest that she couldn't understand. "What? No, you didn't." "It's so strange," Ray said. "I picked up the phone to call you and got this sudden sense of déjà vu, like I already called you today." A tear fell silently down Teresa's cheek. She couldn't find words. "Is everything okay?" Ray asked. "I miss you, baby," she whispered. Ray chuckled. "I miss you too?" he responded, more of a question than a statement. "I'll see you in a few hours." "No, you won't," she said. "Reese, what?" And then he stopped. "Did you hear that?" Teresa hung up the phone. Her thoughts stirred with confusion and an odd sense of hope. Every prior conversation had been laden with a heavy sense of the inevitable. No matter what Teresa said to him, Ray would always end up dead on the floor of his office bathroom. But today he had seemed to remember something, and their conversation had taken a different course at Ray's direction. And Teresa began to wonder what would happen if she tried pushing harder, made more of an effort to get Ray to take a different course of action. The next day when Ray called, Teresa immediately took charge of the conversation. "Ray, I need you to listen to me carefully and answer me as fast as you can. How many different ways are there out of your office? Out of your department, I mean." "What?" he said. "Answer me," she insisted. "There's the main door. Straight through goes to the IT department, and to the left takes me down the main hallway. There's a second door that goes through HR, but that just meets up with the main hallway at the other end. And then there's the door to the balcony. Why are you asking me this?" "Grab your keys. Don't grab anything else," Teresa insisted. "Go through the IT department. Do not go down the hall. Get to your car and come home. Now." There was a pause, and then Ray said, Okay, I'm coming." And the line went dead. Teresa found herself out of breath while she waited. She paced. Moments later, her phone rang again. "Reese, listen to me. There's a man with a gun." Teresa screamed in frustration and threw her phone across the room, where it hit the carpet and slid across the floor. The next time he called, Teresa asked, "Ray, the balcony outside your department, does it have steps that go down to the courtyard?" "Yes," he said. "Why do you ask? And you can get to the parking lot from there?" "Yes. What's going on?" "Go," Teresa insisted. "Don't ask me anything. Just go out the balcony doors into your car. Do it now. Come home." "Is everything okay?" he asked. "Go," she yelled and hung up the phone. A minute passed, then 2. Teresa barely breathed as she stared at her phone. 5 minutes passed without a call from Ray. She was finally able to take a breath. Teresa was on her bed. Her back ached as she sat arched over her phone. For the first time since the day he died, there was no second phone call, and Teresa had no idea what to expect next. She was lost in a nearly thoughtless daze when she heard the front door open. She jumped and nearly cried out. The door closed and she heard footsteps. She jumped from the bed, racing from the bedroom and down the hallway to the foyer. And impossibly, there he was, his tall, gangly, goofy-looking yet handsome self, although his skin was deathly pale to the point of almost being blue. He smiled at her, although his brow was furrowed in concern. His mouth formed the beginnings of a question, but she ran to him and leapt into his arms. He was cold, deathly cold, and Teresa gasped. "Is everything okay?" he asked, and his voice sounded like it did on mornings when he had first woken up, rattling and unused. "Everything is okay now," Teresa said, weeping into his shoulder, holding him tighter than she ever had before. And in return, Ray held her tightly as well, but his hands were like ice on her back, his body stiff against hers, and although her ear was pressed firmly against his chest, she could not feel his heart beating, a fact that she dismissed just as quickly as she realized it. Teresa decided to tell him everything. Sitting at the kitchen table, She held his icy hand in both of hers as she recounted everything from the initial shooting at Ray's office, his death, his funeral, and his daily phone calls. He stared at her blankly, his face registering no alarm, confusion, or even recollection as she spoke. She sat back in her chair and considered him for a moment. Tabula rasa, she thought dully as she looked at him. He wasn't hungry. He wasn't thirsty. He was content to sit quietly until Teresa gave him directions to move. Her heart ached with the dueling emotions of relief and terrible confusion, and she watched him closely, unable to hide the bewilderment on her face, and yet Ray never asked her what was wrong. That evening, Teresa led Ray to their bedroom, where he stood dully by the foot of the bed and looked at her as if he had never been in the room before. She undressed him, and as she did so, she realized he was wearing his work clothes, not the suit he had been buried in, the suit he had worn on their wedding day. She pulled back the covers and told him to lie down. He did so with silent obedience. She slid in beside him and kissed him. His kiss was both familiar and foreign to her. His lips were soft and passive, where they had always been firm and insistent before, and there was no warmth there. But the texture and the taste of him was the same, and Teresa nearly wept as they embraced again. They made love, Teresa initiating and leading where Ray had always taken charge before, and while her heart overflowed with the joy of being held by her husband once more, her body shivered at the iciness of his touch. When Teresa awoke the next morning, sunlight touching her eyelids, she reached out without opening her eyes, but her fingers encountered nothing. Ray's side of the bed was empty, the covers pulled up as if he had never been there. She sat up abruptly. "Ray?" she called out. There was no answer. She searched the house, calling out for him several times, but he was gone. She returned to the bedroom, feeling both confused and sorrowful. Where had he gone, and would he come back? And then, shortly after noon, her phone rang. The screen said, "Ray." She answered it. "Ray?" "Reese," he said, his voice sounding even more raspy and unused than before. "Don't worry. I know there's a shooter. I'm coming home." The line went dead and Teresa set her phone down. Her chest knotted in a cacophony of emotions, sorrow, hope, frustration, and even fear, that she realized she could hardly feel anything anymore. But come home he did, and this became their new pattern, the new vicious cycle they were stuck in. Every day he would come home, every day looking even more pale and feeling even more cold to the touch, his personality receding even further into the empty shell that he was becoming, a vacancy behind the eyes that had once been so passionate and full of life. Teresa had to tell him to sit, to eat, to bathe himself. He was like an elderly man who was losing use of his faculties, and Teresa evolved into his loving but confused and somewhat terrified caretaker. And every morning, Ray's side of the bed would be empty again, and he would call Teresa from work shortly after noon to tell her that he was coming home. Teresa noticed that each time, his voice sounded more like it was being dragged over stones, like his vocal cords are decaying, she thought. It was not long before his countenance began to catch up with his voice. He began to look more physically withered, his tall frame beginning to bend, his eyes large in their sockets as his face became even more wan, and his cheeks more sunken. Teresa allowed this cycle to continue for months, her love for her husband locking her in a living hell. But she was rapidly reaching the point of collapse herself, her emotional and mental well-being withering right along with Ray's countenance. "I'm coming home," he had said to her over the phone, his voice like dusty rocks being rubbed together, barely recognizable to her. "Wait," she had said. "Ray, don't come home. Stay there. It's okay. Stay there." "No," he responded, slowly and without emotion. "No, if I stay here, I'll die. I'm coming home." Teresa had hung up the phone, wept, and waited once more for her husband to return. She wept because her husband was dead. She wept because he was alive, and yet dying more every day before her very eyes. She wept because she felt bound to him in whatever repeating loop that his death and their love had created. And she wept because they were together again, and yet she felt entirely alone. Finally, on the day that Teresa took her own life, she made a decision that came to her easily and without fear. In fact, The idea gave her the first comfort she had felt in the year since Ray had died. Perhaps the key to escaping this living hell was to die herself. More precisely, to die beside Ray as they slept together in bed, and in the morning when he was gone, perhaps she could be gone too. Gone, but together. She called me that afternoon to tell me her story, to tell me her plan, and to tell me goodbye. I listened with terrified disbelief as she recounted the details of her miserable life in the months since Ray had died. Her story was one I could not accept as fact, and yet simultaneously I knew from the sound of her tired yet determined voice that my daughter was telling me the absolute truth. "Is Ray there now?" I asked her. "Yes," she said tiredly. "Do you want to talk to him?" I didn't answer, but then I heard Teresa say distantly, "It's Dad. Talk to him." There was a shuffling sound, followed by raspy breathing. "Ray?" I said, and I was surprised to find my own voice was trembling. He didn't respond, but I could hear as he attempted to. All I heard was the sound of his laborious breath and the vaguely recognizable tones of his voice as he attempted to speak. But his words were garbled, his voice wasted. Teresa took the phone back. "I have to go now, Daddy." "Baby, don't do this," I said, crying but trying to hold myself together. "I love you. Your mother loves you. Let us help you. There has to be some other way." Teresa began to cry. "There is no other way, Daddy. This is the only way." "No," I insisted. "You still have so much to live for. Let me take you away from there. You can come here. Maybe Ray won't come to you anymore if you're not there." I felt myself playing along with her, even though I wasn't sure I even fully believed her. "Daddy, there's something else," she said, taking a long and exhausted breath. "I'm pregnant." "You're—" I started, then stopped. A hard lump rose in my throat. I couldn't breathe. My mind pieced it together. Teresa was pregnant, and Ray had been dead for more than a year. "It's Ray's," she said, answering the question I hadn't asked. "But it's—" She didn't finish the statement. "I don't know what it is. I just know I can't, Daddy. I just can't." She wept. She said her final goodbyes to me, ignoring my pleading, and then the call was over. I already told you how the police found her. The autopsy revealed that she had died consuming a large number of sleeping pills left helpfully behind by her best friend Cheryl. The autopsy also revealed that she had been several months pregnant. I insisted that this detail never be revealed to her mother. Estranged and distant though we are, there are some horrors a mother should be spared when it comes to her own child. So this, as I said, is Teresa's story, and the story of her husband Ray. And you may not believe me, but it's an absolutely true story, as fantastical as that might sound. I believe Teresa now, although 2 weeks ago when she told me her story for the first time, of course I had doubted her. I don't doubt her anymore, not a single detail. Because every day, she calls to tell me all over again. Mysteries are everywhere, and some may be closer than you think. If you enjoyed this story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss the next mystery. See you in the next story.